Hello, friends. It's that time of year again. Time to discuss the relationship between time, our concept of time, epistemology, and our concept of epistemology. That time of year. It's what we know. It's what's become known as Heideggerian Easter. Here on Heideggerian Easter, we discuss, time and being mostly. That's the tradition. The mythology behind Heideggerian Easter is that Jesus' death and rebirth was a philosophical exercise in analyzing the question of death and rebirth as the core question of his being, rather than the answer therefrom. It doesn't mean much of anything, but it sounds deep. Nah, I'm joking. I got something a lot more concrete than that to say. I'm not some big-ass stupid philosopher like that, right? Says a bunch of shitty nonsense and unnecessary words. What I have to say is much more concrete than that. What I have to say is, it occurs to me that you could think of NI as knowing before you do something, and SI as knowing what you did after you do something. The more you... Hi, Rachel, my darling. Oh, beloved. You are the color purple to my Oprah Winfrey. You are the Sister Act nun to my Whoopi Goldberg. You are the Tampa Bay Lightning to my Andre Vasilevsky. You are that Rachel, the Rachel LaPalooza. The one you all heard of. My Rachel. Anywho, that notwithstanding, the point is, SI people, they assume if you encounter something new, it's completely unreasonable to expect you to have any intuition. Well, that's the first time I'd ever experienced anything like that. So I had no idea what I was supposed to do. Of course I fucked it up. Every SI person I work with, yeah, of course, because that's how we know, You don't really know things until after you've done them. Whereas NI goes, Tard, it was right in front of you, why didn't you pull the trigger? Well, I wasn't sure if, well, when else are you going to do it? It's, like that kind of shit, right? So, there's a whole bunch of different ways that we can NI nutshell cognitive functions. You could say NI and SI are knowing before and knowing after you do something. But there's also a relationship between knowing and talking. So, extroverted intuition is knowing what you're going to talk about, knowing what you're going to talk about before you know what you're going to say. And introverted intuition is knowing what you're going to say concurrently with knowing what you're saying, or something like that. SI ahead of NE would be like a memorized speech or something. To the extent that you are like SI tool, well, there's a relationship between NE and SI whereby NE fills in approximate equivalents when it can't remember the exact wording of something. So if I did memorize a speech, like, dear friends, I've come here today to say thank you to all the brave heroes who have helped us on this journey through this trying time. Blah, blah, blah. Some bullshit speech like that, I wouldn't have to remember it word for word. In fact, I'd be very unable to remember it word for word without laborious work. that I found laborious. I would find it much easier to largely improvise it, but have a couple of bullet points maybe jotted down or memorized or whatever. As just anchor points to proceed off of. Like I often do in these videos, I like to have a agenda, a list of topics sometimes, just to keep me moving forward. And it's because, and the thing that prompted me to make that video in the first place was I had a bunch of different things I wanted to talk about, so I wanted to make sure I cover it somewhat, you know. All right, Godfrey. Planet Lave? Planetave? My eyes aren't very good anymore. I have to make that. I should increase the text size of windows. Planet Lave. Okay. Now, if you were a planet lathe, I would know what that was, because that would be, you put a planet, you spin it around, and it carves out little shapes into it. It would be a planet lathe, you know? I'm not sure what a planet lathe is. I'm also not sure what a Godfrey is, but I'm absolutely certain I know what an Eliana Diaz is. It's one of those things with the spikes that prevents you from going backwards with your car, right? That's called an Eliana Diaz. Well, and when I was a kid, those were called tiger teeth. That's what we called them. We have some tiger teeth over here on Hugo Reed before it goes out into the... Because they don't want people cutting through the neighborhood to get from Michelin to Baldwin, basically. So they put tiger teeth, so you can only go through this way. You can't go back through this way. And that's what we kids called them. We said, you know, I'll meet you at the tiger teeth. We all knew what we were talking about. No. I refer to the fact that every time somebody tries to back up near you, you run up and slash their tires. Everybody knows that about you, Eliana. Your reputation precedes you. Precedes, not proceeds. So, right. You know, it's like, it's not just every kind of attention can be explained by cognitive functions. It's every and any way in which being is either experienced or understood at all, or can be referenced at all, is always manifesting along the lines of the distinctions articulated by cognitive functions, regardless of what we call it. Well, what I'm saying is, SI people know what they did after they do it. And they know what to do because they've done it before. NI people know what they're going to do before they do it. And they know what to do because the circumstances dictate it. You could do that, Flo said. I'm sure that's true that you could do that. But have you thought about it from the pool noodles perspective? We could also do that with you, but you probably would object, you know. We could shove a bunch of nails through you and use you as a spike strip. But unlike you, I'm concerned about the thing being used as a spike strip, not just the spike strip making part. Oh, so SE and NE, right? It's like SE naturally links with NI because it's concretizing. It's taking actual action that has some real impact of some sort, rather than just potentiating. So, NI in its most native sort of animalistic form is the snake waiting coiled until, like, the bird's just within range. but a little bit more than that, because they know, like, okay, if it's just here and I go, it might be able to fly away and I'll miss it. But if I wait too close, it's gonna see me and then it'll fly away before I even start my jump, and it'll get a head start. So I gotta jump right when it gets this close before it sees me, and then even if it jumps, I'll still be able to grab it. So that's like, NI knows when to strike at that bird so that it's not too soon and not too late. Because it doesn't have to it has struck at birds before, but it's not relying on its experience in bird striking, but on the details in the moment. No striking at a bird is identical to any previous one, and each one has its own complications and timing issues. So if these birds that you're trying to strike at and you're a snake are hummingbirds, then they're going to hover in front of this flower that you're near for a certain period of time, and you can kind of figure out the habits of those by watching for a little while. So intuition picks up on the meanings of these clues without necessarily remembering them. Doesn't remember all the details. Doesn't remember where you were on the road when that song came on. And in the modern world, we don't do much of anything purposeful that requires us to have good real-time NI. Because people don't hunt for their food anymore. People don't defend against highwaymen while driving their carriage from London to Stocktonshire anymore. It's like, for lots of reasons, Flow Tape, I gotta say, I live here in Arcadia, and sometimes I just have to say, okay, I have had enough. You Asian women have got to stop making it so difficult for me not to be racist about your terrible fucking driving. It's like you've all ganged up together and secretly met and said, let's just fuck with all the white people and drive incredibly shitty as they keep saying we do. It's like you're trying to prove the stereotypes right. I was behind one yesterday. I was like, what the fuck are you doing, woman? She had on this weird fucking, like, welding visor thing over her face and these long driving gloves, and was like looking around like she had no idea she'd never been in a car before or something. And it's like I'm behind her all the way down California. But she was driving so weird, and she was in kind of this like copish looking car that I thought 1.5% chance this is an undercover cop. So I didn't like get up on her ass and like honk and shit like that. I just, and then when I finally got to where it turned to 2 lanes and I got beside her, I was like, no, it was not an undercover cop. I should have fucking honked at this lady and passed her ass and flicked her out. When I lived in Temple City, it happened all the time, this thing. There's a street called Garibaldi that goes like this. It has no stop signs going this way. All the streets going like this have stop signs. There are two-way stops all along it, but this one doesn't have any stop signs. And the Chinese ladies, who are the majority of people in like the majority of people in Temple City are Chinese people, so they think the stop sign is a magical, like car accident proofing machine or something. They stop at the stop sign, they don't look either direction, and then they just go. Your grandma told you not to flip people off but to wave. I've been in not one, but 2 accidents, says Dallas, where an Asian driver backed up right into a stationary vehicle I was in as part of a slow motion crash. There's a comedian who has a joke about that too. He says, man, the other day I rear-ended a couple of Asians who were stopped at the stoplight. And the cop came. I was like, what the hell? Did they back into you? I mean, it's the Chinese people from China or Taiwan who weren't born here or haven't been here a super long time. They're the ones who drive insane. Okay. Yes, some of them are grandma and grandpa who were brought over maybe 10 years ago or something. It's like if you're brought over late in adulthood from China or Taiwan, I think there's something in the water maybe there that prevents you from ever learning how to drive well. That's just my guess. The kids drive fine. You know, like the rich teenagers with their Maseratis never piss me off because they're always fucking zooming around, you know. They're never doing stupid ass shit unless it's super aggressive, and that doesn't bother me because at least they're facilitating the flow of traffic, you know. So if you were thinking maybe it was the slanty eyes preventing them from seeing things, no, not the case, because if the kids drive fine. Kids are just like regular Americans, you know? But, unfortunately, it is a racial stereotype that we just have to acknowledge because maybe they're trying to do it just to fuck with us. I'm going to concede that that's possible, but it definitely is true that Asian women that don't speak good English cannot drive at all. They should not even be allowed to have driver's licenses. It's so almost always true, it's ridiculous. And this is from somebody who's not at all racist, likes Asian people, lives around them all, works with them all the time, all that kind of shit, right? They have forced it down. They have forced me to accept the truth of this stereotype by being just so incredibly and consistently shitty at driving. Thank you for liking my shirt. Whoever said that? Who said that? Dulles. Appreciate that. My dad got me this shirt. He got me this shirt because when we went to Lapland, he took care of our cat. And I guess he saw this cat somewhere, and so he got us this shirt. Yeah. I've encountered those, Godfrey. Sometimes I get pissed at them because it's like, well, did that portion of one count? You're not clear enough in your instructions, CAPTCHA. What about partial stoplights? That's a reflection of a stoplight in the window of the store. Does that one count? Yeah, I just got a shirt when we got back from Lapland 2 days ago. I was sitting on top of the cat food, and he put it back in here. I like it too. It's cool. It's got pentagram on it as well. But make sure it drives home the fact that this is a devilish cat. The other thing is, it's got a good particularist link with us because Trouble is a bit of a demon cat. He is a sweet meowing cat, okay? He's a sweet meowing cat. Makes you want to pet that. But then he'll scratch your hand and you'll bleed all over your crap. Okay, so you gotta watch out for that guy. He loves being pet. But until he doesn't. And then abruptly he'll make his eyes slightly bigger, and if you don't immediately stop petting him, he will bat it. He'll try to scratch you. He's he's a demon cat. But you know what? He's my kind of cat. Sweeter than sugar, ooh, kisses like wine. Don't pet him one too many times. If you do, he'll tear off your skin. Is our recognizing of the pictures an example of NI? Well, I mean, the thing is, we know things when you're talking about knowing the identity of something. That's intuition. But so when I say, okay, but does the reflection of that stoplight count as a stoplight in this picture, even though it's just a reflection of a stoplight? Even though the picture of the stoplight is just a picture of a stoplight, right? But still, the distinction exists. That's my intuition, being a mapper, right? But much more basic level intuition is that's a stoplight because it's a stoplight in the reflection. That's a stoplight because it's a stoplight, not part of the picture, you know? Like, there's a conceit implied by that, namely that things that just appear to be stoplights are stoplights, implicit in the question. But there's also the underlying assumptions we're all supposed to base reality on, like that the reflection in the stoplight is not the same thing as the real stoplight, right? So, yeah. No, recognizing a stoplight is not memory. That's the thing, flow state. If all we had was SI knowing, before we could know this was a coffee cup, we'd have had to see it in every possible angle and perspective, and then see it again from one we've exactly seen before. And then we'd recognize it from our memory. Instead, we don't need to see it from every possible direction and perspective to know what it is. That's something called shape constancy, and it's a protoform of NI, in which we're able to fill in the blanks and go, oh, that's a coffee cup, even though I just saw this side of it. I didn't see the other side, and confirm that, wait, the coffee cup, though, it has a sun on it, too. Is this really that coffee cup? Oh, okay, yes, it is. No, I don't need to do that because my intuition knows that the other coffee cup doesn't have a moon on it. And regardless, it has a handle. And all the other coffee cups look different. So, this is that coffee cup with the broken handle. The thing is, I have both access to SI and NI pretty consciously, as do you, flow state, because we're both 4-5 knowers. So if you've got 4-5 knowing, then ESCPs can do SI, they can do NI as subjects. They can demonstrate both knowing things as subjects, which is of course partially why it's instrumental as well as a value. Because we're subject types, all interfacers and action types are subject types. Then if we're treating things, it seems, I haven't actually checked it out with all of them, but I intuited earlier or today that probably, almost certainly, well, I mean, our intuition can be wrong. Sometimes we see a fraction of something that looks like something else. We think it's a person. We get there and we realize, no, it's just a trash can behind a tree or something. You know, that happens all the time. Anyway, just because intuition does, that's what it is. It's filling in the blanks. I can only see a little bit of you behind the tree, but I know it's you anyway, right? But I could be wrong. It could be just a flash of red fabric that was back there or something. The point is, the distinction between knowing and deciding is not one of correctness, it's one of instantaneousness. Yes, a coffee cup without a handle is still a coffee cup. And it's still a cup. But it's no longer a coffee cup with a handle. So, you're just going to have to accept that. You're just going to have to come to terms with that. Just like that weird knees lady is going to have to come to terms with the fact that she's not going to get her house back. Tiffany found it. It's hers now. That's how she enslaved me. That's why Rachel and I came to be two of Tiffany's myriad possessions. Everything except Mindy that Tiffany encounters, she believes she owns. And acts like she owns. Hello, Winston's mom. Hi, host Eric. Hi, everyone. Yes, hello, host Eric. Are you here to take over for me soon? Because I'm just like, fucking around, killing time, waiting for you to get here and start this thing. Then what is the process being used when you are trying to recall information after 10 seconds to remember? That's imperfect SI. Because SI isn't... We utilize SI when we're utilizing it as a subject as a way of putting away information for later, either as muscle memory, like practicing the guitar, or as archived information, like remembering shit for a test. When we archive information, we have a better understanding of what information we've archived than we do of exactly where it is in the archive. So SI is not, because it's particular, it's an impression-keeping thing of the progression of your life as a sequence of experiences. It doesn't come with any kind of willful card catalog interface. So there is this, we all know what it feels like for your SI conscious to go, okay, well, what was that thing? It's on the tip of my tongue. We know what that feels like, but we don't know what's going on there. That's the part of SI that's automatic. It doesn't need our conscious attention, because if it did, it wouldn't be knowing anymore. Now, that's not a good reason why it shouldn't need it, but it is the case that the distinction between knowing and not knowing is instantaneousness. So it's not like you're spending time figuring out what you know. Instead, you're realizing you can't find it in the archive. But somehow there's like some little elf in the archive who sends it to you later and goes, "Oh, it was that thing." Or something else. You need something to trigger your intuition, to trigger another nub of linkage to your archive in some regard. So it's like, I might forget who wrote that song, the name of that person, but then later I'll hear a song by a different guy that triggers some unrelated thing in my archive that links more strongly to that guy's name than I'll remember that first guy's name. That's an SI process of knowing, but because it's non-deliberative, you only can refer to it as being willful insofar as there are instances in which you're struggling to recall something. No, that's not true. What you're saying is, what I'm telling you is, knowledge is teleportation. And deliberation is driving. You're saying the instant you arrive somewhere is the instant of your arrival. Well, that's true, but you still had to drive there, whereas I teleported, if I'm a knower, right? So it's like, if I know that 6 times 6 is 36, and you're a little kid who hasn't learned your times tables yet, and I tell you, and I say, what are 6 sixes, and you count it out, when you arrive at the answer, in that instant, you're instantaneously knowing the answer. But to pretend that you didn't drive there is just being silly. You'll always be hysteric to me. Boom, boom. I better not sing him. Anytime you do anything Billy Joel, well, it doesn't matter. This will be limited no ads, because I'm sure there'll be profanity and adult-themed conversations and things. These things always seem to happen. But why then pretend that I don't spend 10 seconds trying to remember what my password was? You're not trying to remember. You're attending to the fact that you don't remember. It feels like you're trying to remember, but if you were actually trying to remember, you could articulate some of the process by which you were trying. You weren't trying anything. You're just going, I don't remember. And saying words accordingly, and looking for that memory to appear. I'm waiting, where are you? Where are you? But that's not doing anything. You're just failing to remember. Sing us a song. You're the piano man. Well, expert intuition. There's a reason why expert intuition, introvert thinking people like me hate TE. Earlier, I was trying to make what I conceptualized as my portable lectern, filming lectern device. So I wanted to make a video about this topic of before, after, no, and different kinds of knowing. But I didn't want to do it with me on camera. I just wanted to have guy suit set up looking like he's lecturing, but I wanted to be able to do it in the car, so I needed it to be portable. I spent so much fucking time trying to make this goddamn thing. I got so frustrated. Eventually, because of why? I'm stupid. I don't think I need to know how I'm going to do something before I start to do it. I don't need a vision. I just need a general concept, right? It's like a portable lectern, filmy thing, you know? I want my guy the right distance from the camera. I want the camera to be, and I want it to be portable, so I just put it in the back seat of the car or put it somewhere where I can talk kind of close to the microphone. It doesn't matter which direction it's pointing. You're always going to get the same picture. So I don't have to care about, you know? It's a lot harder than it sounds. It's way fucking harder than it sounds. Just might as well not. You just have to accept. You can't standardize something like that very easily. There's no formula to making art. That's the point. There's no formula to making good art. You can't, but you do. It is very good to have like a good grip, you know, like on a movie set, a grip whose whole job it is to like make shit like that, right? Because it sounds like that'd be just as easy to do. But you know what? It's not easy to do. It's hard as fuck and frustrating, and you're stupid, Eric. So you're just instant. I have no vision, right? I have a concept, and then I start looking around for things that I can use that might work. Which is such an insane way of doing things. Well, the point is, to answer your question, this is why I'm getting into this, is in that regard, NE and SI are on the same axis. SI goes, okay, well, what do I already have that might work? But I'm not an SI person. I'm not even, I know I had something that worked before, but even so, I'm just using the same pieces from it and trying to reinvent it for some reason. Because I kind of took it apart, you know? And so, the point is, if you're NI, you go, okay, so basically, I need a meow. I need to figure out how far this is, how high this is, and how high this needs to be for a little figure to be in screen with background and nothing else. You know, that's the TEing of an NI understanding of the situation, which is there's something you're trying to do here that I get. It's a specific thing, Eric. You're trying to make a portable little sound stage that you can use your phone to just film little scenes in the car that's resistant to bouncing around, which is why you put the feet of the doll through holes in this little box that is kind of tight so it sticks there, you know? So it is a clear vision conceptually, because I'm an intuitive, no problem, that's easy. But when it comes down to the relationship between NI and SE, well, that is very, very strange. Very, very, very strange relationship. Those two do not get along well with me. My NI vision and my understanding of what it's going to take to actually do it, somewhere between meow and meow, there's a horrible beast called meow gets in the way. There's a Mini Cooper sticker for this channel? What do you mean? Is there? What are you talking about? Talking about this channel? So the way to not make a movie, in your opinion, is to study the great one. It just has to happen. Well, right. The thing is, if in fact you try to... Okay, the way to make a great movie is to study the great ones is an NI frame of reference. As a receiver, I'll know everything I need to know when I've experienced the totality of all media. And then I'll really get where we are at this moment. And if I quickly make my thing in that moment, but perfectly, execute my vision perfectly in that moment, and timed just right, then that will be the piece of art that I make. You know? And it's perfect and everything, but it's a very receiver first frame of reference. Well, thank you so much, Winston Small, for saying that. But don't change your insanity because no one else does as much randomly, entertainingly, fantastic, interesting art. Thanks, man. That's really sweet of you. I make a lot of garbage too. That's the truth of it. Being this way means trial and error means hit and miss. But I am pleased to say that I think my garbage is less stinky than it used to be. And my good stuff is more not stinky than it used to be. So, overall, going up like this. That's the best you can do as an NE Dom is move your median of your trial and error range up as high as you can. But listening to a bunch of my old shit on the way back from Laughlin, it was hard to listen. I mean, a lot of it I just skipped. I listened, even the stuff I didn't skip, it was hard to listen to. My expectations for my own stuff are a lot higher than my ability, apparently. I'm a much like things I made a while back start off with a strong bias against them by me, because I know I've grown since then. So I'm assuming it must have been shitty, whatever it was I made back then. So it starts off with a strong bias against myself and looking for anything that might make me cringe, like bad artistic choices, basically. Usually effie, of an effie variety. And I can't handle too many instances of those before I go, Skip, this is killing me. You're killing me, Larry. Is that a national thing, that commercial? Or just is an LA thing? Oh, we just went for vacation. We went to Laughlin. It was stupid to go there. I realized when I was on mushrooms down there, I was like, why did we go here? But I also knew why. It's because when I haven't gambled in a long time, it sounds like it's going to be fun. I like gambling. I think, we're going to go, maybe I'm going to win this time. After a couple hours of gambling, losing a couple $100, I'm always like, okay, this is fucking stupid and boring. It's not just stupid, it's boring too. Because it's either boring or too fast. Yeah, there's casinos. The thing that was trippy is you could fish there, and there were these massive fucking carp in the Colorado River, and nobody was fishing. Everybody was jet skiing. Oh, we just stayed in our room, watched tennis on mushrooms. We just watched Serena Williams versus Harmony Tan. It was fun because everything's fun when you're on mushrooms. And I was really caught up in this whole the issue of Serena Williams' face. It was of great interest for much of the match because you see, as I discussed in the previous stream, so I'm not going to explain the whole thing again, but when she started the match, it looked like she had a face tattoo of California on her face. But then gradually pieces of it fell off, and I realized, no, it's made of pieces of tape. It's not a tattoo. And I thought it was a lightning bolt because some pieces had fallen. But then I realized that was before I realized what was going on exactly. And I thought, no, I guess I just saw it wrong. Well, it's not California, it's a lightning bolt. And then it all fell off except for one square of tape. And here's the amazing thing: there wasn't anything underneath the tape. There's no reason for her to have the tape. There's no explanation of the tape on her face from anybody. If whatever it was originally, it was like a school child did it. It was very amateurish, you know. At first, I thought she looked a lot like Mike Tyson. It's like, wow, Serena Williams looks so much like Mike Tyson. And it was kind of like a tenth of a second later that I go, oh, because she's got this weird face tattoo. But it wasn't. Anyway, then Tiffany started getting into the conversation. And, I don't know if you guys are aware of this, but she's hated Serena Williams for years, irrationally. Tiffany irrationally hates random people. She irrationally hates Andrei Vasilevsky. She irrationally hates Serena Williams. She's been sending Serena Williams letters for many years, telling her, "Ha! As long as I charge you like the lightning face." and Serena Williams has just been ignoring her letters. And so, when finally Tiffany saw that Serena Williams had applied her suggestion, at least in some sense, and put a lightning bolt on her face, she was thrilled. When she learned that it wasn't really a tattoo and was just tape falling off, she became double outraged. And now, well, as soon as the match was over, before it was even over, really, she was already penning her letter to Serena Williams. "Dear lightning face, you stink! Exclamation point." Now, Tiffany's actually a Bill Walton fan. But she doesn't really understand. She thinks his job is to make soothing white noise behind the commentary. For some reason, she doesn't hear his words. I don't know. There are a lot of things she doesn't hear right, When Stephanie Turner said, "My name's Stephanie Turner, not Weird Knees Girl," Stephanie's like, "It doesn't matter if your left knee does hurt. You're still Weird Knees Girl." Stephanie Turner doesn't even sound that much like "My left knee hurts," but that's Tiffany. She also sends letters to Andrei Vasilevsky that are the same. "Dear Andrei Vasilevsky, you stink!" Exclamation point. That's her go-to letter to celebrities that she doesn't like. She hates Jennifer Aniston as well. And her reason is she never should have started dating that Josh guy. I hate that stuff. All right, everywhere. That's awesome. You stink! Exclamation point. Underline. Why do you hate Jennifer Aniston so much, Tiffany? So now I should start dating that Josh guy. What? What are you talking about? Exactly. You write how you want to speak. I write, depending on what I'm writing for, it makes a big difference in how I write, what reason I'm writing, and what kind of writing I'm doing. Oh, what are you talking about? Oh, no, that is. Oh, no idea what you're talking about. No, I can understand you. Okay? There's no time for your girlish concerns. Damn it, first round, this is war. Tiffany's. I love Tiffany. Even though she's just impossible. I can't believe, as a slave, I have to compare against alternatives. How is she compared to other slave owners? It's hard to say because I don't think there are that many other people like Tiffany who just publicly and proudly own slaves. But, she's so small that even though she's frequently violent, it never hurts. It's one of the advantages. Oh my God, I had a mini heart attack. There was a big boom, boom. Pew. Oh, you know what, Liana Diaz, is wrong with that sentence? You've got it reversed in its chronological order. There was a big boom should come first. Then, oh my God, I had a heart attack. Then it would make more sense, right? Hi, what's this up? Look, there's no explaining the law of pointer cables. It works in mysterious ways. Like a hot air balloon rise. Red hot air balloon. We're floating up in the sky. I want some over my, 'cause all my milk is gone. But really, if you want to order it best way possible, Eliana Diaz, you really should just go, oh my God, that was such a big boom. It was as though I had a miniature heart attack. Because the oh my God part is really for the boom. The miniature heart attack was just a metaphor for the surprise you felt. So it doesn't justify the oh my God. It's just a creative way of expressing the same oh my God that was provoked ultimately by the boom. Well, at least you spelled forte right. Where's your accent mark? You need an accent mark on the A. Wow, Tiffany, you know some weird things. Oh, a lot of weird things. You know that John Lennon tried to make everybody live in pay? I don't think he did. Alright, he's trying to force the whole world to live in pay. Where do they even get that pay from? I don't know how to put that. I don't know how you did that right there. If I were typing, I couldn't. I do not know how to do that. So that's Tiffany speak. Tiffany speak. It's sometimes I can't even understand what she says. The point is, you can get the general gist from her tone. Her tone's either like, Hold the phone, everybody. I've got an important news. Or Tony, would you like to? I ate some mushrooms like an hour ago. Would you? Do you want to eat some?
I didn't think it was.
I'm not suggesting you do or don't. I just don't want you to feel like I left you out or didn't include you. I should have told you when I realized you came in here. But I just thought, I'll tell her when she gets up.
I appreciate you telling me.
So you decide what you want to do. They're over there on that shelf behind the tons of stuff if you want to go. You'll have some. You can't have any, Planet Lave. You know why? You're not here physically. And this is one of those rare things. The internet just can't. We can't share our drugs literally. We just have to transubstantiate.
Yeah.
Oh, we're going to keep streaming. What do the mushrooms look like? They look kind of like mushrooms. You know, they look the same as they always look. They look like these gross freaking things you never should eat. You know. If you look at this and say, if you didn't know anything about it, and somebody held this up and said, is this something you should eat? The answer is no. It's always no. But I do like the bag they came in this time. They came in this fancy hentai bag. I guess that's Japanese writing on it or something.
Yeah.
But if it was just meant to look like Japanese writing, it wasn't actually Japanese writing, I probably wouldn't catch it. So, like, if you saw this and somebody held it up and said, should you eat this? The answer is definitely no. That's not something you should eat. It doesn't look very good because it's not really something you should eat. You know, it tastes terrible. The point is, you're not consuming it for the purpose of eating it. You just have to eat it to consume it. What do you tell that? You go, should I eat that? No, definitely not. That looks disgusting. Oh, looks like some sort of scrotum you found on the forest floor.
Oh.
No, I don't want to eat any of your forest scrotum. Oh, well, I didn't chew it up raw, no chaser. I finally learned a lesson. I'm 50 years old. It wasn't until the time before this that I realized, oh my God, this is so much better if you just eat it with food at the same time. So I did that again today. I ate food and the mushrooms and had this. Oh, what happened to it? Oh, I finished it. This Guinness non-alcoholic. I was eating and drinking it. I put the mushrooms and initial food in at once, and then I kept adding more food on top of that, and basically couldn't taste it. A little bit for a little stretch, but I hurry up and drink more Guinness, you know, because it is gross tasting. They're super gross tasting. They taste like, oh my God, I should not be chewing this. Well, that's yucky.
You got it, Tiffany.
We're going to open this with an opener because it wants to be fancy. So, you know, if you want to be fancy beer, you make yourself more inconvenient by not having twist off.
That is more inconvenient.
Yeah, but it's fancier.
But
right?
yeah.
We're too fancy to care about your convenience. That's the message of non-twist off bottles. Oh, you can. You totally can do that, Eliana. You can just eat a bunch of weed. You don't have to chew it, though. You could just, like, make it into small enough bits that you can parachute it, as they say. I mean, if you wanted to swallow, if you want to just eat straight buds, you should grind it outside of your mouth first. For sure you should do that, okay? Don't just use your teeth to grind it. That's going to take forever to eat that shit. That's why they made a rope out of hemp, you know, because it's really, it's sturdy. Sturdy like, Hugh Jackman and his immortal role of Wolverine. Sturdiest guy ever.
Yeah, that is pretty sturdy.
You can punch Wolverine 100 miles through forest and he'll be fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, parachuter, put it in a ninja blender and add a milkshake. Not that I know anything about this kind of thing. Mushrooms are not legal here, okay? They are not legal. I don't know why they come in that bag like that. I have no idea. One time they didn't. One time they came in just a sandwich bag. But all the rest of the times they come in those little bags like that.
Yeah.
Okay. This is this is the moment where you're getting near what's known as judgment point. Judgment point is when the mushroom gods rule on the question of whether or not you shall puke this time. Every time that you are sitting at judgment point in the courtroom, it inherently makes you nauseous just being there. But it's not real nausea. It's this weird kind of like, something's upsetting physically, but I'm not sure what it is. I'm not nauseous. It's just this awareness that I might be puking soon. But you might not. It depends on the mushrooms god's verdict on how much sin you have in you. If you have a lot of sin, and it's for your own good, they transubstantiate it into something physical for you to puke out. If you've been pretty well behaved and just not too ericky, then you don't have to puke usually. Look, it's the only drug that I allow this kind of magical nonsense. So just let me play. Don't call me on it. Oh yeah, Rachel, I got some good weed yesterday too. Would you like to be on camera, or are you comfortable off camera?
I'm comfortable. Yeah, this is good right now.
Okay.
This is you have it set up.
We got two weeds that were on sale. This was the super on sale one, where you bought one at its regular price, which is already cheap, which is $25 for an eighth. For a store eighth, it's cheap, and you got the other one for a penny. So we got two identical ones of these as a consequence. This other stuff we got, which Rachel has the jar of it, was on sale 30% off, but was still $50. So, and this is definitely better weed than this, but they're both fine.
Yeah.
Neither of them are especially coffee.
No, neither.
Like yesterday, when we were just smoking the dregs of the last bit of weed we have, which was like shake and stuff, Rachel got a really coffee bong rip and it coughs too much and then puked your freaking guts out, because sometimes you cough too much from a bong rip, it makes you puke, especially if you took an Adderall not that long beforehand, so your stomach's already a little upset, you know, which she had in that particular instance. Pericardium is a pressure point located at the inner side of your wrist. Hold your hand up so that your palm is facing you. Pow. Find the right spot. Place the first 3 fingers of your other hand across your wrist at the base of your palm. Pow.
Yeah.
Place your... Well, place your... I guess I go on. See, that's fucking terrible to eat. What I just did right there. Terrible to eat. Now, place your thumb below just your 3 fingers. Gently press your thumb so you can feel the 2 large tendons. Does it have to be on this side? Yeah, I can feel those tendons. Oh, it's like here. Look at what you're saying. Oh, it actually feels good to do that. I feel it like massaging an area of tension or something. Pericardium, I barely know him. What is meth that I'm looking for? Meth is just the difference between a regular INFJ and Adolf Hitler. That's all. Actually, Goebbels is the difference between a regular INFJ and Adolf Hitler more than anything. But Goebbels and meth. I'm tired of Goebbels and meth. Turning to regular... first, okay, shit tons of war trauma, followed by a steady diet of Goebbels and meth, turned INFJ Hitler into Adolf Hitler. Goebbels had to be the gayest man ever with 9 children. That guy was so in love with Hitler. It's ridiculous. Oh, my Fuhrer. Like, grown men doing this with each other and not realizing how homoerotic it is seems strange to me, but that was an older time back then, you know?
Yeah.
They didn't get that shit that was homoerotic for some reason. I guess because, you know, it wasn't the age of information and all that.
I guess so.
Goebbels and meth. Goebbels and meth sounds like it sounds like a brand of general food production company, right? Another fine product of Goebbels and meth. The Family Corporation. Like General Foods. Talk about not having a vision. So what do you want to sell, Grandpa? What do you want to make? Oh, shit, I don't have any kind of vision at all. I just, General Foods. I don't know. Are you sure you want to go into the food business? Yeah, it's my passion. Well, like, what kind of food are you passionate about? Just general food. Who would name their company General Foods? He's really opposed to specificity.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, there's a super interesting story, as I mentioned before, about this one. There's this stretches of time when the Finns were either allied with the Russians against the Nazis or allied with the Nazis against the Russians. I'm not sure which way it was. But, well, they must have been. They were allied with the Nazis for a little while to defend against the Russians who were trying to invade Finland. So, the Nazis, as part of their... they were good allies. They gave the Finns a shit ton of meth. And so... the guy who was part of leading this Finnish squad of cross-country skier guys, basically doing Nordic combined from the Olympics, but in real life with Nazis and Russians around. And they get into this firefight, and this Finnish leader is like scrambling, "Come on, we gotta go!" And he's just extending. He pops a couple of them in his mouth, whatever. And he's trying to fuck it, takes the whole bottle, I guess. Somehow he takes the whole bottle of the thing. And they find him like 3 weeks later, and he tells this crazy story of freaking cross-country skiing through enemy camps in the middle of the night. Tweaks out of his fucking mind. You gotta look it up. That guy, I want to find out what happened to him after the war, like 10 years later, what he thought about it. He must have slept a long ass time when he finally got back.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, Schmingel was just a fucking sociopath, obviously. Like, a sadistic sociopath, got antisocial personality disorder plus sadistic personality disorder, or something like that. But, it's like you gotta remember, like, Hitler was made in the trenches of World War One, where he saw how cheap life was all around him. Hitler was made in the streets of Austria when people ignored his shitty paintings. That was probably more hurtful to him than the mustard gas and stuff, I'm sure he carried some of that trauma, but SI-8 is pretty self-serving in a good way, 8's self-serving in a good way. So, I think SI-8 is less encumbered by painful memories than, say, SI-1 would be, Or me, even SI-4. They rise unbidden, make me cringe. Oh, I did or do that. Oh, that was so... Oh, why did I do that embarrassing thing? I hate myself so much. Like that, I mean, the best thing you can say, though, the one thing you got to give them credit for is that was the all-time pinnacle of all-time history. Nothing will ever come close to the pinnacle, the platonic form of war pageantry. The big eagles and the lightning bolts and the flags and the goose stepping and all these fucking uniforms and looking important and everything. War pageantry, man, they win all of human history, no matter how long it goes, for as many generations in the future, no matter how long it goes back, as many generations you go back, they win the war pageantry contest. Michelle, I've heard that comparison before. I've never actually seen the show. But I heard I'd like it. I'd like it. Would you like a blast of my fire? Oh, yeah. Don't worry, fire doesn't actually go through the camera into your eyes. Oh, man, this has been such a durable bowl here. I'm watching a lot of House, and you remind me a bit of Hugh Laurie. Hugh Laurie's the actor who plays Dr. House in the television show House. Just to clarify for everybody. An example of what? It's all over YouTube. What's all over YouTube? House? People talking about House? I don't really think that's all over YouTube, exactly. If you're logged in as Mindy's Club, a lot of weird Vietnamese fishing videos are all over YouTube, so... Finally asked me this morning what I thought about this video. I said, I didn't watch it. I don't know why you think I watched it. I don't want you to keep recommending me these videos, but of course they didn't give me the opportunity to tell them all that stuff. But I just said, I did not watch it. It said, it's like all of the other answers assumed I had watched it, and it showed me having watched like 45 seconds of it or something, but it was just auto playing on my phone when I was logged. I know what happens. It's like I log in as Mindy Club, I upload a short. Meanwhile, it's auto playing shit on my phone that's muted, and it keeps rewarding its own algorithm with like ridiculous Vietnamese fishing videos. I never watch anything on my phone. My eyes aren't good enough to watch shit on my little ass phone. I never feel like I've actually experienced a piece of media until I watched it on the screen here, on the computer. My phone is just a necessary evil to do shorts because, well, I mean, it's good that it's that way because it makes it different enough that it justifies it having its own channel. Whereas, no matter how different everything else is, if it's still a long-form video, there's not really any good justification for doing that. I mean, it might be, well, okay, except success. I guess that's a good justification. But that's like long-term and eye-aware success. There's no immediate justification because it always makes more sense immediately for me to put a long-form video here on my monetized channel than put it on a new speculative channel that's still 1,000 subs away from even being able to be monetized, maybe. So it's like you're putting a lot of trust in the NI concept, that your NI concept is going to be so much more successful eventually that you're willing to put up with getting vastly fewer views for every video you put up in the now time for a long time, potentially. I keep telling people I'm not on the Trump train, but they don't believe me. I don't blame them for not believing you. I left House, watched the whole series with my ex-wife. I think I still have them all on DVD. I bet you have all of your ex-wife on DVD, too. That's a little Taylor likes making pornography joke. It's funny because it's true. He does like making pornography. Rachel and I never make any pornography. We could, and nothing's stopping us from making pornography for ourselves like Taylor does, for himself. It's not like he's putting out pornography. He's not producing pornography for public consumption, but he likes making pornography anyway. You know what I mean? I barely can stand having a regular conversation with somebody if it's not recorded and published. Why would you bother recording something you're not going to publish? That seems to me. Well, the answer is because you like to look at yourself being all manly and humping that lady. You know.
Yeah.
That's censor stuff. Sex. Sex is for censors. Rachel and I do have sex.
Yes, we do.
We don't make pornography, but we do have sex. And, you know, I'm not going to deny it. Sometimes it's pretty sexual sex. We can get pretty sexual up in there.
Thank you.
But we still don't film it. No point in that. I don't even have time to pay attention to the experiences I'm currently having, and also pay attention to the media I've already made that I want to rewatch, than to pay attention, to make time to additionally pay attention to experiences I already have had, rather than just having sex with her again. It doesn't make any sense to me at all, right? Like, why would you make pornography for yourself to watch? Because instead of watching yourself have sex with her, you could just go have sex with her again. You know? It doesn't seem to make a lot, but nothing about sex makes sense, so that's fine. I had to give up on the idea of sex making sense a long time ago. It just doesn't make any sense. People talk about it like it's this infinitely interesting thing, including me, right? But it's just two people going like that, you know? It's like, you actually look at it, you go, that's just stupid. These people are just like wrestling and, you know, grunting. This is not a good way to make new people. Who came up with that? That's how we make new people. Okay. Sure. Fine. We never talk about it as the way we make new people. We talk about it like something we just do for entertainment, because we almost never use it for its prescribed purpose. It's just like, can you imagine if one day somebody, you know, you're this tribe of untouched by civilized man peoples, right? And you come across a box of hammers, okay? Then, you know, you plant a box of hammers there for them. I mean, okay, they come across a box of hammers. And you return 20 years later, and you discover that 99% of the time the hammers are used, it's just jewelry. But 1% of the time is for hammering things in. and then it's half the time or more they're just accidentally hammering something. They didn't really intend to hammer something in. They were going to use it as jewelry, but they accidentally hammered something in. Only a fraction of the time is it willfully intended to hammer something in. And for those people, they go crazy with the hammering. They're like, no, we have to hammer 6 p.m. on this day during this month because I'm ovulating right now. You know, they spend shit tons of money. I was with a woman who was, you know, what's the appropriate word for it? Infertile? It used to be called barren, but I guess you're not supposed to say they were barren anymore, right?
I guess not, yeah.
Yeah. So. Like, we used to call infertile women barren, and we used to call lesbians frigid.
Can I give you a kiss?
Of course, my darling. Oh, you're feeling F5. I'm sorry, I forget about the F5 stuff. I love you with my emotions.
I love you with my emotions.
You're good people, I tell you.
Thanks. I think
You're salt of the earth.
people do.
You're salt of the earth good people. I not only wouldn't kick you out of bed for eating crackers, I wouldn't kick you out of bed for doing anything at all with crackers.
Thanks.
No, I don't care what the hell you're doing with crackers. It's insufficient for me to kick you out of bed. I just get up and come sleep in here. If you want to be weird with crackers tonight, that's fine. I'm not even going to complain about it. I'll just come sleep out here. You be as weird with crackers as you want. Okay? I'll go buy you a whole carton of crackers. The crackers come in cartons. Like a gross of cartons of crackers. Wholesale quantity. Wholesale quantity of crackers.
That's a lot of crackers.
So you can really do whatever the hell you want with them for as long as you want. No matter what. I promise at no point will I kick you out of bed for doing so.
Thanks, Bae.
So that's how much I love you, my darling.
Oh.
If that's what you want,
That is.
That's one of the options available to you on demand. The thing is, you never demand anything. So all of your power is always preserved. So you can demand anything you want. Since you never demand anything, I just have to just, here you go. Okay, well, we have no choice. Rachel never asked for anything, so what else can I say but yes? Okay, whatever she asked for or demands, But that's the weird thing about that power is, the reason it's so powerful is because she's not actually, it's like a nuclear weapon. You don't really get to see it explode, or else it's not working. What or not as they oh yeah, diamonds are such a manipulated market. Well, it used to be. Now it's fallen apart. The diamond market is completely collapsed now. It's purely understood, even among most casual, or not casual, but most informed consumers, it's understood to some extent that if you're paying a lot for a diamond at all, that it has to meet. Well, it's like diamonds are like baseball cards. They're by and large completely worthless, but there are occasional individual rocks that have value because of a bunch of specific criteria that you got to be met. If you got one of those, if you got like a 55 mantle signed rookie year whatever, like a 6-carat natural diamond that's been, it's cut and has provenance and whatever they call that shit, like documented history of the thing. What do they call that? There's a word for that. I can't remember the word though. Notice I didn't waste 10 seconds trying to remember it anyway. Provenance. That's what it's called. Diamonds are beautiful and rare, I think. That's why I think they're so expensive. They're not expensive. They can mass produce them in labs at very low cost. The things that are expensive are specific naturally occurring rocks, usually it's like the one thing that still has value is if you can predictably distinguish the rarity of something on at least one vector consistently across time, then the top 0.0001% of that vector will always have value, because the fact that you can persistently, it's anti-counterfeit rarity valuation shit, to the extent that you can't, so that's why now, because you can lab manufacture big diamonds, size alone is insufficient. And because it's not possible for you to just look at something and determine whether it's lab produced or not after it's been cut anyway, then that's why it requires provenance as well as size, clarity, all that other shit, right? You gotta be able to prove that it's a natural stone, that it has that rarity still for it to have actual value. Yeah, but the other thing that diamonds have value as is a word that some percentage of the population still doesn't understand, doesn't represent an actual fungible commodity like gold or silver or platinum or something like that, you know. Gemstones don't really have any value. Except for that artificial kind of value of, well, it's the top meow, so it's inherently rare. You can guarantee that I can dig through mountains and mountains and mountains of earth and find this never, you know, for most people. You can guarantee that, then people pay money for it. I like these mushrooms. These are chill mushrooms. Like, they're made out of a very wearable fabric. Yeah, the quality of the tripping is, maybe it's just my attitude. It's probably just my attitude. It's probably because I exercised earlier today. Who knows what it is? You can attribute it to any number of things. I went jogging earlier. I haven't done that in a long time. It's funny. When I think like, I wonder if Rachel's... I worry about Rachel if I think Rachel seems worried. Or, like, anxious or burdened at all. The thing is, she would never seem that way to anybody else but me. But my intuition has been active, passively, I'm not directing it really, towards her, the data she puts out. And I'm an SI learner, so I'm highly attenuated to Rachel's state of being, even though I almost never look at her. And I'll sit on like data for a while to see if it persists, I try to figure out everything so I never actually have to to say to her, okay, you tell me what problem there is, because anytime I say that, I'm predetermining the frame of reference is there's a problem, even if it's just I'm feeling like I need to do something, or maybe I need to do something, or whatever. And I don't necessarily think there is a problem most of the time. So it's like, it takes a lot for me to actually even have a conversation about it. But I'm glad we had that conversation earlier about my reading of her feeling uncomfortable, specifically about what she should. If she were an SI type, she'd be doing very noisily and with a lot of huffing and puffing and sighing and shit. Which is, she's doing a lot of this shit to try to, or for whatever reason, it doesn't matter. But it's a good thing for her to do, because it's retraining her. I mean, because of the fact that the brain is much more plastic than any other part of the body, and the whole neural network stuff is much more plastic than physical things. They're purely physical. So the fact that she doesn't have reduced mobility, she has reduced sensation,
yeah.
Right? Like, so she can do this, but can't feel that she's doing it.
It feels like I have like glue on my hands, like what one time that you were forget what you were fixing, but you got gotten the glue on your hands. It's very much like that. Like,
you're not getting full. You can't feel properly with your, yeah, right? So she does have some reduced ability as well, because some ability to move and stuff like that is contingent on real-time reactivity to sensory data, right? But that, to the extent that she's got reduced functionality, it's because of that angle of thing, not because of damage to any kind of physical structure or whatever per se. There's nothing. It's not like she broke her spine, for example, would be the alternative explanation for it. So it is subject to being. The point is, we can take advantage of brain plasticity, whereas you could, if you framed it from another angle, you wouldn't be able to. But regardless, I'm right about the brain plasticity issue, in case you're wondering. Nobody challenged you on it, Eric. God damn it. Nobody cares about your fucking explanation as to. You don't have to defend your claim that, yes, this is a good thing for her to do because of brain plasticity. Nobody's challenging it. Who would? And yes, you can think of a way to challenge it. Nobody's doing that. Gonna make nobody else even. Not only are they not gonna say it, they probably don't even ever gonna think it. Probably not. They might think it, but I have no way of knowing that. But they never say it. They never say that. Never go like, okay, but are you sure it's really brain plasticity subject, Eric? Because it's because nobody does those arguments.
Oh my goodness, I love you so much.
I love you too, darling. Thank you for loving me. You love me a lot more than I love me, I'll tell you that. It's not that I don't deserve it to be, I don't deserve love, it's just that loving myself with the absolute values that I have is, it's a stay you know, it's a don't fuck up paradigm, right? It's a don't fuck up paradigm. 0 is the best you can do. The rest of the time you're getting minus scores. So it's difficult for me to love myself. It's easy for me to take good care of myself. I can always make sure I'm comfortable. And that's usually, almost always, plenty. Because usually I'm not doing that. And I should be. I'm very uncomfortable in a variety of ways for a variety of reasons. You know? And it's the one thing that I need as a default thing in order to be useful. I have to be comfortable. Well, okay, this is a poor arrangement of things. All these things don't go together, right? So it's like, that's why I always say, it's like, the only win-wins in life involve another person. Think about it. Right? You can't win-win in cognitive functions. They're not skills you can learn. They're inherently freaking win-lose. Sometimes in really fucked up, confounding ways. Sometimes in ways that make perfectly good sense. Of course, it's gonna be. It's like the idea I had today that matters. The one idea I had today that matters is that that the reason functions are absolute or instrumental value is necessitated by whether or not they go along with the kind of person you are, which is determined by the kind of dominant function you have. So since Taylor and I are subject types, we're going to try to subject everything. We're going to try to subject our deliberation function, we're going to subject our interface function, we're going to subject our knowledge function. Okay? Our action functions are subject functions. That's fine, so that works out fine. Interface functions are subject functions, so that's fine. That works out fine. Those are our absolute values, okay? But deliberation functions are object functions. We're going to subject them. No, I use TI to decide what to say. It's instrumental. And so because accordingly we're going to try to subject our knowledge function. So it's like my knowledge function is supposed to be receiving. I'm supposed to be living in a world of growing richness from my accumulated experience and having a thriving relationship with the seasons and the rhythms of the earth and planting things and growing older together with our children and our grandchildren and cups of cocoa and our stories that we share and our pictures, but the books of pictures that we look at. Do you remember, darling, when we went to Meow? Let's look at this book of pictures together of the time that we went to Meow. We could be like Taylor and his pornography. No, I'm going to subject my knowledge function. So that's why it's instrumental for me as well. I think the only reason I have to know anything is so that nobody can call bullshit on me.
Yeah.
Not the only reason to know anything, right? If you don't know enough, then people can always do to you what I can always do to everybody else. Well, not people in general. I can always do to you what I can do to you. I don't want me to be able to do to me what I can do to you. That's why I have to know things. For subject reasons. But knowing's not a subject function. No. Knowing, I know right now. I need to button my pants, but I'm too fat. I'm just too fat for these pants. So, God damn it, I'm just gonna have to know that as well. Also, this is supposed to be over here. Does it seem like it's not in the middle? That's why our second and fourth functions are instrumental, because we're trying to be a subject about them. Or for Rachel, like for example, she's a knower, she's a receiving type, which means it's like she's an observer trying to be all observational. So for her, FE is not a way to interface with people. It's something it's the kind of data she's interested in paying attention to as she watches.
Yeah.
So of course it's instrumental, you know? It's like, well, I have to watch something.
Yeah.
And the same thing with her, again, fourth function, which is SE, action. It's instrumental because she's expecting to just sit there and something fall into her arms. She's a receiver, you know? She thinks action is like that too. And for her it is. She just tags along, does whatever it is I'm doing. And I ask her, like, well, what do you want to do? But she never has she doesn't want to be asked that. She wants to be a receiver of action, even when she's the one doing shit.
Yeah.
So of course it's instrumental, you know? Where are my cigarettes?
Oh.
Do I have any cigarettes? Have I been out of cigarettes for like a long time?
I don't know. That's a good question.
I
You
could
might
have
have.
sworn I thought they
Well,
were
when I
over
came in here, you were smoking. So, right? I think you were, anyway.
I don't know.
Huh.
You're remembering about something I don't remember. And neither of us can do it. So, we're in pretty shady territory here. Regarding the presence, or lack thereof, of cigarettes in this reality in the recent past.
Yeah.
I'm surprised I can't find an empty box. See, that's the thing that makes it suspicious to me. It's really suspicious that I can't find an empty box. Whenever I can't find an empty box of cigarettes, that usually means I just put them somewhere, you know? There's not one in the trash can, is there? Oh, there is an empty box in the trash can. The reason I couldn't find an empty box is because I didn't look in the trash can. Because when do I ever throw things away? Well, now because I just cleaned. So, you know, I'm in that little brief after clean period where I try to throw things away. It's fine. I got partial cigarettes left. I've been putting off smoking at all, butts, because I didn't want to smoke a butt because I thought I had cigarettes. I said to go over there and get them. I probably got up and went try to get them several times now before it was that red lighter I was seeing and assuming it was a box of cigarettes. As you could see a little piece of it. My NI wronged me again. I knew I couldn't trust you. That's why I ignore you most of the time, NI. You scoundrel. That's my NI I'm talking to, not your NI. Remember, we each have our own NIs. Just because I have a disobedient horse doesn't mean your horse is disobedient.
That's true.
Or that I have anything against horses. Right?
Yeah.
That's the point. Just because you're... This is a great quote. It should be at the end of a fortune cookie kind of thing, you know. Just because I have a disobedient horse doesn't mean you do. And... or just because I have a disobedient horse doesn't mean I think your horse is disobedient, nor does it mean I think there's anything wrong with horses. Okay? Because a lot of times people go, oh shit, you got a disobedient horse. You must hate my horse and think horses are bad. No, I don't. I just have a disobedient horse, you know?
Yeah.
We also have these conventions of talking, or because we talk about NIs and object of analysis, we forget that when I'm talking about NI, I'm talking about Eric and his relationship with jumping to conclusions. And when I'm talking about, in other words, we should always, we shouldn't ever talk about it as an object of analysis like that. It screws everybody up. Almost nobody can pull it off successfully and not be screwed up by it.
Yeah.
Almost nobody, because it's almost impossible not to be somewhat screwed up by it. The problem is, it requires you to concede as a premise something that you can't concede as a premise and be right when you're talking about the subject. So it's like, okay, we can explain cognitive functions, but it's going to be this kind of road, which means no 7-ton axle trucks or whatever. And then, if we talk about it as an object of analysis, a cognitive function, we're saying, okay, but these 7-ton these 7-ton axle trucks, though, okay? Because you can't. It's always linked to a person, so you can't. That's a terrible analogy. The most important thing to remember is that was a horrible, terrible fucking analogy. I guess that's one of my wall of worst analogies ever. Oh God. What a catastrophically bad analogy that was. You dropped so much weed on the ground.
Oh.
I would blame it on your condition, but since day one, you have dropped so much weed on the ground.
Sorry.
That's why I don't care at all. I think it's adorable and cute. I'm not criticizing you about it. Everything you do is adorable and cute.
Thanks. I think everything you do is adorable and cute too.
That's not true for both of us. We both think some things are like, okay. Like, I know, I get the sense like, okay, oh shit. Eric's making me feel nervous because his Ericiness is getting too enthusiastic here. We could end up 6 hours into the desert and fucking and go, oh shit, should have thought about Mia before. I know, Eric, he's making me nervous. You know, there's aspects of me that it's not that she dislikes them, it's just she authentically expresses her dislike of them. Despite her FE and everything. And she hates that because that's just like, well, why do I have to dislike it? You know, because that's not FE and I. That's what complainers do. But then, you know, I don't like it when she spends a bunch of money out of nowhere. That's what I don't like. It's only happened a few times, but when it does happen, I don't like it. So that's, to be true, there are things that we don't like about each other, but they're mostly things that, they're not things about us, they're behaviors that are reasonable to critique.
Yeah.
You know, mostly we don't do a lot of doing stuff, so it's not a big problem. Usually, we're sitting right here. I can't get us stuck in the sand in the middle of the fucking desert right here. We're perfectly safe. I can't find us in the middle of the worst blizzard in Los Angeles mountains in 30 years at like 11 p.m. on Thanksgiving night with the road rapidly closing. Like, you know, we got there right before they closed the road, kind of thing, and me thinking, well, there's got to be a hotel up there somewhere. There was no hotel. Right? These are the kind of things that Eric sometimes does. Not very often.
No, it's not very often.
But it does happen occasionally. And the reason it's not very often is because Eric doesn't do a lot of stuff. If I were to do a lot of stuff, what we discover is that it happens in unacceptably high proportion of the time. I'm not good at doing stuff, okay? That's just acknowledge. But I am good at reading the big lettered and simply worded signs that the universe consistently places for me all around when I start fucking up too bad. The universe is, I am so on easy mode. I get all these warnings. The reason we haven't been to Death Valley, the reason we didn't get stuck in the sand in a much worse place is because we got stuck in the sand in that really stupid place.
Thank God. Like, honestly, though, thank God that it was such a stupid place because, like, imagine we had gotten, like...
I mean, I drove out into a very similar desert for many miles on similar looking roads. I was deep in the middle of fucking nowhere in that same car by myself with... I didn't even have gloves with me or a hammer to look for rocks. Okay? Way out beyond any kind of cell reception. And
I'm so happy that you came back.
And I got all the way out there. In fact, I got to the one part where I was like, okay, first of all, not seeing how easily I got stuck in the sand with Rachel there, I don't even know what the hell I was thinking. These roads I was going on were it said, all the signs said, like, you must have four-wheel drive. All the time. So I just ignored them all. I was like, fuck you, I don't need that shit. But Rachel wasn't with me, right? So it's lucky, like life says, okay, Eric, listen, you learned the wrong lesson from that experience. So we need to correct the lesson you learned from that experience with something that's hilariously, it seems like a super big deal in that moment, but it's nothing. It's like, not even a slap on the wrist. It's almost like, okay, let's enjoy, let's see how easy mode we can make this for Eric, you know? So we just get you stuck in the sand like 5 feet off of the road where it's really easy to get to, right outside of, you know, everything's convenient. Right, we read from the phone the exact coordinates of our location to the AAA person.
Yeah. Yeah.
Sorry. I guess I was not paying attention to the chat there for a while. These are really nice mushrooms. They're not so overwhelming-y, but I still feel like I'm tripping good. It's weird. I guess I'm not going to puke, since I didn't yet. It's too late to puke now.
Yeah, I think you...
Oh yeah, it's too late to puke now. If I puke now, it would be for unrelated reasons. It would have nothing to do with the mushrooms at this point. If you don't puke in the first like 2 hours, you're not going to puke. That's what this is pure SI saying this, okay? What I really should say is, over the course of many times I've taken mushrooms, if you don't puke in the first like 2 hours or something, you're not going to puke at all.
That's good to know.
But that's just for me and my experience, right? That the fact that it's always been the case, and I have a lot of experiences, is a good reason for you to think it might generalize, but it's so specific to your body that I don't know if it generalizes or not. What's your experience been?
Well,
you ever puked more than 2 hours after eating mushrooms?
No.
So you don't have as many experiences as I do, but it seems like if something's going to make you puke, it would make you puke within 2 hours, or your stomach says, okay, fine, I'll deal with it. One of those two.
Yeah.
Why would it take longer than 2 hours for your stomach to decide?
Right.
So it does have its own sense to it. And your stomach is definitely your second brain. Mine is very shitty. Very dumb brain. My very dumb brain that doesn't poop when I have to poop, and then I get constipated. So I have to poop, I go, yeah, but hold on a second, I'm in the middle of saying something. Before you know it, it goes back inside.
Oh no.
Oh, terrible. The violin. Long time ago. Let's go on a TWFP paranormal camp out. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
The thing is, I have a long experience of looking for and not ever seeing anything paranormal, so I may be a bad luck charm for paranormal investigations. You bring me along, ain't gonna see shit. They say you lose a trip. That's bullshit. No, Boba Fett. Nah, dog. The truth is, if you eat enough mushrooms, you will puke. Okay, like if I ate one stem and one cap of these mushrooms. Like the time that Rachel and I split the whole quarter, we both puked our guts. I mean, I puked my guts out. I don't know
we both did.
Yeah, if you eat that much mushrooms, you're gonna puke because you're not supposed to eat those things.
No, not that much. No.
They're clearly too disgusting to be edible.
Yeah.
But I'd like to think I'm training my stomach to recognize them as good things. But also, I know, hey, Eric, that's hubris. When it comes to mushrooms, the mushroom gods are in charge of that.
Would you like another Stella?
No, thank you. I think I'm gonna have, when I finish that, I think I'm gonna have coffee.
Okay.
I'm gonna make some coffee for myself. Is there coffee in the pot right now? I'm not asking you to make me coffee, is the point.
There's another cup.
Okay, actually, I am asking you to make me coffee. Can you make me some coffee, please? Thank you so much. I would greatly appreciate that. There. Learn to fucking have an occasional FI thing graciously rather than just constantly going, well, why would I ask her to do it? You could perfectly easily do it yourself, Eric. Like, as though we're two dudes, right? Like, hey, bro, good to see you. How's it going? Hey, can you go make me some coffee? That would never happen, right? And I think, and if somebody said to me like that, like, hey, Eric, good to see you. Oh, now that you're here, can you go get me some coffee, please? Or something like that. I'd be like, yes, but I won't. Oh, but the thing is, Rachel and I are constantly facilitating each other's random little shits because we're married, you know? We're not a couple of bros hanging out. So why should I expect her to come back to me with, oh, fuck you, every time I even have any kind of request? It's ridiculous. I don't treat her like that when she has requests. It doesn't follow any logic. Of course, what matters very much to both of us is regardless of what happens, Rachel and I speak very politely to each other. That's the important thing, right? I have to say thank you and please and all that stuff. Rachel and I are very polite to each other. We speak kindly to each other all the time. And the only time we ever have any harsh words at all, really, towards or for each other or about each other, it's usually because I've stumbled into something with an unnecessary probe and said something dumb about meow that doesn't got misinterpreted or something, and then it's like they're not real harsh words. It's just like the reason that there's something like harsh words is because Eric's decided it's a good idea to ask the question, what would harsh words look like? That's not a good question to ask. Don't ask that question. You know? That's a dumb question to ask. Words are too powerful to play with the devil like that, you know? You can't shake the devil's hand and say you're only kidding, as the old saying goes. I don't know if it's really an old saying or if it's just a They Might Be Giants song lyric. It sounds like an old saying. I think I heard it as a saying before I heard it as a lyric, but I'm not really sure. It's like this short I'm going to make. I'm going to make it right now. See, I wasn't on mushrooms at all in fact, I was just done jogging. I was like, fuck jogging, I hate it so much, but I'm glad I did this. I feel good, you know, like, I need to clear out some of the gathered gunk in my rain gutters or whatever. I saw this rotten lemon on a tree. I was like, oh, perfect. I gotta get that lemon. Okay.
I want to hear
Okay, you're all right. It's gonna be like, okay, you're sorry. They're dumb horses. Flying about clocks during bicentennials. Anyway, it's true, I guess. Horses don't eat papayas. So they're alright, Kevin. Anyway, what they do in a parlay is oatmeal. So I got you an oatmeal. But this is right living spiny balls. These spiny balls. I don't know why this makes me laugh so much, but this particular script, it fucking cracks me up. Because Tiffany's gonna come in. Well, there's this also, you see, Kevin's over here in this corral that the unicorns came in. So, Tiffany's gonna come in, and there'll be that rotten apple there next to Kevin. Oh my God! I don't know why I think this is so funny. And then Tiffany, Sarah and Kevin says, "Will you let me out of here, please, Tiffany?" And she says, "Well, I'm gonna say that deaf horse. You know, the old side is true. Even deaf horses fight about clocks during bicentennials." And then, oh, the point is, you were right. Horses don't eat papayas. They eat oatmeal. So, here. She gives him this one.
That's oatmeal?
It's moldy lemon.
I want to hear more about
God.
and Jennifer Aniston.
Tiffany's hatreds don't have any complexity to it. Nothing more to it than that. She hates Jennifer Aniston because she never should have started dating that Josh guy. No, she's talking about Ross from the show Friends, but she didn't even get that was a show. She just thinks that was like, you know, a live stream of these people's lives or something.
A live stream.
The only thing is, this guy, his name's Randy. He's just a regular guy who happens to look a lot like Godzilla, okay? He's not Kevin. He's not a horse. But Tiffany's got the whole world calling him Kevin and treating him as a horse just because she's so forcefully stupid. It's just like the real world. Yeah, like, Kevin is true. He says, look, because Perry, whom Tiffany calls Fishman, is also Tiffany's boyfriend. But anyway, she still calls him Fishman. So it's like, oh, you're all girl slimy. Oh, that's gross. That's a gross specialized part. And she's like very loyal and faithful to Fishman, but she never called him or paid anything. It's always whenever Tiffany feels like now she wants Perry there, Fishman there. So she declares he's the general of the cavalry, and she's calling him the Desert Fox. What is war, Pascal? I don't know. The Desert Fox. You're in charge of my cavalry. But Tiffany, that doesn't make any sense. You want to be my admiral? It's Dolphin Boy. Dolphin Boy, of course, is an actual desert fox. That's the whole joke, but it has no words. It's just visual. Yeah, it refers to Rommel. Rommel's Africa campaign in World War II. He was known as the Desert Fox. So it's, again, Tiffany knows little tidbits from shit that she just uses for her own purposes, and it doesn't matter to her. Anything that's not that, she'll mishear it, or say, it's your fault because you're so big for your process. She's immune to TI. So it's like when she steals someone's house and they go, hey, this is my house, you stole it from me. She goes, well, that's exactly what a house stealer would say. You know, she's unaware that she's stolen this house, even though your only justification for it is finders keepers. It's just like the real world. That's Putin. That's Trump and Putin right there. In a nutshell. They're both stupid fucking ESFPs who just push their stupidity around and are so dumb they don't even have any idea that Friends wasn't a live stream of people's lives, and that guy's name was Ross, and that Jennifer Aniston never dated him, and who's Josh? Oh, here's a guy with the pancakes. What? Last time was important, huh? The important thing is give me some fucking almond milk.
A bucket.
Yeah, if you try to corner Tiffany, oh my God! How dare you! You're much too big for your brothers. Putin. Oh my God, Boba Fett. You cannot possibly think that Putin's an INTJ. Oh my God. You don't do such a shitty self-serving job of TE with such an incredibly countervalued approach towards how it looks, unless you're an ESFP. The thing about ESFPs is they're the least, you can say the least about them that generalizes, right? Because they're all their own particular kind of Tiffany, and it always shifts depending on what's going on. So it's like, they're, he's my hero, Christ figure. He's also the devil. Okay? Because ESFPs only exist in their particularist relationship with you and their shit. And if it's good, if they exist in that way, in a good way for you, you're going to experience this great thing about ESFPs. You go, oh, I like ESFPs. You're what you can't generalize a particular like that, you know? You don't like ESFPs, you like that guy. You know, you can say that about other types, maybe, no problem. Like, ENTJs, they just cover up their dickishness better or worse, you know? But it's basically the same guy, every single one of them. You can meaningfully say, I like ENTJs, I don't like ENTJs. You can't meaningfully say that about ESFPs. Because your relationship with them is always defined by the fact that their tool function, which is instrumental to them, is their own fucking feelings. And their absolute value is doing whatever it is they only instrumentally care about. And then their absolute value is figuring out how to do that thing that makes fucking no sense. So, you know, it's like, come on. Your experience of them is going to range from Christ at the whippet store to the Antichrist, like Putin, to fucking or like befuddled Christ, like Marty, you know, whose expression of self is like super heavy into map shit, and the things he's trying, it's like he doesn't know what a legend is, or it's like, okay, you know, so for them, it doesn't matter that you don't have to actually know anything about maps to be a cartographer. Okay? It doesn't matter to them. You don't need to know anything about maps to be a cartographer. I'm a cartographer outside. Well, you want, oh, this boss says the Canada's right here, motherfucker. I'm a cartographer, and y'all are too big for your britches. I do like ESFPs. That's the thing. I like them and I hate them, depending on the individual ESFP. Chris is like the only person I would go, okay, you're like a moral inspiration to me that I can go, you model the goodness that I don't, but could uphold. You are my hero figure. You're Christ or whatever. And there's also like, and then this totally opposite, but also positive relationship with, what's her name? That lady who's kind of taken on an expression of a protege of mine, that doesn't self-identify as such at all, but has basically taken my approach to typing people. I forget what her name is, that ESFP chick. What's that chick's name? Rachel? What's that ESFP chick's name who types kind of like my style, but sometimes, occasionally, she's right and I was wrong. She was right and I was wrong one time.
Oh, Amy?
Amy, right. I don't have any cigarettes. We're back to this cigarettes thing again. I don't have any cigarettes. That's why I can't find them. So I actually just smoked butt instead. Oh, did you ever make me that coffee?
Oh my gosh. Sorry.
That's fine. It was asking a lot of SESI out of you. You had to remember to make that coffee, not just when you started it, but all throughout the duration of the time of the microwave when you weren't looking at the microwave. That's a lot of paying attention to concrete things. I can't blame you for getting lost in that maze. I get lost in that. I can't even remember. I don't have my cigarettes. I don't have any more cigarettes. Thank you, my darling.
You're welcome.
You are a precious angelic resource whose treasured fount never runs dry.
Oh, thank you. You're my Sir Lovington Phillips III.
That is the sound of fulfillment right there.
That's so good. I'm so glad. And it's still warm?
Yes, yeah, it's perfect temperature.
Good.
Yeah, you didn't leave it in there for too long.
Okay, no.
Because I'm a little bit more reliable about SI wants than other kinds of things, you know. Once I know I want an SI thing, I become quite Tiffany about it, you know. I'm thirsty. I want some drinks. I need them right now. I'm hungry and sleepy and fussy. And fuck you. So I'd be pretty Tiffany about SI shit. It's the FI stuff that's a lot harder, right? Like knowing what you want in a non-concrete way is very difficult. But knowing what your body, what makes you comfortable is not so hard to understand. I'll say opposite of shit makes me feel like ill. God, it's like when I'm not like, you know, hopping and just rolling. That's bad, you know? It's like, ouch. Like earlier, I was jogging. I was like, at first it was like, okay. Well, then I was like, oh my God, why do I have to breathe so many times? This is uncomfortable. But I'm like, it's fine. You just gotta do it anyway, because it makes you feel better. You won't have like a headache later. And I was right, you know, it's like, I did that. Came home, I took a bath, I got into bed, I lay there for 30 minutes, just even though I knew I wasn't going to sleep. But I needed a nap, but I didn't sleep, but I lay there anyway. I did all that stuff. I got up, I ate more food. Oh, and I ate those mushrooms. So that made a big difference. But my point is, when I do a good job of SI shit, FI never really has to come up. Most of the time when FI comes up, it's Rachel telling me she loves me. What she's really asking is, do you love me? And the answer is, yes, I still love you. Just chill out. You know, that's what she's really saying. I think she does love me a lot, and she probably feels that, and sometimes that motivates her to say it. Primarily, what she's really saying when she says, I love you, Eric, is, do you really love me? And the answer is, yes. Zoe. I mean, you know, you can tell. It's very easy to tell the things I love. I treat them all like my cat. Eat some fruit. That's a good idea. But I'm not hungry right now. I had Popeyes earlier. And instead of eating fruit, I generally like to drink fruit juice. It's less chewy. I don't have that many teeth. Fruit also is hit and miss. There's nothing manufactured about fruit, so you gotta deal with nature's peculiarities. Sometimes you get a really good apple. You can not generalize that you like apples or apples are good for that, okay? Most apples are shitty. The vast majority of apples are very shitty. And apple juice, though, not shitty. How does that happen? It's not like they use the good apples to make the apple juice. They use the shitty apples, but just turning it into juice somehow makes it good, you know? So, it's not really the same way with oranges, though. You gotta start with good oranges, or else you don't really get good orange juice. Same with grapefruits, true, too. Maybe it's a citrus thing. I suspect you probably get equivalent pineapple juice from whatever kinds of pineapples you pick. B, as an example, something that's neither a citrus fruit nor an apple. What kind of a fruit is an apple anyway? You know, oranges and lemons and grapefruits are citrus fruits. What kind of fruit is an apple? Does anybody know what the answer is to that question? I don't know. I don't know what kind of fruit an apple is. I guess it's the kind of fruit that it's got a middle part. You just can't eat it. Shouldn't eat it. It's not good for you, but you don't want to eat it. You can't eat it because it's the middle part is not good. You don't want to eat that part. It's one of those kind of fruits. You have to eat around the middle. It's called the eat around the middle fruit. Eat around the middle fruits. Apple is all the fruit types. Good answer, Carmen's. Apple should get to be all the fruit types. I agree. It's a citrus. What other kind of fruit types are there? There's citrus fruits. I don't even have another kind of fruit kind. Oh, but there's stone fruits. Stone fruits are another kind of fruit. Those are ones that have like a pit in the middle of them, like apricots and peaches and plums, or I think called stone fruits. So citrus fruits, stone fruits. Apples are neither citrus nor stone. They're some other kind of fruit. The mysterious fruit called eat around the middle part. Eat around the middle fruits. Yeah. Are there any other eat around the middle fruits? Like pears are kind of like apples, right? You have to eat around the middle of a pear too, don't you? What other kind of fruits do you have to eat around the middle? It's different than like a pit in the middle you got to get rid of, right? Like apple is not a seed. It may have the middle part has seeds in it, but the middle part is not itself a seed. You know, it's just the middle part you have to eat around. Well, I mean, it differs from other kind of fruits. I don't have to eat around the middle of a grapefruit. I have to eat around the outside. Isn't that funny? What kind of fruit is a banana? That's not even a fruit, really, I don't think. That's not a fruit. A banana's not a fruit. Because a banana doesn't even have any seeds in it. I don't know what a banana is. It's just like, here, easy fruit. It's like God's like, let's make some of it really easy for the super tards. It's just yellow butt. To make up for it, when you eat it, it's gonna look like you're putting a dick in your mouth. We're making it super easy and convenient. Come in its own little package. Just snap it and peel. The snap and peel ones no longer exist, by the way. Thank you, whatever banana bug killing thing. They did away with that particular subspecies of bananas. Those were the only bananas there were when I was a kid. Kind of just snap and peel. And like,
Yeah.
you know, nowadays you try to snap and peel a banana, the fuck? You end up with a mess. You gotta use a knife to open a banana these days.
Wow.
Bananas should be classified as vegetables. They're basically like zucchinis. They are a lot like zucchinis, except zucchinis are way more disgusting.
Yeah.
Bananas aren't squashes.
No.
Zucchinis are squashes. Like,
Zucchinis are.
they're thing
like
is pumpkins, butternut squash, all that kind of shit. Eggplant. No wait, eggplant might be different. I think eggplant's it's a unique thing. It doesn't. It looks like it should be in the same thing as zucchini, but it's actually not.
Oh.
I think eggplant's like that. Will you put ice cream on top of your nose? No. I don't think so. Are you asking me to predict what I'm going to do? I predict I'm not going to do that. But, you know, the future hasn't happened yet, so all you can do is predict. You can't foretell. That's why when you try to tell the future, God gets mad at you. He doesn't really get mad at you. He just doesn't let you tell the future. It's like when you try to sneak around with a little bit of kind of shady, legalistic kind of language, he'll give you the Wheel of Fortune card, the tarot answer. Just be like, fuck off, predicting the future. You can't use magic to foretell the future. That's against the rules. God doesn't like that. And not everybody's on super, super easy mode, where God laughs when you break his rules and slaps you on the wrist very gently a couple of times before you get the message, you know. Some people are on hard mode where it's like you fuck up and your shit's fucked, you know. So you gotta try to walk the straight and narrow on multiple vectors, because definitionally it's the way of not getting punished. It's the same thing. So whereas it's like, okay, nobody's thinking this again. Just shit. I go, okay. Nobody's going to say this, Eric. Nobody's going to say, aren't you doing the same thing that you made fun of Ghost of Jung of doing with the might makes right thing? No, I'm not doing the same thing at all, but I can see how you could try to make it look like that. But nobody's going to say that or do that, so I don't need to explain why that's not okay, that's not a correct attack on what I'm doing and saying. I feel like that girl in that show we were watching when she was like blah 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 blah, and that the fucking other girl when they're making the peanut butter and jelly sandwiches.
Oh yeah.
Like when I see that girl, I'm like, that's me. Yeah. That's why I don't like to think about issues of feelings in general. That's a question of like, well, do I like myself? Well, the only parts of myself that stand out are the things that hurt. So, obviously, when you ask me about myself, or when I ask myself the question, do I like myself, I'm always going to come up with all the reasons not to like me. Because those are the ones that stand out. Both in terms of having more impact. When you fuck up, people really sometimes remember it forever, or you can ruin shit forever, like EATP Club did with his fucking, it's like from the wild card deck of ESFPs, yet another total unique original human being. That's the one thing they have all in common is they're all completely irrationally that thing, whatever they are. It can be good or bad or fantastic or terrible or who knows, But you can fuck up your whole. It's like you can ruin your story shit very easily. Your ability to tell stories, your credibility, your interest in being listened to, lots of things. If you say the wrong words. If you say, I'm a liar, and I lie as a matter of going about my business, and I think it's fun trick that I'm playing on you, and you don't get it, it's just because I'm such an artist, you're gonna, oh my God, it's like, you just doubled down on every single bad box you could possibly double down on to completely shit all over the entire future of your capacity to tell any kind of narrative. So it's like, you gotta be careful, man. But if your intuition is fourth, instrumental, and you treat it like something you hit baseballs with, then that's what you end up with, you know? Yeah. You end up with, sometimes you hit homer and great, and sometimes you break your bat and your ball and your foot and your face. Would I wear a miniskirt if Rachel would beg you to do it? She didn't have to beg me to do it. She just say, I want you to wear a miniskirt right now, and it's important to me. She would never in a billion fucking years say that, right? She has all the capital in the world to get me to do whatever the fuck she wants because she never uses it. It's the ultimate fuck you from the universe, right? That's the way things are, though. There are no win-wins that don't involve other people. So it's like this doesn't involve me, right? This is just going on inside of her, where she's aware of how much capital she has, how much my positive view of her is, and to the extent to which I'm feeling burdened by her, which sometimes does occur, like if for example, well, like when she incorrectly thought that she had diabetes because medical professionals are so fucking irresponsible, and was saying, well, we're going to need to change our diet. I was like, you can change your diet, and if you need me to facilitate getting certain foods, fine. That'll be a fucking pain in the ass, whatever. But the fuck I'm gonna eat what you're eating. You know, in no uncertain terms, she understands where my boundaries are, right? Like, don't fuck with my SI. And I don't fuck with her SI either, right? And we don't fuck with each other's SE either. We don't tell each other what to do. We don't expect each other to do things. We don't expect each other to remember things. We don't expect each other to take baths and shit like that. We don't tell each other to take baths. We don't, the other day, for the first time ever, I think, I was like, oh man, you are stinking up a storm. But it was because it was an extremely high intense stress day. I don't remember what was going on exactly, but I
think it had to do with the paperwork. You know, like,
oh, there's that paperwork.
Yeah,
that nightmare paperwork day.
Yeah.
When reality forces us both to rely on each other's S's, that's when we're just like, oh, this is a fucking bullshit day. But you know what? We're always together on that regard. No matter what, we're going down in the same ship, or we're staying afloat in the same ship. Fuck sensing, fuck TE.
Yeah.
And, you know, at least we're on the same fucking team about it. 100% of the time. Which is, we don't get to tell each other what to do about S shit, and fuck TE. So, that's the team that we're both on 100% of the time. We're in the same boat, you know?
When it comes to, like, sensing, too, so, like, SI stuff, like, I do like to, rinse myself off, like, before sexual intercourse, because I think it's
yeah, this is SI thing. Okay, so because I've had experiences not with Rachel that grossed me out, I prevent them with Rachel, as I have already, long before Rachel, generalized this rule because other chicks grossed me out. And so I don't change the rule because it never fails, because after all, it may not be responsible. It's like, actually, it's not the fence that's keeping our cats here. You know. But from an SI perspective, well, our cats haven't gotten out. You know? I don't have any cigarettes.
Oh my god.
Again, I can't have to go over there and look for them. Oh, fucking sensing, you know?
Yeah.
For fuck's sake already. Stop being so concrete and requiring shit in the world, you know? God, some things are like, why do they have to be so hard? Like, man, I was trying to put that thing together earlier. Man, it seems like a straightforward thing. I just need this. I need a little thing here, okay? I want a little thing where this guy stands here, and the phones are here, and it moves around. I can just take it places with me, and everything stays in the right place. It sounds easy enough or simple enough. Oh my God, it's so difficult.
It took most of the afternoon.
It was such a nightmare.
In one part, like you get one part to stay, and then the other part would fall apart.
Well, okay, so here's the first thing that happened is I realized that I had, okay, first of all, I connected these things. I connected these things with this bullshit. Because it happens to be the right size for this. The problem was, I didn't realize the way I had it, the hole is a slot, see? So I had it, if I wanted it at the top of the slot, it would be upside down. But because I make these stupid things to use, it's almost impossible to fucking deal with this bowl because you have to go under this thing and then this part here makes it so you have to have a super stubby screw. No. I have had enough of you. You horrible thing.
It seemed to go easier though when you had it with Tiffany and Mindy.
Well, okay. I mean, the thing is, you're only remembering the outcome. First of all, there have been many myriad hot air balloon failures, okay? Even the success, it was only successful in that it did keep the girls in the frame and the phone stayed put even though the thing was moving around. Okay, so it did that. The problem is, it spun around the whole time like a super speed. It wasn't getting any background shots like I wanted. That's why I fucking hate S&TE. It's like, fuck you. Look, I did all the things I was supposed to do. I tried all these different things. I failed. I persisted anyway. And this fucking stupid idea I have. But I toss it a hot air balloon. So, at this point, I got this whole thing working. I'm fine. I'm compromising. I'm not putting him in a hot air balloon. Fuck you, that. If I can't figure out how to do that, I'm going to do lower from a bridge. I did all this stuff to make it all okay. It actually stays like this thing can move without changing the fact that the girls are being filmed with whatever's behind them, okay? Which is what I was trying to accomplish, right? But, so what happens when I make all this work, all this compromise? My idea of faking a hot air balloon, right? It doesn't work at all because hot air balloons don't spin around like this. Fuck you, T. Fuck you.
You didn't, like.
I should have won that. I was like, I did all the things I was supposed to do, and I thought, yeah, I was smart. I compromised where I should compromise. I got this thing that worked, and I go over the bridge, and he just, for no reason, just starts spinning around.
The whole way,
What
too.
the fuck? The whole time. Yeah. There's like not any time where it's not spinning around.
Oh my gosh.
What the fuck? What the actual fuck, you know? At that point, I was just like, oh. I still tried other things to make this do. I also got the avocado picker and a super tall ladder. And use that one, man. I'm so dedicated to this idea. I talk about doing all kinds of shit, but the idea that I put my actual heart and soul and effort into is to put my dolls in a hot air balloon. Why? Oh. And the thing is, I've got this big list of possible things that I could be working on. Not only do I choose to direct all this energy into putting my dolls in a hot air balloon, but I can't even do it. But the reason is because, of course, Tiffany is really into hot air balloon rides, and ever since she enslaved me, her priorities are mine.
That's why you put so much effort into it.
Yeah. What's hot air balloon ride? Fly and pray up in the sky.
You got a good point, Tiffany.
Well, I think a hot air balloon ride is saying, let's get kicked in the face.
Wow, that's some strong feelings right there.
Oh, I know how much I hate I can't stand that guy.
You can't stand him.
He stinks, I tell you.
You stink. I like that letter.
Why did I go outside?
I don't know.
I don't know. Oh, right. I don't have any cigarettes.
Oh, yeah.
That's the issue. The reason I didn't light this cigarette, like I said, I was so unsatisfied with the prospect of it. It's like, that's not even a full cigarette. I don't want to light this. This is going to be like one of those, I don't really like smoking that much kind of things.
Oh.
But I wasn't giving it sufficient amount of attention to work out all of that. So I didn't really realize until I got back in here. That's what was going on outside. I was having a relationship with my cigarette.
Yes.
And my general lack of cigarettes. I want to say there's a pack of cigarettes in the car. That might be the case. Probably not, though. I probably already got that pack of cigarettes. And not that I really need a pack of cigarettes. I got plenty of these to smoke, and that's fine, but these aren't as good. You know, they're just not as good as a fresh cigarette. There used to be a light here, and so I took it away. It's one of those decisions that it's like, I never like this. I never use the site. Never want the site. Check the site. As soon as I move it, I want to turn it on.
Where is it?
I don't know where it is actually. It's not that light. That light. This is the problem with this light. The reason I didn't keep it here. It doesn't have. It does have, but that's the problem. The problem with this light is that I've separated it from its base. And the reason I've done that is because I don't want it to be encumbered by its base. But I still want it to stand up by itself. Eric, you're never gonna figure out later how you're gonna work around that fundamental design flaw. Okay. Oh God, I'm sweating so much. It's like somebody turned on the sweat sprinklers.
Oh, the sweat sprinklers.
Sweat sprinklers.
Sweat sprinklers on you.
Somebody turned on the sweat sprinklers.
The sweat sprinklers.
Okay, so Eric, comment 6 months ago. Woohoo. What? I didn't just comment 6 months ago. I commented 6 seconds ago. I'm commenting right now. I'm a non-stop spout of commentary. Yes, there's plenty of commentary. This lady emailed me kind of like a stern, hey, you ignored my previous email about taking down my video that I don't want you to. It's not, she had nothing to do with the video at all, right? I type policed her. She wants me to take it down. Well, I don't make that content anymore. I don't give a fuck, you know. But the thing is, I don't give a fuck because I have so many videos. Who fucking cares, you know? If the lady doesn't like it, I don't give a fuck. I'll take it down. I'll delete it. I just didn't see your first email, or I don't know. It's not like I'm resisting taking it down, lady. You don't need to be so stern about it. After all, you got no right to insist that I do. You publicly post this shit. It's just that I don't choose to be a dick because that TI stuff's just instrumental to me. You know, own your shit, right? If you publish it, and people can make commentary videos about it, and there's nothing you can fucking do about it. You can't go erase history later and say, no, pretend I never published that. No, it's fine, though, if you're young, I get it, and you want to erase your mistakes. I'm happy to facilitate that. No problem. I want to facilitate that. It's not just that I'm happy to, it's that it's not just that I'm willing to, it's that I want to, but I don't want to be threatened into doing it.
Yeah.
Don't tell me what to do. Ask me. I'm happy to do it. Because I would never ask that myself, but I do acutely feel the pain of watching yourself in ways that make you cringe. So I want to help you avoid that discomfort. Just I would hope somebody else will help me avoid it by turning off whatever it is you're playing of me from the past that's making me cringe. For me, that's as far as I needed to go. Don't play it at me right now, in my company, please, because I hate that. It's a fine reaction. Make it not exist is stupid, but whatever. I get it. People with shitty end don't understand the difference. That's why that bitch got tight police in the first place. People with shitty end thinking they got good end. Well, that's why it's horses are. They're tough horses. Fight about clocks started busting tails. Now, there's your oatmeal.
Eat your oatmeal?
Yeah. Well, that's what she thinks that rotten lemon and spiny balls are.
Oh.
She thinks that's oatmeal. She heard from somebody that horses eat oats, probably, but she concluded that horses eat oatmeal. She confirmed that, in fact, horses don't eat papayas. But it's an apple, so... And he's not a horse. And the problem is, she's force feeding him, not that it's a papaya, which it isn't. Okay, so, that's the point. But, and then, it's like, it's the kind of adding insult to injury kind of stupidity where she expects him to be impressed with her graciousness. We're telling him that he was right, that horses don't eat papayas, which is a point he never made, obviously. His point is, his name's like Kevin, and he's not a horse. He doesn't want to eat that thing. That's the fucked up part of that's me biting the hand that feeds me, right? So it's like I can exist because lots of people persist in incredibly stupid things for way longer than I could ever tolerate doing them. Although I persisted in incredibly stupid things of my own, but they weren't those kind of stupid things. They were less boring stupid things, I guess. I mean, ultimately all things you persist in that are stupid are also boring. That's what makes them stupid. If they were interesting, they'd be filled with possibility. The reason they're stupid is they married some possibility that they never should have even dated. Is this no, it's not. Of course not. That would be way too convenient. I would like to turn on the light of this lighted tripod. Of course, it's not plugged in. And I'm not exactly sure where the plug is, although I could probably find that easily enough. But maybe not. See, that's the thing, right? That's the problem with the real world and concrete shit. It's a crapshoot. You can get up, look for that thing. It could be like, it's like, I could get up, look for that plug for that thing. It could be like, oh, here it is, great. I'm glad I got up and looked for it. Or it could be the start of a horrible misadventure of me digging through boxes for 45 minutes. You just never know when you go to look for something that it's like, fucking, oh God, I didn't even want to talk about this t-shirt. Even just talking about it is so horrible and bad. Ew. I really countervalue it. And I'm also really snotty about it when people have bad designs that impact me. But, you know, when I got home and freaking put the laptop, which I barely even took out the whole time, at least I was smart enough not to pack up all this shit.
Yeah.
But then yesterday, first I thought, okay, fuck, this sound card finally died. I'm not getting anything out of this mic at all. It can't possibly be. The mic and the connection is so fucking bad that it gives me 0. It's gotta be the sound card. We're gonna have to go buy a new sound card. I'm like, hi. I must have accidentally pushed the phantom power button, you know. The phantom power wasn't on. I don't remember turning it off. I must have accidentally turned it off or something. But there was a long stretch of time where I would not have access to these mics and was planning and waiting till later to go to Guitar Center to buy a new sound card. Because I pushed the phantom power button by accident. And then, just very shortly thereafter, I was like, what the fuck? Now this keyboard stopped working all of a sudden. And I look all around it. I look oh no, that's not. I'm not. Even if I was, I wouldn't know about how can I turn it off. Well then, after it was in for a long time, like changing batteries and stuff, I realized there's this like super sneaky hidden on-off button right here that you can barely see. That I guess I turned off somehow. It's like, fuck you, physical objects. What the hell? Just work.
Seriously.
Like this thing. Okay. If you're gonna require me to plug you in, don't make it possible for me to take the plug away from you. Okay? That's just a recipe for disaster. It might seem like, oh, this is good. You plug this plug into the wall and this part into the thing. No. Don't make this part unattachable. That's a bad idea. I'm going to lose that shit, or it's going to be like now. Here it is all dark. And I don't know whether it's a good gamble to get up to look for the plug for this thing. I don't know where it is. And that could be a quick journey or it could be hours looking for that thing. I don't know. Yeah, it's working fine. I just pushed the phantom power button. There's nothing wrong with it at all. There's never anything wrong with it. Just like there was never anything wrong with this keyboard, I just accidentally turned it off, I guess. And the weird thing is, both those instances, it was unintentional and unnoticed by me, you know? It's not like I willfully would have turned off either the phantom power or the keyboard. I didn't even know the keyboard. I should have remembered, because at one point before I had discovered this, but I'd forgotten that the keyboard did have, in fact, for sure, an on-off button. And I had no idea where it was. So there's no possible way I could have either turned it off on purpose. But, I don't know, weird shit happens like that.
Yeah, it does.
Weird shit happens to us, Rachel, you know?
It does. Weird stuff does happen to us.
Like, that weird elevator and
so weird.
what the fuck was that elevator doing?
It was like opening up before it was like actually on the floor.
Well, it's like it really didn't want to let us into that elevator in the first place. It was like, nah, you guys get out of it. Just get out of me. I don't want you. I'm like, no, we want you to go down. Close the doors and go down. It's like, nah, I'm just going to stay here for a while with the doors open. And finally, they closed, but it was like, do I really want to close? Okay, fine. And then when it got down to the floor, he just sat there, the doors closed for a second. I'm like, okay, open already. And finally, when it started opening, I was like, super slow. Okay, you elevator need to knock this shit off, because I already suspected you from the beginning that you were up to something, because I'm on mushrooms. So stop being weird around me when I'm on mushrooms, elevators.
Tell him.
You make me think there's some grand meaning to this thing. This elevator's got a plan, I think. That plane that was acting all weird around us when we were on mushrooms, too.
Yeah.
You're trying to trick me into NI overreach, Mr. Plane. That's what I say.
Yeah. I agree.
What other weird shit happens? That's the weird shit happens to us. Like those two things like that, you know. The whole way that this neighbor's Laughlin, all these pieces of the story, it's like, who's writing this shit? You know? It's unbelievable and weird that I yell at the neighbors. I get the mechanism by which my dad suddenly feels guilty and sends us on vacation to Nevada. I get that logic. I understand how that happened, but it still seems like really weird, you know, to be things are shitty and these things are kind of like building and making me feel shitty that I'm not really super conscious of, and then I explode, and then everything, all of a sudden I get, like, everything's fine now. Here's a bunch of money. We totally stopped making noise completely all of a sudden.
I don't think
they've worked at all since then.
No,
probably.
I don't think they have.
And it's like I waved to the guy, and I feel like, oh shit, I need to go apologize for randomly just running into their fucking property and yelling at them and then driving away in a language they don't understand. Like, I feel like an idiot, you know? But clearly, they don't think that I'm the problem because I said the stupid things I should never have said out loud. Not neighborly. I should never have said unpermitted, unlicensed, and how much fucking longer is this shit gonna go on before I call the fucking city? I should never have said that. That's not being a good neighbor. You cannot threaten to call the city on your neighbor's construction project, even if it persists for months, without first talking to them about it and being like, okay, can you tell me how long it's going to go on for, because it is kind of annoying. You can't just, the first interaction, just explode at their fucking workers inside their house in a language they don't understand and then drive away. You just can't do that. And then not follow up and say anything to them and have good outcomes from it. Right? Who's writing this shit is like, this is poorly written. Somebody needs to explain this better in the writing staff. Anyway, that's the crazy way the world works, I guess. You know? Find those covers. You're horrible, everything got better. I yell at them.
Yeah.
Oh, of course. Of course everything got better. I want to tell them, hi, we all stunk. Oh, I know what I was just doing. Ooh. I unconsciously began that search for that thing to plug in. Ooh, that's...
What thing to plug in?
Well, I mean, it's the plug for the light on the tripod. But, again, it might be one of these plugs over here. But I don't want to accidentally unplug something important.
Oh.
I can't say for sure without more investigation. This is the problem with looking for these things. I have to get the flashlight then. I have to look at each of them and see, does it go to anything? Or is it just got an empty end that doesn't go into anything? It might not even be over there. It might be over there. Who knows where it is? This is the problem with fucking trying to have stuff, you know? I fucking hate stuff.
Stuff, I know.
Just a bunch of maintenance cars. I move it here and then move it there and move back here and then. It's like, what am I doing all this freaking stuff? God, it's like, I keep, once again, I got a bunch of stuff on top of this thing. And then after this, I'll move that stuff on top of there. Something else I don't like it. And then I'll put it back up there again. And you go, I still don't like it up there. And that brings us no closer to finding that plug. See, the thing is, it doesn't matter as long as it's funny. But if I look for it too long, it ceases to be funny and then it becomes frustrating.
Yes.
However, it's also frustrating being in the dark. These are the problems that we have to deal with all the time. And it's all your fault, sensory world. It's all your fault with your concretization and your actuality and your physical objects. Just get out of here. Just get out of here entirely with your headaches and have to eat and I'm tired now. Just get out of here. I don't want anything of you anymore. Let's see what people are saying besides me. So, Eric, we've heard from you now. Let's see what somebody else is saying. No, I've got more to say. Let's find out what other people are saying. It's been a while since I've looked at this. Jordan Peterson said that MBTI is old and validated. Oh, yes, I did make a video about that, I think, 5-6 years ago. You might want to channel search for it if you're interested in the subject. I was in Laverne at the time. I know it was, let's see, probably 5 years ago. So that would be 2017. Coincidence. Let's see what else is being said here in these people's words. It's been a long time since we looked at them. Why did I pick that one thing to read? This is where it happened to land, I guess.
Yeah.
Okay, so where's part that I recognize from before? Okay, I know it's a little bit annoying for people there. Oh, Eric's on mushrooms and he's not paying attention and he's being freaking ridiculous. Yeah, I know. I try to... but see, like, that knowledge does inform how I trip until I just... until it's no longer... I'm no longer caring enough to inform it. But then I think later on, I go, but Eric, you do care about consuming it, and you don't like consuming it when you're too not caring about how you look. So, you know. Oh, yeah. Oh, my God. You're provoking. I have never, ever considered the possibility that you might be a provoker. You? Oh, yeah? I mean, I always thought, now that's the kind of guy about whom one can say, oh, yeah. No, I always knew you were a provocateur. I'm just joking. You provocateur. You know what rhymes with provocateur? A rowboat cock tour? Provocateur. Anyway, that's a difficult rhyme. Eric, will you wash your beard in a bucket of Coca-Cola? No. Well, I recognize this. So, in response to my first answer to his question, will you put ice cream on top of your nose? The answer was no. He followed up with, well, I wash my beard in Coke. Also no. Again, it's really a question of, are you asking me, say, please do this? Or are you asking me to predict whether I will do it? I like how they keep ripening even after you pluck them. Okay, that's the worst justification for necrophilia I've ever heard, Boba Fett. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba-da-da, serial killer necrophilia joke. Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Let's see. Get a green one today. It'll get softer and more tender, more yellow in a week. Huh. I'm talking about a lemon. Pick a green one today, and in a week you can have oatmeal. Oh, you're talking about bananas. Oh, yeah. Well, you don't really get to eat bananas that are picked ripe because you got to pick them. They don't live near you, okay? Bananas don't live near you. So if you get them at their peak of freshness, they're rotten by the time they get to you. Same with pineapples. So you just have to endure the fact that you eat your delicious pineapples in Hawaii, and you feast upon piles of bananas when in Ecuador. And the rest of the time you make do with, half-assed versions of it.
Half-assed version of the fruits.
Yeah. It's like, we can eat pineapple here, and sometimes it's fucking delicious.
Yeah.
But it's never as good as pineapple in Hawaii, which is like super like, oh my god, what is this magical thing?
It really is.
Like, oh, wow. Now that's the fucking pineapple.
Yeah, because it's like right off the tree.
I mean, it's like so bursting with flavor and freshness and everything. It's fantastic. You just can't, it's not the same, and you get it around here. Would I smoke a pot? Would I smoke a chocolate cigar? You can't smoke chocolate. That's silly. Nobody can smoke chocolate. Chocolate's not for smoking.
That's what she said.
That is what she said. Your chair is futuristic. Peter and teacher rolling on the floor. I had gone there in my head already and described this might be a delicious snark. You shouldn't eat snarks. They're not delicious. They're called gutter game or vermin, okay? The lowly snark is below our consumption threshold. That emblem of the wagon looks like the Seahawks logo. What emblem of the wagon? Seems the obvious question. The depersonified potato heads enter the episode. Eric, are you in another house? I don't know how to answer that question. It is good to hear good hearty laughs from Rachel. You know what it requires? It requires me to not be paying attention to her enjoyment of things, for her to truly enjoy them. Which is to say, she thinks I'm funny when I'm not paying attention to whether she's laughing. She thinks I'm funny enough to laugh when I'm not paying attention to whether she's laughing. If I'm not, then if I am paying attention to it, then it doesn't matter if I'm funny enough because now you fucked up the whole thing. Alright? That's another one of those FUs from the universe. 87% motherfucker, 13% son of a bitch. Your mom was a bitch, let me tell you. Complete bitch. You know, she left a negative comment card about me when I worked at the videotape store back as a teenager. That's how much of a bitch your mom was.
Wow.
All I said was, have a nice day, lady. She's like, he shouldn't have referred to me as lady, he should have referred to me as ma'am. That was the whole complaint.
That's the whole complaint.
I just said, have a nice day, lady.
Called ma'am.
You know what? Ladies are fancy, right? They're distinct from just vermin women who aren't ladies. The commoners are not ladies.
Yes.
But lady means you're more than common. More than may or may not go in front of common, but that doesn't matter.
Oh, you're so handsome.
Oh, right. We're reading things. I forgot. If a mod would link your channel, oh yeah, oh yeah.
Oh yeah, oh yeah.
Watch Eric's comment on that video. Only one video of 48 seconds. What are you talking about? Where is this video you're talking about? Peter, did you like my 48-second violin video on my channel? Nobody wants to watch 48 seconds of violin. Is it like you can't see you, and you just hear some violin, and it's like 48 seconds, and it doesn't actually inform anybody about you at all? Nobody wants to see that. To the extent that they're curious about you because you're a provocateur, they want to actually know things about actual you. They don't want to play your little, now I'm going to be cryptic game. Nobody wants to play that game. That game's dumb. Okay. I copied the link, but it doesn't appear in your chat. That's because you're not a moderator. Oh, yeah? And the reason you're not a moderator is because you're a provocateur. And the reason you're a provocateur is because it rhymes with rowboat cocktour. And you're a huge aficionado of rhyming. I know, I'm a provocateur as well, but here's the difference. I've refined mine into an art. That's actually the difference, but, yeah, regardless. It's funny to say, regardless of the fact that it is funny because it's true. It would be funny also if it were false. So, it's not funny because of either. It's funny because it's true. It's not really why. It may be true. It may be funny. But that's not really why it's funny. It may be a component in why it's funny. Some funninesses require components to have truth value, But that could be either true or false. Some things are funny because they're false.
That's true.
That is true. And funny. But if it were false, it still might be funny. That's the key thing. Boy, I sure do wish I knew what that thing was to plug in that light. This is starting to annoy me. It gets darker and darker and darker.
It's like you're in the shadows.
We've got these two. This is like time. It's like ticking clock, ticking ever louder, called I don't have any cigarettes, and it's getting darker. Like, stop being so insistent on things changing that require me to do stuff. I'm gonna compromise. I've got a good compromise.
Ooh, what's this compromise?
Instead of finding the thing to plug in the light that goes on the tripod, I'm just gonna bring this lamp over here. That's a much better idea.
Yeah.
That's a guaranteed win because I already know where the lamp is. It was right there. It wasn't even currently in use, so I didn't have to say to Rachel,
No.
hey, do you mind if I take this lamp?
No, it wasn't in use.
If it had been in use, I would have felt it was necessary to request that and or offer a replacement lamp.
No,
Like, okay, well, Rachel, can I take this lamp, but I'll give you this other lamp from over here instead? Those are the rules of lamp getting.
I kind of...
They just are. Nobody can do anything about it. There. Look at that. I'm still lit wrong. That's because even though it's more convenient to have the light over there for you, maybe, Eric, because you don't have to read this far. Putting the light behind you is a good way to make sure you're backlit. Well, now I'm lit from the front. See the difference?
Yeah.
It doesn't look very good, but it doesn't annoy me with its darkness.
Yeah, right. I'm glad it doesn't annoy you.
All right, let's see here. Synonyms for cringe. Awkward. Ew. Gauche. Provocateur.
Oh.
Rowboat cocktour. That's a synonym for cringe. There's nothing quite as cringy as a rowboat cocktour. The thing is, if you're gonna do a cocktour, first of all, you're ill-advised to be on a body of water in the first place. But if you are on a body of water and you're looking for cocks, don't be in a rowboat.
Yeah, no.
That's just an inefficient way to learn that you're not going to find a lot of cocks in the lake.
These are wise words.
The best adjusted people are the psychologically patriotic who are glad to be what they are. I mean, that has nothing to do with whether you're well adjusted at all, right? Like, what statements you self-report about how glad you are to be who you are has nothing to do with anything. Just because, look, it would be incorrect for anybody to say I'm poorly adjusted in terms of a Eric-focused, like, identity health thing. Any correct metaphysician would say I get green check marks in my identity health across the board. Yet I wouldn't necessarily self-report that I like myself or I'm glad to be what I am, even though probably both the answer to both those things are yes. They're not likely answers I'm going to give. So, I mean, she's like saying that kind of stupid ass quote, like that lady saying that shit. She's just confusing everybody. That's all she's doing is confusing everybody. The things don't have anything to do with each other. And she's pretending as though there's not a self-reporting component between this data and this weird point she's trying to make. I was like, yes, it's true. What she's really trying to say is, if you're actually trying to be something other than what you are, that's why you're in crisis. Didn't say that. Instead of that stupid ass shit she said. It's like, stop pretending like whether or not I'm glad to be what I am is a status that's permanent and can be objectively determined without asking me to create the object with my self-reporting. Anyway, that's what I get for reading the chat. Not your problem, Mr. Mom. I get it. You're quoting some lady. I'm yelling at that lady, not at you. And I'm sorry about that one time that I yelled at you on a technicality. And I really knew better. I'm sorry about that time. I apologize for that. That was not okay of me. Sometimes I do things that are not okay. Hopefully, they're never with conscious aforethought. In other words, they're never planned. No fucked up shit happens because I planned it. If I'm doing the fucked up shit, right? It's always like because I failed to plan, maybe. Or something like that. But I don't implement any wicked plans because I can only do wickedness before I calculate it. And once I've calculated it, then it's too late to do anything like that because then I realize, okay, well, it's not like it's an anti-holistic thing, but wickedness is always the bad choice on every vector. Like it never pays off. So it's very selfish to be good, really. Let's see what people are saying here in the chat again now. Down here they're saying, meow, 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 meow. At TWFP, me and Father were watching one of these science things, and they pointed out how difficult it is to get past gravitational pull. And Father said, why not use nuclear? Well, yeah, okay, well, how difficult it is to get past gravitational pull. I mean, what does that mean? You mean escape velocity from the Earth's gravitational pull? That it requires a lot of momentum and upward directionality to escape the Earth's gravitational pull and put something in orbit? And you shouldn't use nuclear things because, yeah, they're very dirty ways of propelling something. But it's the sound of that fart that makes the wind blow and the birds chirp. Yeah, nuclear is a very dirty way to propel something. That's why. It's like, how can we get this thing to escape Earth's gravitational pull? How about we pull a bunch of toxic waste over everything? Okay. Can we come up with a better way to get them there?
Yeah.
I get that you will successfully get to leave Earth's atmosphere by building an extremely thick blast shield and putting it on top of nuclear bombs. setting up nuclear bombs. That will shoot something from space. But there's gotta be a better way to do it.
There's gotta be.
That's TE without NI, right? Well, like, the point is, we really want to get it up there, like full blast, Like, no, I get that. I get that you really want to get it up there. So it's like, what's the biggest thing, like the biggest push that you can come up with? Nuclear bombs. So the problem is, usually, when you blow up a nuclear bomb near something, you might get it into outer space, but it's no longer anything. It's just vaporized. So we're gonna have to build a really big blast shield between the object we're trying to repel and all these nuclear bombs. Okay, you fucktards. You should have abandoned this idea before you even ever thought it. Because it's such a terrible idea. Nuclear bombs only have one job. They only do one thing. They prevent other countries from invading you. That's the only thing they do. Just look at Ukraine and North Korea. You can't shoot rockets into space with them. That's not what they do. You could, but you shouldn't, is my point. It's a bad idea. Stop making things be what they aren't and something else. That's when bad things happen. Just let things be what they are. Eric is toasted. I am untoasted. I get you're saying I'm intoxicated a lot or something, tripping hard or whatever, but I actually feel like just great. I don't feel like I'm intoxicated really. I'm just on mushrooms, It's not the same thing as intoxication. Alcohol is genuine intoxication. Like benzos are intoxication. This isn't intoxicated. Like weed and mushrooms and stuff, this is not intoxication. Nitrous is intoxication, but it's very short-lived. You going to bed?
Yeah.
Good night. I love you.
Good night, I love you too.
Rachel doesn't ever have to say anything. It takes me about 3 minutes later to process the cues and go, okay, she's going to bed. She just sort of moves in ways that suggest she's no longer settled and receptive. And then I go, but she still wants to tell me or alert. She doesn't just get up and go to bed, which I might sometimes do things like that. Like just get up and go, oh shit, I forgot to tell you I was going to go in and take a bath. I just disappeared all of a sudden, But she never disappears like that all of a sudden. She always communicates with me about we're transitioning from together time to separate time. I'm always like, cool, rock on. I'll see you in the chat when you're inside the house. You don't really say a whole lot, but that's because you're lurking. You're lurking like beef jerky is jerking. I got 2 inputs, so I could have a couple mics for recording acoustic. I got 2 inputs, so I could have a couple mics for recording acoustic. I want to strongly recommend stereo miking shit, especially instruments, but vocals too. Instruments, vocals, anything really. It's just not really talking. It's not good for talking that much, because most people, if you're listening to it like a video like this, you want it basically to be a mono feed that gets converted into 2 mono feeds at half volume, stereo like that, so that it's always even in both ears. Because people listening in headphones, or people who whatever. They don't want you to just be in one ear, you know. It's like, and if you have stereo mics, it's distracting if you're listening to a talking thing when it's you have, you know, the speaker is moving around a lot in the stereo space. When it's not a feature, it's like it is in music. It provides depth and whatever. It's just a distraction to the narrative. So I would not recommend stereo micing talking stuff. But any kind of music thing, not every instrument should always, you should have a mix of things that are stereo mic'd and mono mic'd. If you want to like get a good rich variety of sound in your mix without really doing too much different, you know? And stereo micing is as simple as this. People try to make it all complicated, right? You put one mic here, the other mic right fucking here. And you put it as far away from you until it's not peaking, but close to you so that you're not losing too much sound. And then if you have to push them too far away from you, then you just gotta turn down the sound card a little bit more and bring it a little closer to you. So you get it just like that, you know? And just one right there, one right there is fine. For guitar or vocals. If you're doing vocals, it's more important to have it really close to you. And you gotta turn everything super down so you can have it really close to you. But these are the sort of things that I sometimes remember to do that matter huge amounts in what actually the outcome of the music. If you don't produce those things well like that, you just record it at 5 feet too far away from the mic, you just fucked your whole music project. If you're relying on that take of that thing, you know. If it's not part of a vision, it's not like, okay, I want this thing to sound super far away and it's to contrast because of then you're just doing a shitty job. People talk about like liking lo-fi beats, as they call them now. You mean lo-fi beats? That means low fidelity. It's not faithful to what music actually sounds like because it's shittily produced. That's what low fidelity means. Shitty production, right? Or shitty reproduction of the way the music sounds. Now, it's fine to tweak the fidelity as part of an effect in an overall product of music, but the idea that just not doing a good job of being able to reproduce faithfully the sounds of things is a desirable outcome is silly and dumb, and people don't have any idea what the word means anymore. They just think it means like kind of swallowed up sounding ambient post fucking rave trance shitty DJ stuff, you know? That's not what that means. Lo-fi beats to study and relax to, or whatever the title of those things are. You just want white noise behind you, but you want it with notes. That's fine. I get it. I usually use classical music when I listen to shit like that. But it's silly to say that you like things lo-fi. It's like saying, I like my food under-seasoned, poorly cooked. That's how I like it. Poorly seasoned and poorly cooked. Just every time I want it either too cooked or undercooked, and have way too much salt or too little salt on it. That's just dumb. Yeah, nobody likes that. Nobody likes things that are definitionally bad. And definitionally bad means it's not likable. Eric, be yourself. No, you be yourself. I refuse to be myself. Myself is this annoying guy who keeps getting in the way of me having fun. So I'm not going to be myself. I refuse to be myself and be what the fuck I want. as long as it doesn't require me to do anything. Okay? You be whatever you want, actually. I'm not even going to tell you to be yourself. You be whatever you want to. Although just as a general fuck you for telling me what to do, I would like to say you be yourself, but I'm not gonna sink to your level. You don't be yourself if you don't want to be yourself. You be whatever self you want, or anything. I don't care, as long as it doesn't require me to do anything. Or feel anything. Or think anything. Or say anything. Then you go right ahead and do your shit. I don't care. Gravitation is not responsible for people falling in love. No. And yet, people falling in love wouldn't be possible without it. Isn't that magical? Without gravity, we'd be too busy trying to float our way places to have time for love. We're not well equipped to move around in a gravity-free environment. We gotta go like this a lot. Nobody's lovable when they're going like that all the time. Nobody has time for love. Nobody's feeling horny when you're having to go like that all the time, you know? Are we down at the bottom of this thing already? Did I read all of those things out loud? No, Eric, you read almost none of them at all. Either out loud or not out loud. And event horizon is also called the point of no return. In the sense of general relativity, is the point at which the gravitational pull becomes so great, escape is impossible. Hey. Well, sounds like that. On that horizon, I was getting too big for his britches. Don't tell me I can't escape its gravitational pull. The gravitational pull can go fuck itself. Oh, that horizon indeed. You're going right down on my shit list with Andrei Raskolinsky and Lightning Face. Event horizon. You crossed the wrong Tiffany. You can go in the shit room with Jennifer Aniston and find out why she ever started dating that Josh guy. You're no longer welcome to my parties, Mr. Event Horizon. Ain't no gravity strong enough to make it impossible for me to escape it. I'm Tiffany. We should build giant rockets on the Earth so we can pilot the Earth around to explore the other planets that way. The problem is, Carmen's pen, I really like this idea, but we need to have an equivalent and synced set of rockets that we attach to the sun. Well, it'd be like this thing. We want our experience of the sun not to change, even though we're moving. So we're gonna have to move the sun along with us. So that the tricky part is, it's okay. Where am I going to exactly? Where am I gonna attach the rockets onto the sun? Is the hard part. I mean, the obvious answer is, well, you attach it to the dark side of the sun. But there aren't any handholds back there. There's nothing like, there's like literally no cracks. It's just this flat black surface. You'd have to use grappling hooks, I guess. We have to use really powerful grappling hooks to attach the rockets to the sun. And then, of course, we'll get some nerds to come up with a satellite that sits between. It's a sinking system that handshakes the relationship between the sun rockets and the Earth rockets. Okay? We can just automate all that stuff. The tricky part, the really hard part of this whole plan, the hardest part by far, I've already solved. It's where to attach the rockets to the sun. But I figured out right now, we just need to use grappling hooks on the dark side of the sun, and it'll be fine. So I'm all in favor of this plan. Let's do it. I agree. It's a better way of exploring the solar system than the current way we're doing it. Why do we go to the other planets? Why don't we bring them to us? Makes a lot more sense. Yeah, it's like, hey, I'm the one who's the observer. I'm the one with the capacity to be lazy. Get the fuck over here, Jupiter. You're just a stupid planet. You better do what I say. You're not even a person. I found you. You're mine. You didn't find Jupiter. Somebody found that a long time ago. I didn't find it hard enough because I found it as mine. You know, it's got this really huge storm on it though, right, Tiffany? That's not a storm. Oh, a storm. I'll tell you a storm. One time, I woke up in the desert. I was so hungover. And there were all these signs all around. Oh, I thought, oh my God, what am I going to do? And that's when Dolphin Boy appeared over the horizon. I said, Dolphin Boy, carry me to shore. Carry me to freedom on your dolphiny waves. Now that's a storm. I guess it's kind of a storm. It's not really a storm. How much you want to stretch the metaphor, Tiffany? That's not really a storm. That's an anecdote about the time you got carried out of the desert by a fox that you misidentified as a porpoise. Oh, well, you're just sad, but fuck off. Well said, Tiffany. Well said. And well advised. I will do as indicated. And fuck off. Fair enough. Why should I be the only one who doesn't have to fuck off all the time? I have to fuck off too, huh? Okay, fine. I'll fuck off then. That's what I get for caring about things, I guess. A whole bag full of hurt feelings. What are they good for? Nothing but crying. It's like that sad song I heard the other day with Velvet Underground. I've been singing it, and every time I sing it, I'm like, fuck this song. It's too sad to sing. Say a word for Jimmy Brown. He ain't got nothing at all. Not the shirt upon his back. He ain't got nothing at all. And he said, oh, sweet nothing. I ain't got nothing at all. It's too sad, but it's too catchy. And I was like, hey, Lou Reed, look, I get you pulled it off. You're the right kind of dark and it's cool. But you know what? The reason it's the right kind of dark and cool is because it's real enough to make it artistically interesting and chiseled enough to make it archetypal. But that doesn't change the fact that it's sad. And I'm not buying into your sadness thing, okay? I don't like sad things. So you're going to be dark. Keep it lighthearted. You know, I don't want to hear depressing shit. I don't want to hear about us. It's so funny. I never even thought about the lyrics before. When I listened to Dub Velvet Underground a long time ago. Was into them, and learned how to play their songs on the guitar even and stuff like that. But never thought about the lyrics. In general, I never really thought about the lyrics of things, what they meant. I just thought they were the syllables that carried the melody line, kind of. Nowadays, I think about what they mean. It annoys me to have to factor it in when it's something like that, It's a sad song. It's fundamentally a sad song. Much more so than Pale Blue Eyes, which is dark, but it's not sad because the only person who's being the sad part, he's not in the story at all. Alright? He's left out of the story. And at least in Pale Blue Eyes, Lou Reed's acknowledging the fundamental wrongness of the thing that he's doing, that he's telling the story about in this song, but he expects us not to notice or say, fuck you and your, it's truly, truly a sin. If you really lived that, you wouldn't make a song celebrating it. I sure as fuck wouldn't. No, I did, probably. I already did. But the thing is, I did it way worse than he did. I didn't make nearly as good a song, so it wasn't nearly as dangerous a weapon. And mine was more genuinely self-loathing and genuinely questioning the wisdom of the thing. Whereas his thing is like, it was good what we did yesterday, and I'd do it once again. The fact that you were married only proves you're my best friend, and it's truly, truly a sin. No, fuck off, Lou Reed. You're not taking the whole matter seriously enough. But I get that you are, if your only goal is to make great art, and you don't care about the moral component of the actual impact on people's narratives, then fine. But it's like, that's just too INFJ for me. You gotta care a little bit more about actual shit than that. Okay? It's like, you can't spend your whole life wearing shirts like this and being like, nothing matters, and I'm not really responsible, I'm just an observer on this wild ride of fucked up shit. No, fuck you. Take ownership of shit, Now, granted, I insist you take ownership of what you do, not of what you don't do. So that's also very self-serving. It's like, I hate TE because that's where other people go, hey, who are you to be meowing when you haven't done meow, 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 and you need to do meow, 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 and you can't even figure out meow, meow, meow. It's like, yeah, okay, well, I know, but that's why I have time to talk to you about this shit. That's why I have time to talk about this stuff. Because other people are teeing for me and SEing for me. Otherwise, I wouldn't have time to talk about this. I have to work all the time. I hate working. Like, for another person. Just in general, I kind of hate working. I hate working on things that aren't art projects. Sometimes I really enjoy working on art projects. The gas, we went across the river to Arizona to buy gas, which is like $2 cheaper a gallon than California. So it was like, wow, this is way cheaper. And as I said, I think previously on the live stream, the interesting thing, and the fucked up thing, is most Californians think those gas taxes link somehow to air quality, and they absolutely do not. So that makes me angry when public narratives are intentionally exploiting people's likely misinterpretations like that. that really fucking makes me angry. Same thing with anti-smoking campaigns. It's like, why don't you say that your chance of getting lung cancer, even if you're a lifelong smoker, is 0.3%. Why don't you just say that? And that if you're not a smoker at all, your chance of getting lung cancer is like 0.001%. So 0.3% is a lot bigger than 0.001%. And yet, people are stunned, absolutely stunned to hear that 0.3% of lifelong smokers will get lung cancer. Because the public service campaigns never actually tell you that information. They always frame it as this many times more likely to get it. This many people die of it this year who also smoked. And this is the thing is, of course, there's a problem with the whole way the data is framed and gathered here, which is if people who don't smoke can get lung cancer, then some of the smokers who get lung cancer got lung cancer the same way the non-smokers did. And non-smoking, for whatever non-smoking reasons, there are to get lung cancer. So the fact that the data is gathered such that if you smoke at all and you get lung cancer, then smoking is blamed for that, means even the 0.3% is vastly inflated. But the thing is, if you talk to anybody in the world, in America, about smoking and lung cancer, they all have the same response. 0.3%? That's got to be wrong. You're fucking crazy. That's insane. It's got to be a lot higher than that. No, it's 1 in 304. Something like that. So it's I mean, at 304, you're talking about lifelong smokers, okay? And that's assuming all the lung cancers that are gotten by lifelong smokers are actually caused by smoking, which we know that non-smokers get it too, so there are non-smoking ways of getting it. So we can't be sure that the smoking, even if it does causally link to cancer, and causally link to lung cancer, we can't be sure actually that it's responsible for lung cancer they get. Now they may be able to distinguish between different kinds of carcinomas and say these are specifically more likely to be smoking related, but I'd have to know more about the specifics to say whether you can distinguish between non-smoking lung cancers and smoking lung cancers. I don't know that yet. I'd have to research it. So I'm not really sure if that's really a problem with the data or not. It may be that you can distinguish between the kinds of carcinomas, in which case it wouldn't be a problem with the data. But regardless, it's still, what's a problem it doesn't matter what the fucking answers are, right? The problem is that people think the truth is used to do something other than be itself. Fuckers. It's like, let other people have a relationship with the truth. Stop trying to control. It's like, everybody is like this horrible dark triad narcissist and their daughter with the truth. Okay? It's like, oh no, I'm going to control everything you do in your relationship with the truth as I possibly can, except just tell it to you. Because I don't trust you to know what to do with the truth. And ironically, we're going to label this disinformation avalanche truth out. Or the truth. Pravda. I mean, God. Yes, you can predictably expect people to be that retarded that you can double speak them into thinking that complete bullshit is the truth, or that framing certain facts to create a narrative is a way of stating the truth. You can reliably expect people not to be able to well question this process that they're doing and therefore take advantage of it. But the problem is, you keep assuming you know what's best for them, and you don't. And it's a person, right? This is not just like, oh, it's a state institution. No, these are individual human beings making decisions. And they need to remember that as they make these decisions. And they need to have at least enough humility to recognize that they don't know what's best for other people. You know? They don't so know what's best for me that they should frame facts to create a narrative that I'm supposed to believe to influence my behavior. I mean, when they themselves don't even know why they care about this at all. It's like there are myriad possible things that are threats and harms and whatever. And some of them have very clear linkages to certain behaviors, and some of them have weaker linkages or whatever. The point is, it's rarely cut and dry. Yeah. They kill somebody, unless it's a car or a gun. It's a mixture of various health problems, right? It's always that. You get health problems, and if you're SI, it makes sense, like, to you consciously, like you're paying attention to your body, and you can tell when, like today, I went and jogged because I needed some exercise. The fact is, if I never get any exercise, I can SI away the bad SI that comes from not SEing, but it's more efficient to SE it. Just go fucking jogging or something, you'll feel a lot better, and it'll last for a few days. Or maybe a week, or indefinitely, until you do it again, you know? You do have to do that some. I do. Or I start feeling prone to getting headaches and feeling shitty, you know? And then I can solve that by napping, but it's better to just get more exercise. Make myself do cardio. Make myself breathe hard, and then sweat, and then enough to where it's like, I hate this. I was trying to catch my breath at the end, going, I have to go that much, and then that's fine. And then I go home, take a bath, and go, I'm glad I got that out of the way. But it is necessary for me to do, or else I start feeling it, the bad SI starts impacting my FI, and that's not acceptable. FI is an absolute value. What baby Eric wants, when he does know what he wants and what he thinks is important or whatever, like feeling comfortable, well, that's also fire. I have to have that. What is that? Well, Tiffany, buy it for me. You don't even know. Oh, it's buy it. Why? Neither of us know what it is, Tiffany. Oh, it doesn't matter. I'm a complete fucking irrational baby. So, you know. The reason INFJ and ENFP work so well is because of this incredibly fucked up relationship that INFJs have with their own FI and their own SI. The total lack of particularist epistemology in the INFJ is the only possible reason. It's like it makes them the perfect fit for an ENTP, because the only thing the ENTP does know is what I feel like doing right now. And that's, and the thing is, in INFJ, what they mostly need is for them to be allowed to be receivers in all of their functions, whether they're receiving functions or not. So action is not a receiving function. But if you're an INFJ and you go with an ENTP, you just go along and do with whatever he's doing, and that's fine, because then you don't have to know what you want at all, which you hate having to figure out. And because it always ends in the same answer, nothing's satisfying. It's just all kind of shitty, me making sure everybody's comfortable. And you don't have to TE, which you value somebody figuring out how to do shit for you and making things easy for you. You value that a lot, but you don't have to do it at all. It's like baby TE, And then, because I don't know what I'm going to do, it's always kind of surprising. So it validates on NE levels as an absolute value for there. And they think of extrovert intuition as well as another receiving function, even though it's not. So it's like this weird implicit self blindness / disliking the concept of a self that is an INFJ, of a non disliking having to accept the reality of a complete human, including a particularist component that you kind of know you lack, and it makes you kind of hollow, and all that kind of shit, right? Well, my excessive ericiness fits into all of those nooks and crannies perfectly. It's like, oh, well, you know what you need? It sounds like you need an ENTP, too cool for school INFJ, because you're genuinely too cool for school, which means you're paying no attention to what you actually want, who you are, your experience, or anything like that. You're only paying attention to these universal realities, and then the rest of the time observing and seeing things, like noting things that matter in real time, requires your knowledge function. So you aren't recollecting. Like when Rachel and I are driving in the car, chances are I'm either inning, which is like making up some joke in my head about something, and thinking about whether and then it's like I test these things out before I say them out loud, right, to Rachel. In my head, I refine it, and then I say it out loud. Anyway, or I'm SIing, which is I'm thinking about, okay, we gotta go to this thing, we gotta go to that thing, we gotta get this thing, and we gotta do that thing. And, oh, God, earlier, when that person said that to me, I was just like, hi, don't say that, because I don't even want to even think about it. Anyway, where else do I gotta do? I got a mail swap. So I'm SIing or I'm NEing, right? But she's not doing that. She's waiting for a ball to fall into her lap. She's observing in real time. That's why if there's an opportunity or something really matters, or what's salient, what's relevant is always going to come from the NI side, because the SI person is preoccupied with things that are only relevant to them, namely their own intuition or their own memories. They're not observing. Have I ever dealt with the passing of someone that I loved? Not really. Well, I mean, Lacey, of course. Lacey was the hardest death. That was the hardest thing that I've ever had to deal with. It still hurts me so much, the death of Lacey. Also, it was really difficult, my failure as a parent of my cat, Dixie. I called her Kitty Meow. She was Capillo's mother, and that was very sad. I should have listened to Kimberly, who told me and warned me, and I didn't confine her enough, and she got out of the car and just bolted. And then I just should have listened. Because I have no excuse. When somebody tells you ahead of time, you need to prioritize this or you're going to lose your cat, and then you don't and you lose your cat, oh, God. Oh. And when that person who did that is also BPD and will hammer you with things that aren't hammers, and you've just given her the best hammer ever made, you really regret not having enough FI to care enough to prioritize safety over your general value of not confining the cat, or your general value of not having to think about that thing that's not on your list of things to think about, right? Which is what I was doing, more or less. Oh, that was awful. My grandmother died. I didn't really feel anything. I was at that age. I was that schizoid age of like 18. My grandfather was murdered when I was in 5th grade. That was like a big deal in the family. I didn't really feel anything about it that I recall. I mean, I didn't feel anything about it. I just thought, I understood that I had to act somber and stuff like that. And that it was very serious. And that I had to look like I cared. I couldn't reveal that I can we stop crying and like do shit again? That's the other thing I thought was like, this is boring, basically, is what I thought. Okay, this was exciting at first, because like Dad came and picked me up at school and said, your grandfather's been shot a bunch of times and he's in the hospital and he's going to die probably. And it was all a big exciting story. And now it's just a bunch of boring people crying. Can we stop this story now? I'm ready to play. This is boring. I couldn't say that to them. I understood by 5th grade my FE wasn't so shitty that I didn't get that. Okay, I gotta go through this whole, this is important and serious. We can't joke around about this stuff, and we can't reveal that we don't care about this stuff. I had learned the importance of that, as any FE user does. No conscious FE person could possibly not pull off the majors, like don't laugh at a funeral. Shit like don't tell a woman, hey, you sure look like you put on a lot of weight lately. What have you been chowing down, or are you pregnant or what? It's like the basic FE things. Basically, you can figure that out by 4th, 5th grade, no problem. Oh yeah, well, yeah, they caught him. I think they caught him. Probably they caught him. I'm not absolutely convinced that. Well, okay. I believe they caught him and it's the right guy, but I don't believe that they convicted him correctly. In other words, I don't believe the evidence the cops presented. I think they fucking manufactured it. And they didn't have hardly any case against the guy, except for the fact, and this is pretty fucking damning, but it's just damning intuitively, not on any other grounds. So, he was on trial for robbing my grandfather's store. My grandfather was scheduled to testify in the afternoon. During the lunch break of that trial, where he was on trial, he went out to lunch. When he came back, before lunch, his attorney said, look, the prosecutor came to me with this deal for you about the robbery. I think it's a good deal. I really think you should take it. And he said, check back with me after lunch. Okay. And then, after lunch, he's standing with his attorney, and the prosecutor's standing there, and they're getting ready to go into the courtroom. And a sheriff's deputy came and said, there's been an important development. We need to alert you to the fact that Mr. Cole is not going to be testifying. In fact, he's critical condition. He was shot multiple times. And both the prosecutor and the defense attorney are like, oh my God. And the guy was like, oh, interesting. But, yeah, I'd watch. Yeah, I don't know that. Basically. He wasn't surprised at all, right? So, and it certainly benefited him to have my grandfather dead and not testify. And he did have means, motive, opportunity, all that stuff, right? But there's this motorcycle helmet that supposedly, I just don't buy it. The cops just manufacture shit because they knew the guy was guilty and needed to be convicted. But that's not a good enough reason to manufacture shit. And fuck that noise. It's like, you cannot, if you can't prove it, then he gets away with it. Okay? That's how it fucking works. You can't have the cops become criminals and manufacturing evidence. It's like when I was a kid, a teenager, like 19 or something. Me and Dave Porter and Chris Lee and Laura Levin went to see the Pixies at Irvine. This weirdly unattended show where we were like, you could walk right up to fucking, like the band was like right here in front of us, and it was like there was hardly anybody there, you know? It was a long ass time ago, but it's pretty rad in retrospect, and it was a great show too. And at the time, I was in a good, healthy, happy relationship with my first girlfriend. It hadn't gone south yet because I fucked it up, which is what eventually happened. In other words, she wasn't damaged, and we would have worked out fine, even though I think she was FI instead of TI. But we didn't hurt each other, and we didn't have fundamental conflicts of values that much. She must have been another intuitive. She's probably an INFP. But she wasn't very supervisorial because she was a couple years younger than me. Maybe. I guess she could have been an INTP. No, she didn't. No, she's too introverted for that. I don't know. Regardless, the point is, it was in a happy time in my life. And we came back from that show, and we get sidetracked in this fucking thinking about this shit. Anyway, the point has nothing to do with that at all, is that my car got stolen. That's the point of the story. We came back from that show, and we went into Dave's apartment for a little while. I think we maybe drank a couple beers or something. Like, fooled around, maybe, because we were young. I don't know. You know, with our respective chicks, not all as a group or anything. But a couple hours later, came out and somebody, and my car, which had been on the street, and I had not locked because, you know, privilege and habits, and Eric being on easy mode. I never lock shit, and I never get stolen. But it's easy mode. So I go, oh my God, my car's been stolen. Well, it's because not only was it unlocked, but the keys were in the glove compartment. And I'm like, oh, jeez. It took me a while to believe that it was even stolen. I was like, I know, I am sure, I'm pretty sure. I don't trust my SI that much. I know I parked right here. It has to be right somewhere on the street here, right? I mean, this is Dave's house. I park here all the time. I never park anywhere but from here to there. My car is not anywhere here. It was right here. I am pretty damn sure. And the other people were confirming, yes, your car was right here. I guess it's stolen. So I called the cops, right? And they come out and they go, oh, your car got stolen, huh? I'm like, yeah. They said, I don't see any broken glass. So I didn't lock it. Well, how did they start it? Well, the keys were in the glove compartment. Oh. And you're surprised it got stolen? They didn't say that. They weren't that clever, but that would have been the appropriate line there. Anyway, I said, all right, well, usually you never see your car again. It's just, chop shop. Anyway, we took it all down, so see you later. And we go walk back into the house, and then Dave's phone, this is back in the day of landlines, rings. And it's a cop dispatcher telling us that the cops are coming back to us right now. We need to go back outside. And they're there with my car, And they were driving back to the police station, and they just saw the guy driving with it, and they just got him. And the cop basically indicated, I don't remember exactly what he said, but indicated to me that they had roughed him up a bit, as hopefully to satisfy me. And at the time, I just didn't think, I said, okay. I didn't care either way. I didn't have an opinion about it, really. But in retrospect, I don't like that at all. That makes me very angry. And don't do that on my behalf. I don't want that kind of justice. I'm perfectly happy with having my life on super easy mode, where I get my car back before I even have a chance to emotionally process the fact that it's been stolen. And I'm still coming to terms with the fact that it definitely was stolen, and I didn't forget where I put it, which was was always the answer every previous time I thought my car was stolen, right? Had always previously been, the answer was, no, Eric, your car's not stolen, you just forgot where you parked. It had always been that, every time before that. That time it wasn't that. So it took me a while to accept that my car was really stolen. I was just really starting to accept that, it really was stolen. I got it back right away. It wasn't even my car, my dad's car. I called him over. It was late, in the middle of the night. I had to wake him up. I'm like, Dad, and call from Dave's landline again. Remember, to my house's landline. Dad, the car got stolen. My car, your car, our car got stolen. And then I had to deal with him as well, saying, well, did you lock the doors? Well, no. Well, how did they start it? Well, you're not going to like this. I left the keys in the glove compartment. I thought, well, they're never going to look in there. I didn't really think that. But it's funny, right? So then, right as my dad is probably processing the fact that the car got stolen, he's probably starting in with the insurance process, knowing my dad. He had, I'm sure, several insurance contingencies for various unlikely but possible scenarios, of which that one was very likely and possible. That his stupid ass son would get his car stolen was almost a certainty. So, I still don't have any cigarettes. Oh, I need to go get cigarettes, but I'm really enjoying yammering on about shit. I'm telling my tales. I'm an old man telling his tales. Gather around and listen to my tales. I'm telling stories about when I was a boy and how the cops beat up the guy who stole my car. Apparently. They strongly suggested that with their indications to me. I didn't actually get to see what he looked like he had any bruises or anything on. I didn't see him until court, like 6 months later, when I got subpoenaed to go testify. Then I realized it was the guy who lived right next door to Dave. He tried to come tell me, like, hey, it's me. Can you, like, because I had partied with the guy. And I'm like, well, I mean, what am I going to say? There's nothing I can say. My car was stolen. That's all I know. I know I didn't give you permission to take it. It's not like it's like, what do you want me to say? You didn't know it was my car when you stole it. I didn't know it was you who had stolen it. We both realized this at the same time, that we know each other and that he stole my car. It's like, oh shit, I stole that guy's car? And I'm like, oh shit, you stole my car? Well, there's nothing we can do about it now. But the fact that he came up and tried to talk to me, the prosecutor freaked out about it. Understandably, you can't do that. You can't go talk to the guy like in the courtroom like that. Like or I guess it was in the hallway. But regardless, the prosecutor just sort of saw the end of it as we walked away, and it's like, did that guy just come over and talk to you? I'm like, yeah, I know the guy. He's actually. Turns out the guy who stole my car lived next door to my friend. And he's like, well, what? Oh my God, he can't talk to you. Oh, you okay? You know. Then he went and talked to the defense attorney, and the big arms in the air thing going on. And I'm like, well, it doesn't matter. I was like, what? So what? All I'm gonna do is say, I walked out and I thought my car was going to be there and it wasn't. And no, I didn't give anybody permission to take it. And just because I left it unlocked and left the keys in the glove compartment, that doesn't mean I was inviting you to steal it. It's just metaphorically we might express it as such. I still have property rights and expectations of you not stealing things, no matter how stupid I am about protecting them. Or failing to do so. Oh, I could just leave you here and go get smokes, that's true. I could put on some music. Or I could play in the background a video of me from earlier, like some other day, right? Talking. And you'll forget that it's not really me. Then when I come back, you'll be like, oh shit, I thought that was real Eric. But it was just a fake Eric. Because since I'm not really engaging with the chat, you might not be able to tell. If I pick another mushrooms video, you probably forget it was not really me. This Eric sounds familiar. I think I've had this particular blend of Eric before. Your instincts serve you well, sir. That was a previous live stream, and not now. I was trying to fool you, you caught me. And I am deeply ashamed of myself. Those mushrooms were great. Kind of wearing off now, but I probably ate 30 minutes before I started streaming. About 5 hours since I ate them. It'll wear off, yeah. So another half an hour, it'll be done, you know. But it's nice. These are really nice ones. eruptive in their flatulent making smoothness. What are you trying to express? Nothing at all. Like I said in that other video the other day, it's important to tell the difference between expressing yourself and expressing something. 10 grams of pop. Oh yeah, yeah. Well, how much did I pay? It's $100 for a quarter. So I don't know how much that is per gram. It's like, $8, $9 or something like that. No, it's more than that. It's $12, $13, something like that a gram. Sorry, I was going the wrong direction from 10. Sometimes that happens. 10 can get you all turned around. Padres NL West winners, Eric said. Ha 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 ha. You mean they're not doing well right now? Are you laughing at me because they're not doing well, or are you laughing with me because I was right and they're gonna win? I'm not that up to date right now with the baseballs. I haven't checked the ESPN.coms in a good solid week regarding the baseballs, and who's leading the division. Oh. I sometimes think to myself, I'd like to watch a baseball game, but I never really do because they require a certain kind of patience. It's good for sleepy week. Baseball games are kind of a sleepy week kind of thing. You gotta really settle into a baseball game. That was a good pitch. He should have swung at that. I don't think he's going to see that good a pitch again. Yeah, well, he did well to foul that one off. I probably would have missed it. I fouled that one off. I've been 0-2 for a while. Oh, there's the ball. He almost swung at that one, too. I don't know. It's like, this guy is fouling everything off. He wanted to try to reach for that thing. Yeah, I don't blame you, pitcher. Get your talcum bag and pat your hands with it, because that was a frustrating one. You thought you had him there, but you didn't. So you gotta think about it for a little bit. This is just one batter, right? And nothing's happened really yet. You're just waiting for something to happen. Usually what happens is nothing. But it takes a long time for it to be determined that nothing happens. Sometimes, after a long time of determining, something does happen. But that's, if you get a pitcher's duel, then you have to start making nothing into something. You go, wow, there's another strikeout or something. There's nothing happening, okay? In baseball, that is nothing happening. That's people failing to do things. We credit the pitcher appropriately, but pitching is fundamentally a defensive thing. It's not a form of offense. I like baseball. I just have to be in exactly the right mood for it. I've got to be really SI, Like, okay, Jesus, I am so done intuiting right now. And I just woke up from a nap, but I don't have any Adderall, so I'm pretty rested, but I'm still kind of sleepy weaky. You know what sounds really good? I'm gonna barbecue some steaks. So I should start the fucking charcoal right now, because don't even say the words, just start the charcoal. Otherwise, you're just going to say the words, and then you're going to be like, did I say I was going to barbecue the steaks? Like an hour later. So just do it. And you know what sounds really good? I'm going to get a non-alcoholic beer. And yeah, the Dodgers are on tonight. Cool. I just want you to sit here and watch a baseball game. That sounds great. You have to be in exactly that mood. Otherwise, baseball is way too boring. And in general, if I'm on speed, consuming stuff it has to be at super high speed. I'm not, even when I'm consuming stuff I'm enjoying, I'm so NE that I have to restrain myself from constantly commenting on it so that I don't disrupt Rachel's viewing experience too much if we're watching it together. If I'm watching the movie by myself, if I'm on speed, then I'd probably turn it off pretty quickly. And if I'm on enough speed, there's a chance it's porn. The only time I ever look at it is when I'm on a bunch of speed. I go, ooh, porn. For like 2 loads and then go, okay, this is porn. Oh my god. I squeezed 3 loads of porn out in one day. It must be a new bottle of Adderall. See you again next month, porn. That's how it works for me. It's boring, like, so fast, It's like, if you haven't looked at it in a month, it's like, ooh, it's like gambling. It's the same thing as gambling, right? It seems like it's going to be fun. It's like, ooh, it's exciting. I haven't done this in a month, And then you do it for a little while and you go, oh, right. This is boring and dumb. All right, Rachel, okay, so here's our system. Rachel, remember, take the ticket. We're going to push this number of things on the can thing. Just push this thing. And just push it. There you go. Okay, there. Now we've just proved that gambling is dumb. Let's go back to the hotel room. We don't have any money left, so there's no voucher to collect. Isn't that convenient? One less thing for us to carry. And what we did do is make a very wise decision. Instead of putting this $40 into getting nothing from this machine, why don't I give it to that guy in exchange for these boxes of whippets? That way, I'll get something that's at least as entertaining as that machine. And will last longer as an activity. And is way cheaper, ultimately. And you don't, it's rare you say that about whippets. Oh, whippets are a lot cheaper than, you never see, no sentence ever begins like that unless you're talking about like cocaine or platinum or something. But it is true of gambling. It was a cheap gambling trip. We sit in this fucking room and do whippets all day. That's cheap for a gambling trip. Especially getting whippets in Arizona. They were the same price as our hand-selected super low-priced store here. That you get a cash price. That's a standard price over there. So, it's like, Jesus. We've totally budgeted for this. Fuck, this is going to be easy to budget for this. We can sit here and do boxes of whippets till we puke. We just go across the river and get it. We just don't get them all at once. That's the key thing. You just got to break it up into, we're going to do whippets. Because if you do them continually, eventually you just get a headache and feel like shit, So you got to break it up into different parts of the day. If you go to a gambling place, having budgeted for gambling and don't gamble, it's like you feel like things are super cheap. That's how dumb gambling is. Gambling's so dumb that if you have your voucher and it's got like $1.10 left on it or whatever, and you go, okay, well, I'll put in another. I might as well just it's just $1.10, so might as well just throw it away. Just push it until it goes away. I do that, right? It's like it changes your relationship with money in this weird way, where instead of being actual money, it's an opportunity to get lucky. Like, well, it looks like I didn't get lucky this time, but I need to exhaust this opportunity to get lucky completely, forgetting that it's your money that you're just throwing into this machine. Knowing the problem is also for me with the machines, I'll figure out why it's dumb or how it's dumb relatively quickly, unless it's a very complicated machine. And I don't tend to play those very complicated machines because I don't know why I'm losing my money. Whereas I know why I'm losing my money on a simpler machine. And when I figure out how it's dumb, like, okay, this is super dumb, Eric, because, look, you're betting 6 numbers on this Keno, this 20 card Keno thing. It's true that with 20 cards and you're quick picking them all and, you know, mixing, and so you do it every time, so you get a variety of different, whatever, random numbers. That with 20 cards and a lot of attempts, you are not incredibly unlikely to hit 6 out of 6. But the problem is, the structure here makes you hungry for the 5 out of 6. But it only pays at 11 to 1. And you hit it less frequently than 11 to 1. And you never seem to hit 6 out of 6. And even if you did, you're going to hit it. It's not that big of a payout. It looks big because it is a large amount for that individual bet, but if you're investing in towards it as a jackpot, it's not big enough to justify the mechanics, right? So as soon as I figure that out, I just go, okay, this is incredibly stupid that I even sat down here in the first place. What the fuck am I doing? And Rachel never really wants to gamble at all. Like, Rachel knows it's stupid and doesn't like to do it, but she does like to be the receiver of SE. And that's what we're doing, if that's what I'm doing. She hates not being included in things. Even, it's like, even if it's something she doesn't want to do, because she's an INFJ. So she then reluctantly gambles and tries to lose money as slowly as possible until I decide it's stupid, and then she can successfully get up without having throwing all of her money into the machines like I did, right? The ones that it's like, you always take out like some little bit of cash first. You'd be like, okay, let's just try this out with like $40, just $20 each, just to start on these like nickel Keno machines. Like, my $20 is like gone, and she's okay. Let's go back to the room now. She punches her at $18.75. She's left $1.25 or something. I'm like, okay, well, you know what? This is the point of gambling where I'm still playing this game. Well, here's what I did wrong this time. What a retarded guy I can be sometimes. I tell you. What I did wrong was to gamble at a casino. That's what I did wrong. If you want to gamble at all, gamble at the horse races or at a poker place. But if you're going to gamble at a poker place, gamble at a tournament, don't play cash games unless you want to be either guaranteed to lose because of the rake or bored as fuck. So, play tournament poker in poker rooms makes some sense. You're giving them like 10% of the entry fee as this is what you get, casino, and that the rest of it goes into a pool, and you can see the payout and everything. It's like pari-mutuel, basically. But instead of pari-mutuel, well, I guess it is. It is basically just pari-mutuel. It's just that you give the casino, each individual gives a casino a fee rather than the track taking it out of the total pool. That's the only difference. Anyway, that kind of shit makes more sense. Then you just have to be, you know how much better than random you have to be successful. And also with tournament poker, the only problem with it is you never know how long of a time investment you're making. It can be a lot of fun, but the problem is you drive someplace that's far away to play poker in a tournament, and then you have to decide either, okay, do I want to play in a smart tournament, in which case no rebuys, no add-ons, okay? That's a sucker's game, because it pumps it's a way to get people to invest more money into the poker tournament than they want to by presenting it as a cheaper poker tournament than it is, because you don't really have a chance of being successful in it unless you do the add-ons. And the add-ons anyway. Rebuys are a separate matter. Rebuys are just dumb to do. Always. It doesn't really matter if they have rebuys in a tournament, just don't do it. But if it has add-ons, it's a problem. But anyway, that's Eric's thoughts on gambling. Regardless, I always lose. I'm not a good poker player, but I understand that I can participate in a poker tournament and not feel like a complete fucking moron for having done so. Like I do when I lose money at the casino. Like, well, Eric, first of all, you've had this process happen many times now. Why is it that you always say, oh, that sounds like fun, a couple months later, and you don't remember this part where it's not fun, it's stupid, even though it's fun a little bit. It is fun, but the fun ends quickly, and then there's this sense of, oh, I can't believe I just fucking threw away like $300 and 20 minutes on nothing. You know, it's like, oh my God, what did I just do? Right? Why did I do that? So that didn't happen this time. You know, it never gets any worse than like that. Like, I'm not a problem gambler at all. I hate losing money. So, and I recognize it being dumb quickly. So, but the thing is, I don't know why I don't remember that part. Every time I think to myself, that sounds fun. Hopefully next time I will remember this whole conversation. Next time I think, gambling in the casino sounds fun. It's just shiny lights and plinky noises and stuff. That's all it is. You're just paying money for shiny lights and plinky noises. And this like, mystical promise of maybe you'll suddenly be given thousands of dollars. Hey, if you spend a lot of time here in this extremely expensive room of shiny lights and plinky noises, then someday maybe you might, out of nowhere, be given thousands of dollars. It's like, okay, I don't like this deal. I don't want to participate in this anymore. This is not a good deal. The lights are nice and shiny. I like the different sounds that it makes. Like, there's a Wonder Woman game over there, and I like the fact that you can smoke. You just sit there and smoke. ladies come around and offer to give you drinks and stuff. I like that part of it. I like smoking inside. I've always liked that about Nevada. Like, thank God there's some fucking sane people someplace. Like, you can walk around smoking and drinking. I don't drink alcohol anymore, but it's like, stop telling people not to smoke and drink and stuff. Just let us all do what we fucking want to do and stop saying what to do all the time. Hey man, this smoke bothers me. Fuck you. Your face bothers me. You don't hear me? You don't see me putting up no your face signs around. Know your face, please. With a line across your face. I'm making coffee, by the way. You were wondering what I was doing. I was wondering too. I wasn't really wondering. I knew what I was doing the whole time. Anyway, that's irrelevant to the important tale that we have begun telling, that I will now continue telling, called Fuck You and Your Non-Smoking Shit, alright? Like, but Eric, people have asthma, there's gonna be serious health considerations. Fuck your serious health considerations. I smoke a whole pack of these things directly into my lungs every day. And I'm not, it's like, if you are so fucking fragile that a little bit of the smoke that I can literally purposely inhale all day, every day, causes you to get the fucking vapors, then too fucking bad, pussy. You know, I get it. It's like, people need to be considered and not rude. Like, you know, Jody and Bob are sitting with their new baby. Well, it's like at the casino, right? When the jet ski and fuck crowd arrived with line of small children behind them, including babies and stuff. I proactively went away from where I was standing near the smoker's pole, near the elevators, really, and moved further away from them so that my smoke didn't get on their baby, okay? So it's like, just because I'm not in favor of no smoking doesn't mean I am in favor of blowing smoke on your baby. I won't blow smoke on your baby, don't worry. I get it. We gotta have some reasonable shit. Maybe, I'm bothered by the fact that we're in the wrong place here, Rachel and I. Even though knowing this and doing and changing spots is totally. It doesn't seem like we're gonna change spots no matter how much we talk about it. She needs to be here and I need to be there because the smoke always goes right towards her, where we're currently sitting. Which means I can't feel comfortable smoking because I know it's imposing on her too much. But that's the thing about the non-smoking crowd. It's like, they don't seem to give a fuck at all about how much they're imposing on me. At least I care the fact that there has to be some kind of compromise. I can't just fill all of your atmosphere with smoke. And concurrently, put up with a little bit. Little bitch, you know. I mean, it's like a little cigarette smoke's not gonna hurt you. All right, you're fine. It's not even firsthand. Okay, there's no firsthand, secondhand. It's just smoke. Okay, it's the same smoke. Calling it by different names doesn't make it into different stuff. The fact that you're inhaling it not intentionally but rather as some of the general particulate shit that you always inhale. Well, it doesn't change the fact that it's still smoke. It's still the same smoke, right? It's like, why do we have these two names for it? First hand smoke, second hand smoke. You know what? First hand smoke, second hand smoke. Whoever came up with that, you're a pussy and a bitch. I don't like you. Trying to justify these ridiculous claims. It's like they dig through all these meta-analyses of data looking for something of statistical significance, right? And then they find this thing, and I like the commercials I see on TV. I saw one just the other day. There's a lady who says, like, you can choose to stop smoking before you end up like me. And then she's like all fucked up somewhere, right? Okay. Did smoking make you that? Well, that's implied but never stated anywhere. Because they don't have any empirics to back it up. So they just create the illusion of saying something. It's ridiculous. You could quit smoking before you ended up like me. Well, yeah. Then I'd have double suck. I'd be like you, but I'd be a non-smoker too. Oh, unless you're saying if I quit smoking, I'll not be like you. Is what you're saying? Oh, you're not actually saying that? You can't make that claim because there's nothing to substantiate it? Oh, I see. You're just playing, I need an explanation, a single thing to blame for why I'm sick. And I find it greatly satisfying to blame smoking, because that way, by making this commercial, my fucked up situation has meaning and purpose. To you, it's easier to deal with when you don't have to accept the ambiguity of it. But it's fucked up to think that your stupid epistemology ought to be generalized or like presented to others as like something to listen to. In other words, that public service announcement should be like, don't use NI like this. That's what it should have said at the beginning. And this is how you use NI wrong. It makes me fart too. Those non-smoking commercials do two things mostly. First thing they always do is baby one fucking cigarette. It's like just anything that references cigarettes, whether it's a non-smoking commercial or a smoking. They don't have smoke commercials anymore. Non-smoking commercials are very effective at getting people to smoke. Because all I need to do, I'm sure any smoker is the same way, is need to be reminded of the fact that I'm not smoking right now. And that's one thing that non-smoking ads do. Just like food ads. They're reminding me that I'm hungry, you know? I go, that does look pretty good, Rachel. Are you hungry? You want Italian? Because, yeah, let's look it up. See what Italian restaurants there are in Bullhead City. And we looked. And what was cool is we went to an Italian restaurant, the sign of which we had commented about the night before, not knowing we'd end up going there the very next day. Isn't that remarkable? We liked the sign, we chose the restaurant, we ended up at that restaurant, And then we realized, hey, it's that restaurant, the sign we like, that has the sign we liked. Isn't that nice? It was a great experience too. I loved how Arizona the whole thing was. You know, just like old timey people at the bar just drinking and talking about dumb shit like where they left their meow. There's a long conversation between the waitress and this guy about where he left his meow. Okay, how long are you guys gonna go back and forth about this? Yeah, you thought you left it over there, but then you realized you left it over someplace else. Oh, God. And I get that the TV's on, so you kind of got to speak up to be understood, but that means I'm having trouble ignoring your incredibly banal conversation. And it's not just, it's like, it's too FE. It fails too much on my intuitive FE scale for it to just be boring. It's also annoying that I have to hear it and realize that you're still talking about where that guy put the whatever it was he didn't remember where he'd put that one time. Like, will you please shut up about that? But regardless, I appreciated it as a visitor. Like, oh, look at this. Here we are, and all of a sudden we're in Trump's hometown, apparently, you know. Everybody's all, let's go Brandon and MAGA, and Fox is on the TV, and nobody's wearing gloves. And the lady just has her thumb straight in her lettuce, and here's your salad. It's just like straight up old school Italian restaurant salad. She was very nice. She wasn't like, nah. She was very nice, but there's this sort of like rough around the edges kind of, and if you don't like it, you can shove it attitude around that team, that the other team has a different kind of thing going when they're hard about their team. In general, I think there's a lot less capacity on the left to muster team enthusiasm because they're wrong and they have no leaders. But they're only right about the generalities, and they're wrong in all of their applications of the particulars, and don't get the difference and have no leaders. So and they're only, if they had leaders, they'd just be leading us to this poorly intuited plan of using the state for purposes it was never intended to be used for, because they know what's good. Liberals know what's good and trust that the government is how to get there. And conservatives know what's bad and assume that somebody's always behind it. You know, like both you guys need to just, all of you people with your epistemological limits need to suck it. Okay? I get that you guys have shitty whatever slot ani and instrumental, and you can't even conceive of truth that's nuanced, because it's only the only reason we have truth is so that we know who to feel things at. That's what truth is for. We use it to feel things that make believe stuff. Like, it's true that this guy did this bad thing, and he's on the other team. I'm going to call him names. I'm going to shake my fist. I'm going to point out that it's those damn meows. Because of this truth there. That's what truth is for. For justifying me, causing me, not really justifying, just prompting me to feel things about these make-believe things. And it's juicy. It's like righteous. Ooh, those darn meows. That's what truth is for. To make you feel that. You feel it so much more rich and chewy, the truer the truths are that you use to justify it. No, look, it's literally true. Look, it's on public record. These fuckers did this fucked up shit. That's extra juicy, right? Because you still don't get it. The more legitimacy your mythology has, the more dangerous it becomes when you mistake it for something other than a mythology. And of course, almost nobody is using mythology responsibly. Almost everybody thinks it's a thing you participate in like unwillingly, rather than something you note and express scorn at how people are using it wrong. There's nothing wrong with mythology. It's like that's for our universal values and stuff, our stories about what matters. But we can't let those stories enter into the discussion of politics. We have to operate in politics within a frame that says our values are shared enough and we're on the same team. And if we're conflicting about particular policy matters, then let's argue that out. If we're conflicting about our preferred mythologies, then we're children. Because that doesn't matter. It's like, but which is more correct? Is it abortion or not abortion? What are we doing? Are we Congress people in the federal government? Why are we even discussing this? It's not relevant. It's not one of our enumerated powers. We can't pass any law that could possibly be applied to anything because Supreme Court just ruled that there's no right to abortion that's federally protected. So why are we even having this conversation, right? You're a child who's trying to provoke with this wedge issue rather than engage in actual politics. The actual politics is figuring out that there are real shit we need to do as a country, right? The biggest problem with politics is so much clarity everybody has about what things people ought to affirm or ought to negate, and so little clarity about what we actually affirm or negate. It's like we should all be affirming a militaristic approach towards Russia. And we should all be affirming it under the same justifications. Instead, you got some people who are so team obsessed that they think because the liberals don't like Ukraine, don't like Putin, that Putin must be good, and that somehow we're being sold a mainstream set of lies that really somehow Russia. So you get people that fucking crazy about their team shit, they forget, hey, we're all Americans enjoying the freedom and ability to be this stupid. That guy is actually killing people because he's such a fucking wildly entitled ESFP that he won't respect anything except actuality. You can't use potentialities to deal with somebody that concrete. You know, your words have to link concretely to action and be followed through on. If you do meow, I will shoot a tomahawk missile up your ass. And then when they do meow, you better fucking shoot it. You better follow through on that shit. Then they'll take you seriously. Now the thing is, you probably won't have to shoot it. Because ESFPs, if they're good at one thing, it's knowing whether you're going to actually do something. They're good at that. I bet you. I don't have any examples, but I guarantee you they must be. Because, like, look at how easily Trump and Putin both maneuver in media, in mediums of weakness. They're perfectly designed for it. Because everybody else is right in the wrong way when they're wrong. They can always get out of it by just kicking a different anthill. But the thing is, we don't need to understand why Putin is fucked up for doing what he's doing to remember that we're all Americans, Ukraine's our ally, and Putin's getting too fucking big for his britches. You know? The thing about militarizing any kind of reality, everybody is prone to forgetting the only thing that matters about nuclear weapons. Nuclear weapons only have one purpose: to prevent your country from getting invaded. Nobody's saying we're going to invade Russia. We're just going to blow the shit up with conventional weapons. And they can come try to do the same if they want, right? Neither side's going to escalate to nuclear war. That's not what nuclear weapons are for. The only way either side escalates is if one of those countries tries to invade the other one. So it's like Putin knows, though, very well how effective it is to reference the biggest impacts when they're negative, because scared people are stupider than usual. So, of course, to the extent that he can, Putin's going to want to make it very clear to everybody that the possibility of nuclear war is real. The fuck it is. That's one thing you can be sure of. And the ESFP is not going to fucking do something with that big of an impact and have it be catastrophically bad. Just like I'm not going to... Well, that's not true. I make plenty of catastrophically bad any shit. Well, I mean, the thing is, the truth is instrumental for Putin. The truth that nuclear war is possible is a truth he can use. The fact that he initiated a nuclear exchange, which would have to happen, is releasing anything he can possibly get out of nuclear weapons. It's giving up all of his scope of impact. So, while... But you know what I mean? The thing is, I would expect an ESFP to fuck up in the way that Clubby and DP did, to eliminate their capacity to effectively use narrative in the future. But I wouldn't expect them to eliminate their capacity to use physical impacts. And that's what would happen. They'd have to understand that's not a... Well, it's like, you know, you can watch Trump walk the edge over and over again, and you think, God, this man's reckless as fuck. And yet, by and large, he avoids every major fuck-up that could possibly really catastrophically fuck shit up, you know? Stuff may make me furious, but he didn't start any nuclear wars. It's like, if you really look at the impacts and shit, the negative impacts are ones to the habits of democracy and to the prioritization of checks and balances and stuff like that. They're to the understanding of and dignity of the office of the presidency. There's lots of negative things that you can blame on Trump, but in terms of actually negatively impacting the country with incredibly dumb, ill-advised, big actions, not really. Not at all. The worst thing I can come up with is the assassination of the Iranian general. And even then, what did he do? He let Iran attack a U.S. base as a sort of like symbolic attack, provided there were 0 casualties. Isn't that great? I mean, that's some deft SE management. I don't like it because it's a rejection of what needs to happen, which is I need to be in charge, not that fucking tard. I'm obviously a million times smarter. But the thing is, I don't do things, right, for myself. For me to get in charge, if I were in charge, great. I have no problem doing things on the behalf of the common good and so forth. No problem. That's driven by externalities. I have problems doing things that are driven by internalities. But the president should never be doing things that are driven by their own particular shit, right? Like Trump with his loyalty shit. I mean, it's like the doing part of Trump gets him elected and prevents him from fucking up too badly as a president, as S.E. John. But he's fundamentally unfit for the office because he thinks it's about what he wants for himself, because that's his MO. He knows that really well, what he wants for himself. Whereas I have no fucking idea what I want for myself or what my opinion on it is. I just know what the right thing to do is and how to do it right and what our best choice is. And I don't always know that. Some things require some consideration, a lot of consideration or discussion, depending on how many complicating vectors there are, basically. Some things resolve in very straightforward fashion because they're subject to the order of questions. Some things are more holistic and aren't subject to that order of questions. And so it requires a deft usage of a group of very smart people, and most importantly, a president who can understand them all and wants to be informed by them. And Trump did everything in his power to destroy that part of the presidency, to get rid of all the smart people, and to never do what anybody told him or have it inform his decisions at all if it wasn't something he'd already decided he liked and said he was going to do. I mean, that's the thing. Trump did his very best to keep his promises. No matter how crazy the shit he said he was going to do or how ill-advised it was, he attempted to do it anyway. He said he was going to, he's going to try to do it. Not his fault if he can't. He just promised to make the attempts to do it. He's not superhuman. The fact that even if it was ever a good idea, now things have changed and it's a terrible fucking idea, doesn't enter into his consideration because SE is his absolute value, and I is just fourth. Doesn't matter. It's inconvenient. It's not instrumental to what I want right now. So the important thing is I'm following through on what I said I was going to do. Yeah, but you said you were going to put out this fire by squirting water on the house. Yeah, that's what I'm doing. Okay, but the house is no longer on fire. In fact, the fire went out weeks ago, and we just finished repairing all the water damage from the fire department. I said I was going to put out this fire by squirting water on, and that's what I'm doing, goddammit. It's not on fire, you fucking moron. You're just damaging it with the water now. Doesn't matter to Trump at all. The important thing is that he followed through on what he said he's going to do. That's just ESOP for it. They're rascally. They're delightful, fucking exacerbating, rascally, sometimes incredible, sometimes fucking despicable creatures of particularist mystery. When you aren't guided by universalities at all, you're like you're like a continual bag of exploding affirmations of whatever self you choose to blindly believe in at this moment. It's, they're an interesting type for sure. The world would be much poorer without them, but there are specific, but there are some jobs they should never do. No ESFP should ever have any government position or anything like that. They have no business in government. They have no capacity to lead as leaders, only as provocative, divisive team agitators. Look, I said I was going to piss on this ball, I'm going to piss on it. But it's an electric fence. I'm already peeing on it. And you're getting electrocuted. No, I'm not. There are a million people here watching me. You're badly burned. Liberal lies. Mainstream, lamestream media, they should call it. Don't tell me there weren't a million people at my rally. There was probably like 10 billion people there. You liars. Look at this picture. You can see nothing but people in this picture. Okay, can we zoom out here and see the larger picture? No! You can just tell. Look. In this picture, there are like 500 people in this picture. Okay? But the whole area was like 500 times as big as this picture. So I just multiplied 500 by 500 by 500. That's how big over there. Okay. It's just a total denial of reality about losing the election and stuff. What a fucking nut job, right? That's when truth is instrumental, and so is what you want, but only one of them is your operational value. What an awful attentional stack to be president. He probably genuinely believes he didn't lose the election. Even though he had won the previous one. I mean, even though his approval rating was less than 50%, and the people who didn't support him, almost to a man, despised him. He still probably genuinely believes that the election was stolen from him. As most of his followers genuinely believe it too. They genuinely believe it because that's what one does with mythology, apparently. One genuinely believes it. Because, listen, it's just, when you start to see the dots and they connect, the picture becomes really clear, okay? I mean, you have to do a lot of research like I've done to really get why it's the case that I've proved this, but what's some of the smoking guns you've found? I mean, you've got to look at the numbers in Manchester County. Okay, so, what's weird about them? How are they weird? Okay, that does sound weird. And was this county representative of counties across the country? Was this a pattern you saw or something? No, just this county? It made a big difference in this state. It did. Oh, okay. Well, but that state actually has proportional electoral college votes. It's not winner take all, so What are you talking about? And they go, you're just not looking at the big picture. No, you're just married to your narrative. Like, you know, haters gonna hate, as they say. Lover's gonna love. Fighter's gonna fight. Glover's gonna glove. Writer's gonna write. Mother's gonna mud. Everything's alright. Together we have love. It's a poem by a famous poet from a long time ago. I forget his name. But believe you me, he was important. He was important, he was famous, he was canon worthy. If that's the highest thing you can accomplish as a poet, is to earn the title canon worthy. Winston's mom, lol, I've been in chat for hours. Yeah, fewer people showed up than I expected. I got there late, tongue up over a bit and headed out. I guess that's not here then, you're referring to. You must be referring to someplace else. Because you haven't headed out from here unless this is your announcement you are heading out. Streamer's gonna stream. Somebody else will have to clean them up later. Because, well, better than Tinsel, streamers, regardless, still make a mess. Whilst better than Tinsel. Who was the last POTUS to die in office? I think it was JFK. Right? Yeah. It was John failed to live Kennedy. That's what the F stands for. Oh, did you expect me to say like Harrison or something? You're not gonna fool me. I know assassination still count as dead. What's that other guy's name? That fat guy who died like... Oh no, Taft. Taft. It was Taft, right? That really obese guy who got elected and then like the first stretch of his presidency was just like the end of this health collapse. That's the age before information fluidity. He was in no condition even to be running for president probably, but he got himself elected, but he was about to die no matter what. FDR returned to Georgia, yes, and then he died. Who was the last president to come in office? Probably Bill Clinton. I think that Bill Clinton made it kind of gauche to get blowjobs in the Oval Office. Prior to that, it had been a gentleman's secret. Afterwards, it was like, nah, I don't want to be scummy like that guy. Now that he put it out there for everybody to look at, it's like super scummy. And I guess we probably shouldn't do that, even for president, especially if we're married. So I don't think Obama got... I don't know. I bet you that lady he's married to, what's her name? Michelle? I bet you she doesn't even give blowjobs. I need to talk to what's his name? Barack. What's his name? I need to have a conversation with Barack. Look, I can tell you're letting that chick squeeze your balls a little bit, Barack. And I don't like her very much. I don't like that Michelle lady. that you're married to. I need to confirm. I know that we can have this conversation in private, Barack, because I know it's kind of a personal matter, but I just need to make sure, because she doesn't seem like she is, but I just need to make sure that she's getting her face fucked at some point, right? She definitely seems like she's not. And I don't know. Something about that makes you seem like a little bitch to me. It's like, that woman's not a good woman. I don't know about her. She doesn't look like the dick sucking type, is my point. You gotta have a woman who's willing to be a woman, you know? And she wants to be all sassy and political about it or something. And you need to just say, get out of here, you lady. You're not the right lady for me. You don't really care about me. You're selfish. I'm an ENTP. I'm supposed to be the one who's selfish. I need an unselfish woman in that area. You, Michelle Obama, are not that woman. And you need to go away. That's what I would tell him. I don't think he and his wife have a good sex life. I don't think either of them is satisfied by it. It's like, I couldn't believe it, the way that whole thing. I had relatively high hopes for his administration. I guess I was playing focus on the parts of what he was saying I liked to hear. Stuff about, rule of law and adhering to principles and stuff like that. That sounded promising to me, And watching that just clusterfuck of a disaster unfold, it was depressing. It's like, okay, this guy does not know how to fucking ate at all. What? This guy needs to get some fucking ate in his pants, You cannot successfully be an ENTP president who doesn't yell at people, who doesn't hold people accountable, hold them in contempt, who doesn't make people feel stupid, and insist that they act like fucking adults. If you're genuinely smarter, of course, it's not a problem. You'll pull that up, no problem. You don't have to be angry about it, right? But you probably are. The problem is Obama mistook his intuition for... He's just a slave to being forceful at SI. He just had a shittier particular setup, Too much affirmation for the wrong things. It's not his fault. You can only learn what, for shit that's SI acquired, you end up at a certain point in life with shit that the SI shit you acquired. And if you want to be president, you should be an ENTP, but you should also have acquired a vast understanding and knowledge of everything that isn't particularist. And of how and why and where particularist considerations as a non-particularist element in your understanding should themselves play a role and be afforded their space. So it's like he wasn't remotely ready. He thought he knew what he thought he knew what was a good idea and stuff. He didn't think. I mean, here's the thing. He never really said to himself, okay, so let's say this whole thing plays out like I'm imagining and it works and I'm actually president, why am I becoming president? What is it that I actually believe in? I get that these messages are what's getting me elected president, and that historically, if I don't know what I want to do, it's fine to just figure out what other people want to do. And if you get the right people, that's a good way to heuristically go, okay, that sounds sane. These are sane people, they all agree with it. I don't need to think it out. Okay, fine. It's like, somebody doesn't need to explain to me the details of how you assembled this. Yeah, just give me the gist of how it works, right? But he never said to himself, do I have sufficient vision and purpose to take on this office? He just thought that pretend vision and purpose were the same thing as actual vision and purpose. Because his pretend self works so much better than mine ever did. He never had to... Well, it's not just that. He didn't benefit from the particularist kinds of learning I did in my jobs. But I also did it in my free time, too, because, you at first as you're learning shit, it's like making something, but you're not sure if it's a tree or a bush at first, the things you're learning. And then as you learn a bunch of things that are kind of related, you start going, oh, I guess these things are me, and I'm apparently a bush. And then you start kind of like doing more bush things. And so, like, it makes sense that if you're a politician who's successful at building bridges between people and communicating with groups and getting them to take action of some kind, that you've decided that you don't need to have clarity about what or why you're accomplishing consensus. You just need to validate on the fact that the number of people affirming you keeps growing, and that you can reduce this whole thing to, am I going to beat that guy? And am I going to beat that guy and remain liked and popular? If I have those two things happen, then I must be doing a great job as president. I don't need to account for the fact that some things in life require actual vision, because I'm ignoring and lack the cognitive function of language to understand that I'm ignoring and metacognitive about it properly. And I don't need to have any actual principles, because TI is just instrumental. These are things we'd like to uphold, these principles, and we'll say we're going to, but shit happens. And because I don't really believe in anything, it never occurs to me that it actually matters whether or not I deserve to be president. Not just whether or not I more deserve to be president than those fucking tards. Yeah, he more deserved to be president than those fucking tards, but he did just as shitty a job of it. So what good is your deservedness, right? He talked a good game at first. People want to call him the debater-in-chief or something. I wasn't impressed by his debating skills. I was impressed by the fact that he was talking about things on a more abstract level, at least some of the time, than most politicians do. And that he was active in including multiple argumentation vectors into his explanations of things. Other people would say too much so. But for me, it represented, oh my God, an actual smart person is running for office. They're hiding it pretty well. They have to, apparently. But I can tell. This guy's actually smart. You know, he smoked, and he had to hide that, right? So there's the problem. He was smart and effective, which means he wasn't that smart. And he ultimately was a terrible president. So it's really a shit sandwich no matter how you look at it. Point is, I am not him at all. I have excellent clarity about why I ought to be president. It's because it's my duty to do the job that I'm best qualified to do if the job is leader of the country and the future of the nation is at stake. I'm a good citizen and a patriot. And all those things are the case. It's my duty because I'm not only the best qualified, I'm astronomically more qualified than anybody ever has been. And the thing is, I actually believe that. And people like Ghost of Hume think I'm exaggerating or making a joke, or you can't be serious, or if I'm not making a joke, then I must be crazy and they should reduce the amount of credibility they afford what I say. But if they actually listen to everything I was saying, then they'd realize I'm not crazy, nor am I joking, nor do I just have an inflated self-opinion or something. I'm right. It's true. That's true. That doesn't mean I'm likely to get elected necessarily, right? But it is a unique advantage that nobody's ever had at their disposal before. I mean, somebody might have had it at their disposal before in their own context because I hadn't occurred yet. But I can't think of any president that it's hard to judge the older ones. It's really hard to judge this question, actually. Put it this way. In the current world, in this moment in time, there's literally no alternative. And anybody you might present as a plausible alternative, even if they're great, are markedly worse an option if you prioritize as your electability criteria going to do a good job. Going to do what's best for the country and understand the nuanced complexities of things at the most topmost level, and yet not be paralyzed into inaction like an INTP, not be fundamentally receiving in orientation like an INFJ, because you got to be an action type to be president, really. Either either an interface type or an action type. You know, one of the two subject types. The deliberative presidents are fine as long as nothing's going on, but they're not good choices in times of they require an active president. You know, and the knowing types are just not proactive enough to be leaders like that. Not that kind of leadership. Not president, which is the executive, right? President has to execute shit. It's their job is to execute the law of the land. And so you don't want a receiving type, be they SI or NI dom, in that position. It's just contraindicated. Like INFJs, ISFJs, they're too push-aroundable by FE and too selfish about TI and not SE enough to deal with they don't want. They would find it absolutely fucking miserable. There's no way an INFJ or an ISFJ wouldn't find being president absolutely fucking torture. ISTJ, totally just totally ill. It would be like they'd be getting schooled by every other world leader in every fucking context all the time, and we'd feel like we got this. Oh my god, humanity did this fucking. Can he not read the? Is he completely tone deaf here, and thinking not very abstractly about these complicated issues? Because you're gonna get like, it's like Hillary Clinton as president. It's just like, oh no. Oh, INTJ president, fine, as long as they stay as receiving types. As long as they're just reacting to shit, fine. But if the times call for INTJ would be a fine choice. INTJ would be okay. I could live with that. ENTJ might. But that's the only knowing type that could possibly be president, is INTJ. INTJ could be president, but not ISFJ, ISTJ, or INFJ. I don't want ENTJ president, but they could be a good president. I don't want ESTJ president, but they could be a good president. I don't want ESFP president, but they could be a good president. I do want ESTP president. ESTP president would be fine. ESTP president, by and large, is the best choice for president. But the current circumstances represent this critical moment in human history where we need clarity about how to deal with information so vastly beyond the scope of our attentional consumption capacities, and even vastly beyond the scope of our attending to maps about it, right? Like, we can't even look at the overview of stuff, really. It's so massive. Any overview of stuff is so reductive at its overview level that it has no informative quality. And if it becomes informative, it becomes so overwhelmingly full of information that people spend myriad amounts of hours coming up with different information presentation graphics just to help people process it. Because most people don't process primarily and blessedly via the low res, low processing requirement approach of words mean what they mean, and and that's it. So that's quick and easy, right? You just process with what's said, and whether it's logical and makes sense and all that kind of shit. It's all low resolution stuff. You don't need to know the details of the experience, because what you're dealing with is what's said. What's done is rendered into usefulness by you by naming it and saying things about it. So as long as you're only dealing with that low res shit, and as soon as you're TI above FE, then it's a lot less complicated, because you're factoring the low res of the low res. The FE data is comparatively low res to FI, but it's equivalently interfacey to TE. It's not really. It's about converting other people's high res data into low res statuses that nevertheless are holistic in some fashion, so as to retain the kind of to retain. It's like the irrational numbers of of attention. We can't understand other people's emotions through words and what they mean. We have to understand other people's emotions through understanding them as people. But we can't really ever experience other people as them. And the data we're getting from them is often not words. At least not the what is the opposite of connotation? I forget the other word. No. Not the denotation. The denotation of their words is the limit of TI and the connotation maybe of their words, but not understanding them. That you leave as not your problem. But of course, it is your problem when you're saying harsh things that make people cry, for example. Now you've got a problem. You made this girl cry. Okay, that's always a problem. When you've yelled at the small child because they didn't understand an argument and you're tired of explaining it to them and that they need to understand it better, faster, and then she cries, even though you still think, well, I was mad at her for not learning it. Nobody's going to accept that. After all, you're a scary grown man. She's a little girl. You just yell at her, why are you not understanding this? It's a simple normative distinction. She's like a fourth grader. Nobody's going to sympathize with you, Eric. Not a single person is going to come to your defense. With good reason. You should never have yelled at that little girl. That was not okay. Yes, you were mad at her, but really, weren't you mad at yourself? You were, because shit was going badly that tournament, and you hadn't prepped enough, and you were just kind of taking it out on that poor little girl, and you made her cry. So, FE comes into play. Listen, little girl, you shouldn't cry. The literal meaning of what I just said was fair. The fact that I screamed it at you is irrelevant. And the fact that it's not something nice is also irrelevant. No. Nobody's going to go agree with that. That's dumb. So anyway, that's where FE comes into play and says, sorry, TI, you're not going to win even on your own standards. You got to factor in the consideration of other people and their experience because they can reference it in ways they're going to TI link anyway. So, yeah, you might be able to TI your way around until you encounter another TI user who says, don't you TI around like this because after all, you are doing meow, 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 and that's hypocritical. And then you go, oh no, you've hit me in my TI tool. I can't be hypocritical no matter what. Then I'm going to lose all the arguments. Okay, talk. That Eric needs to shut his mouth. Boy, he sure does like the sound of his voice. Listen to him. Even when he's critiquing himself on talking too much, he's talking up a storm. This fucking guy. He's got all these things he could be reading, ESTP and not ENTJ. I'm just saying ENTJ could be a good president too. I just don't want him. Because I don't like FI up there in the Oval Office. I don't trust FI people with public responsibilities at all. INTJs are a little different because it's like I trust FI to be selfish as a scorecard function. Like, I understand that INTJs are going to get off on getting their precious or whatever, but it's an absolute value where it should be selfish and third, not an instrumental value where you're using the wrong deliberation function for the context, which even is like, it doesn't matter how many deaf horses fight over clocks during bicentennials. You're in for a rough ride if you got FI Tool in the Oval Office. It's not, you've brought a gun to a salsa making class. You brought a knife to a gunfight, but really it's a salsa making class. That's how not appropriate it is for it. The president is supposed to pay attention to that which is universally principled. That is that which is true, just, and in America's interests, and to what's fair for everybody, because everybody in the country is one of their constituency. So they have to keep that in mind. They represent every single person. It's the only office in the land that represents every single person in the country. If you're a partisan fuck, you've forgotten what job you took. You applied for the job of representing every single person in the country. And then you get the job and immediately shit on half of them? The fact that you got all these partisan acts going, the person we want to elect to represent every single person in the country is the one who's only going to represent half of the people in the country. Those people need to remember what the job is of the president. He's the single only person in the whole country that represents every other person in the country. And he beats every other elected office by a large margin. And it's like Supreme Court justices, they don't have constituencies. That's not an elected official. Those are judges. That's different. I hate English sometimes. Other times I hate Portuguese. Still other times I hate me some Swahili. Especially from melodies. Yes, sometimes I hate speaking Mexican. And sometimes I hate Russian too. But when I'm hating speaking Tagalog, that means I'm loving you. Oh, I got a cramp on my back because I'm thirsty. I need to drink something. I've tried to get some drinks many times, but every time I'm thwarted by the fact that I have to go out to the garage to get it. Or just go to the garage and get a fucking drink, you tard. Instead of just continually thinking vaguely, maybe there's a drink near me. Realizing there's not, and then going, just go get one. like to try this new kind of meat? Here you go. There. Okay. Now, I know that you need water. Give you some water. And you probably need some water too. There you go. What will you think wants to do? There you go. And what am I doing? Using this door. Turning off that light. The fish don't like it when it's light at night. They think the sun is never setting. Gotta turn it off so they can see. Otherwise it's distressing. What am I doing right now? Besides this thing that I'm doing. Oh, right. I have to go get cigarettes. That's what I keep knowing I have to do, that I haven't done. Well, I got not one, not two, but 3 non-alcoholic beers. That's called thinking ahead. I got in a conversation with my dad. It's frustrating because, like, unless he's decided to have a conversation and decided ahead of time to prepare his hearing aids to have a conversation where he can hear, he generally can't hear a word I'm fucking saying. And I keep forgetting this, that, like, he's not really getting the gist of what I'm saying at all. If it's dark and he can't read my lips at all, then he's got no idea what I'm saying. I'm just trying to convey pleasantries, right? And so it's like, oh, dear God. I'm just trying to FE you a little bit because I want to display shit that he's ignoring, not paying attention to his 8-slot FE anyway. It's like, well, you know, you are who you are, and your habits are what they are and such, and I just can't help but want to FE, offer him sort of like the FE shit he deserves, but he doesn't care about it at all, doesn't like it at all, really. And what he wants from us, I guess, really, is for us to clearly want things and also want to take care of a lot of little things. But I do want to do that for him, but not because I want to take care of little things, so I'm never going to be good at it. And I do want things, but it's not something you can really ask me about and get meaningful answers. Like, he asked me where I wanted to go on vacation. I didn't realize until, like, the second day we were in Laughlin that the answer to the question was Mammoth. Oh, wait, hold on. I did have an opinion about that question, actually. Because the thing is, my dad suggested, first of all, like, or could go to Vegas, or... So it just sort of put gambling in my mind. So I was like, I guess I want to go to Laughlin. Then, when I was in Laughlin, I actually thought about the question. Wait, so let me go back in time and pretend I was asked that question again. Where do I want to go on vacation? And I would actually think about it and consider places that I could go and choose one based on liking that choice more, rather than just, my dad says Vegas and I go, ooh, slot machines. Well, I would have liked to have gone to Mammoth. I've always wanted to take Rachel to Mammoth, and it's perfect time of year for it. And instead of being 120 degrees in the desert, it'd be nice and cool by a lake, fishing for fish and stuff, you know. But yeah, I didn't really. I never think those questions mean what they mean, right? Where do you want to go on vacation? So, okay, so first tell me, like, where are we going on vacation? Why are we going on vacation? What's happening here? No, where do you want to go, Eric? I mean, I guess it depends where we're going or something. Or where are we going, though? Or, no, where do you want to go? I mean, I normally don't really want to go. You know, I generally don't want to go. To go is... I have a mixed relationship with to go. I don't trust my own instincts with to go. It always sounds fun. Fuck yeah! Let's drive like 8 hours and go to Myang and dig up these things and explore this. It always sounds like a great idea after you've taken like 100 milligrams of speed, right? It's not a good idea. Almost always. You might magically get out of it with no scrapes again, but you should at least get out of it with remembering what a terrible fucking idea that was. So, you know, that's just how shit is. Oh, wonderful kitty. Oh, beloved truth. Oh, the goodness of your kitty heart. The softness of your fur. The sound so true and loving inside your kitty purr. Okay, I'm sorry. I don't mean to pet you that low. Oh, yes. What a good kitty, man. What an important majesty. Kitty man is an important majesty. Would you like to see his important majestic wonder? I'll share it with you. I'll share it with you via the magic of video. Oh my goodness. Look at that. It's a wonderful kitty man. Yes. Say, I am kitty man. I'm running away from this technology. Hey, Eric. You know I was defrosted. I'm an Ice Age cat. Your modern technology scares me. Can you please, I'm afraid that camera's gonna steal my soul. Trouble, we've discussed this. I specifically got the no soul stealing kind of camera. This is a dumb place to put this. This is what I'm talking about. Things falling over and stuff. Just stop it already. Stuff. Kitty, why do you want to hide behind the trash can like that? That's not... Oh, is Capillo coming in? You've been quite territorial, mister. You know, she's your sister. You need to be nice to her. It's true. I want you to meow at me, please. Now, so that people can hear you meow. Oh, great. Now I gotta reposition the camera. But you're rubbing against me, so it's adorable. So it's okay. Oh, yes. What a wonderful kitty. Look at my crotch. Your tail's provocatively hiding my wiener. There. Let's just do the rest of this show like this. So, this one right here is what I call the right knee. This is the left knee. Look at this strangely thin left thigh. Is that his whole thigh? It's like, looks like a baby's arm. Yeah, I hear he only weighs 86 pounds. 7'4"? And he only weighs 86 pounds? I hear he's 7 meters 4 inches. And he only weighs 86 pounds. But they're metric pounds. Which weigh the same as regular pounds, but are called pounds sterling. Any similarity to the British currency is purely coincidental. Okay, enough fucking crazy nonsense for one night, right? It's like, get a room, Eric. Get a room with yourself already. Make love to my own wiener. Listening to myself talk. Ooh, yeah, Eric. You're saying good stuff right there. Ooh, I love listening to me. The only thing I like better than listening to me is talking. First I talk, then I listen to me talk. Then I'm like, wow, I gotta talk some more. Only when I'm on speed. If I'm not feeling it, you know, then instead it's like, everything's shitty now. I hate talking. Fuck off. And I suck too much to ever talk. Why would I even bother? Because everything's shitty and sucky now. That translation. Oh, you're nearing the end of a bottle of speed, you mean? Yeah, no, it's like, I don't know though, it's complicated. It's probably like bigger issues or something. No, Eric, just knock it off already. Just knock it the fuck off. You are not that unpredictable, mister. If you just pay attention to your data, you'll see a pattern emerge. I still don't have any cigarettes. It's not news to me anymore, but it still annoys me. But what makes the annoyance go away a little bit is smoking one of these partial cigarettes. Cigarette butts, did you ever know that you're my hero? You're the wind beneath my wings. But if you don't engage TWFP more and get this chat jumping, he's going to leave us. Who's going to leave where? Who's going to leave where? Who? I got to know the gossip. You look at what happens, and then you see what happens next. And then you make something happen, and see if that thing happens that you want. Interfacing, cause and effect. Well, Yeah, well, yeah, because it's like you can only deal with things conditionally when there's a very limited number of bifurcations, right? There's some systems that the right frame of reference for them is read, respond, or act, and prompt new data, read, right? It's like some things are properly framed like that. Or the optimal kind of attention for the thing at hand is one that assumes that structural reality. That's why we have both action and interface things, is because even though when we talk about the things, we treat interface as though we're a form of action, it's they're really quite different. Action is predicated on the idea that you can decide something ahead of time, which is true, provided the thing that you're taking action, the way in which you're taking action is impactful in predictable ways. Like the form of action taken. Action implies a subject and also an object, right? It gets done to something. But interface involves a subject and a process rather than an object. Stop smelling my baby. Stop smelling my baby. Stop sniffing around. Stop smelling my baby. You're making her frown. Stop using your sniffer to smell my baby. Stop smelling my baby. Even though she smells so good. Stop smelling my baby. I was thinking about it. I actually had Rachel record on her phone last night the lyrics to Stop Smelling My Baby that I came up with in the bath. But, I don't remember the tune to Stop Smelling My Baby, but these should be the lyrics to it. I don't remember what they are, but fortunately she recorded them. Those weren't the lyrics there. But I was kind of trying to remember them, but I failed utterly. Fortunately, she recorded it for me. The word comes from the verb striking, to stroke or pet. A unit of measurement, a unit of petting? What's a unit of petting? Wow, I gotta know about this word. This is fantastic. I want to measure my pettings in units. Normally just count the pets, but, maybe we need to include more arbitrary TE measurement systems of petting. it's always good to generate more data to look at for no reason. Let's see. Eric's world bubble were just figments of his mind. No. No. You're figments of my mind most when I'm paying most attention to you. You're disappointedly ignored from your perspective when you're not in my mind at all. And then I'm disappointed in my lack of engagement when you're not in my mind at all later when I listen to the stream and realize that it's more boring to listen to when it's like, I don't like being too on because as a consumer of a stream, I have a different frame of reference than if I were an editor who viewed that thing as raw material to clip out 15-second shorts from. It would be better to be on the whole time if that's what I was doing, because there'd be more chunks of 15 seconds that would work as shorts, right? But, I just don't like the unself-aware extrovertedness. No matter how much I wallow in the delight of, that's what mushrooms affords me, a lack of conscious awareness of that kind of stuff. Like, I'm too busy genuinely enjoying myself to give a fuck about what you think. And in some sense, that's very healthy because, after all, I'm not doing anything bad. I'm just enjoying myself and indulging myself. But as a media product and as a media consumer, I don't like the guy who makes that media product because he's not showing sufficient deftness in terms of, like, identitarian relations with the consumer of the media. I think it's time to talk about evolution. Yeah, I agree. You say you want an evolution. Well, evolution is fantastic. It explains everything. Like, why do I like almanac? Because a long time ago, there was a whole tribe of people. And the only way they could survive is if somebody gave me a bunch of almanac. I was just like, yeah, I could drink all that almanac. And I did, and I saved the day. And that's why it's NRGM now. Because my love of almanac was useful to our species. It gave my tribe a survival advantage over the other tribes. Your tribe? What? Yeah. Because, back when we were hunter-gatherers, we were like almost the same as we are right now, except for the one thing I was trying to explain, which hadn't evolved yet. And this explains how that last piece of the puzzle finally came into place. It's like that our genes were like, we can't decide, should we like almond milk or not? And then after the time that I saved the day by drinking all the almond milk, there was a big meeting, and the genes said, okay, Species survive. This is good for us. This gives us survival advantage. So now, everybody give Charlie more almond milk. Why did evolution fail to explain speciation? Because, like, an explanation would include as its core engine a mechanism that you can do some kind of thing with, okay? That is either test and prove with experimental data, like create a new species, via mechanisms of reproductive, like of artificially intentioned reproductive pressures, and see if you can create a new species. We can't. We haven't. It doesn't happen. You can do a million different. It doesn't have any. If you treat it as an explanation and start to test it, it immediately falls apart. So okay, evolution happens by gradual genetic change in species over time. So then, species with shorter reproductive cycles must evolve more frequently than things, or faster than things with long reproductive cycles. So I get that, okay, so we're evolving so slowly as humans that we can't really see that evolution, right? But fruit flies have a reproductive cycle that's hundreds of times faster, so they must be evolving hundreds of times faster, right? If in fact evolution, okay, let's test the idea of it. So evolution is correct. So let's make a prediction then, based on its premises. We can predict adequately from it, if it's in fact correct, that as population diversity increases, genetic diversity must increase as well. Except it doesn't. So, it's like scientists, evolutionists, gave up on mutations in reproduction as a mechanism of evolution a long time ago. But they've not replaced it with anything. It originally had a mechanism, but it was falsified. The mechanism was sexual reproduction pressures and stuff like that. It was falsified mathematically, it's falsified immediately. It makes no sense, fundamentally, right? Because there's no mechanism to explain how any advantage, no matter how massive it might be, can impact a genome of a population any larger than like 100 or 50 or something, No matter how much of a mating advantage, even in the most like harem-y kind of situation, you have to have a very small population of individuals. And while large mammals that we notice more have those kind of population dynamics, almost no species do. Like ants don't have those kind of population dynamics. So this weird kind of attentional blind thing that we do of projecting our own frames onto to everything, including like explanations where they don't belong at all. Like, if you just think about it at all, it makes no sense. Because in every single instance we've ever seen, ever recorded, ever reported, every individual of any species has always given birth to another example of that species, and we can distinguish between species meow and species meow by looking at chromosomes and genetic maps and stuff like that, and they're always the same or a damaged version of the same. And they're never anything else. Never have been. none of the empirics suggest anything of the sort is going on at all. Which is why evolutionists, married to their central thesis that this thing that's now undefined because it has a mechanism called evolution, and we just understand as genetic change over time, is somehow responsible for the variety of species we see. They're clinging to that central, even calling it a central thesis is giving it too much credit. It's meaningless gobbledygook. But clinging to the word evolution because it's linked to their careers and legitimacy and stuff, while currently trying to define it into something completely unrelated to what was initially presented as a theory, is unique in science. There's nothing else in science that has ever operated like evolution does. If evolution was held to the same kind of expectations that like a physics theory is subjected to, it would be laughed out of the room instantly. It's not even an explanation. Yes, there's a fossil record, branching fossil record, but the problem is, what it tells us is a bunch of species appear in a short period of time for no apparent reason. We draw lines between them to create these branches. The fact that these ones occurred later and these ones before is relevant. But if you zoom out on the scope of things, why didn't anything occur before this or after this? Is the real question. You know, it's like we can dig down archaeologically and discover that we have complicated buildings up here on top and primitive buildings very down low on the bottom or whatever, and conclude that our buildings evolved over time. That wasn't what happened, right? In order for evolution to occur, there has to be a sustained form of consciousness across time. In other words, the metaphor of an interested genome has to actually be the case. You need to have an interested party for this whole kind of calculation to take place. Fly guy, I'm not angry, I'm just disappointed. What are we disappointed about now? Oh, I love disappointment. Hey. Rub me with the lotion of your disappointment. Rub it into my cracks. Rub your disappointment lotion into my salty canals. Are there evolution stories in Mindy's Club? Well, of course. Why do you think maybe I have a dragon? Because back when we were hunter-gatherers, we caught this dragon one day, and that was just this big, saber-toothed tigers. I'm like, you kill this tigress, dragon. And that's why we have a dragon. Evolution. Cuticular hydrocarbon variation among Oragolitis fruit flies, implications for pre-mating, reproductive isolation, and ecological speciation. Okay, so you'll notice that geneticists of all sorts have been messing with the fruit fly practically since Mendel and his peas, because the fruit fly is so amenable to messing with genetically. In other words, we've been messing with those fuckers for hundreds of years now, with increasing wisdom and clarity of knowledge about genetics and the way they work. But guess what? Out of the trillions of individual fruit flies we've messed with, the genetics, not a single one has ever not been a fruit fly. There's your problem, evolution. No matter how much we messed with them, they never stopped being fruit flies. We couldn't ever get them to turn into something like Okay, now he's gone from fruit fly to bumblebee. We could not separate out a little population and create any species. Now, sure, we can mold the genetic plasticity of a thing. So, in other words, every species is somewhat responsive to environmental pressures. Enough so that if there's an interested party applying those very narrowly defined and applied pressures, you can create a subgroup of foxes that's friendly. You can never make them into not foxes, though. And without that applied, interested, purposed, reproductive directing, everything defaults back to the mean. It does the opposite of evolving. You take a bunch of dogs and you release them and just let wild populations of dogs go for some such time. All the extreme dogs will die. And then the reasonable dogs will grow back to a middle kind of dog that becomes more general in the population. You know? Everything that we know about the world proves to us again and again that evolution either doesn't mean anything or is a laughably stupid notion that is in direct conflict with things that are vastly more well established. It's a collection of observations about genetics under an unquestioned and presumed frame label called evolution that doesn't mean anything. That's what evolutionary science is. It's a way to justify your hunter-gatherer stories. It's a way to pretend like you're justifying your hunter-gatherer stories. In a way that a lot of people still find convincing. Probably most people. I do think that people's faith in evolution is beginning to fade. So it's beginning to crack. Because the problem is, with everything that doesn't win any of the arguments, it doesn't win any of the arguments. I've never encountered anybody who put me even in remotely a difficult spot who was arguing in favor of evolution. It's impossible to argue it. It makes no fucking sense at all. There's nothing to argue. There's nothing there. They abandoned the only thing that once was there a long time ago because it was falsified and gets falsified over and over again all the time. I used to get a lot of pushback about evolution from smart people. Smart people. I no longer get pushback on evolution from smart people as much. You know, I think its grip on people's faith is weakening, but its grip on the public narrative is not. So you'll still see it used in explanations for things a lot, even though it's either just complete nonsense or just there to paint a picture for the reader, you know, like 200 million years ago, dinosaurs walked the earth. Our mammalian forefathers had barely begun their evolutionary journey. Some freaking, like, how is some other species my forefather? They're their own forefather. If some other species is my forefather, then who's their forefather? You know? Like, is their forefather also another species? And if my forefathers are other species, then why aren't my fathers and grandfathers other species? It's just silly, you know? It's like... Human beings learned a long time ago that you can't make hybrid species by mating things that are similar to each other. Which allowed us to do, with that simple piece of information, it allowed us to do a lot of conceptual work that answers a lot of important questions. So, in other words, we know then that species are limits in the way that a physical object's dimensionality is a limit. The extent of me is finite and definitively limited by physical self, right? Things that are me are absolutely distinct from things that are not me in a physical sense. There's no lack of clarity about this, and there's no gray area there. The same quality is true of that other thing I was just talking about. I forget what it was. Raichu, Pikachu, which I choose of you two. Should I choose the pre-evolved, the cuter guy, the guy with the lightning bolt, or should I choose the older one, more orange? His name is Raichu's son. It's difficult to say. Raichu's not necessarily gonna save the day. He loses some of Pikachu's unique attacks. Not an easy choice. You know, Raichu's not necessarily a better choice than Pikachu. That's the thing. He should be. He's the evolved form of Pikachu. But strategically, Pikachu has, I forget what it's called. I think it's like knock you over or whatever. And the way it plays out, Pikachu's usually more useful than Raichu. Going out with a bang. Fruit flies keep having sex when they are dying. Are they dying because they're having sex? Or are they dying from an unrelated illness? Oh, Marianne. I got bad news. I got the big C, the cancer. Get over here and suck my dick. Well, we are a couple of fruit flies. This is our way. Fruit flies live so short a period of time, says Fly Guy. They're basically dying their entire existence. Listen, that's not how it works. Every life has a living part than the dying part. It's just much shorter in frame of reference than ours. But when that fruit fly was young in like minute 3, they were a thriving, robust young fruit fly. They weren't dying. They were living the time of their life. And then later on, as fruit flies age, they become more and more consumed by their sex addiction and unable to fulfill any sexual satisfaction unless justified by having an illness. So fruit flies, once they get to be a certain age, spend most of their time trying to get fatal illnesses so that they can get off. Because that's how twisted their fetishes made them in their old age. It's like when they're 10 minutes old or something. Yeah, well, the thing is, that's a pretty fucked up species plan there. It's like, okay, it looks like the way we designed this species, the dudes are kind of rapey. Okay, well, then how about this? We'll compensate with giving the lady a very complicated vagina. And then there's pushback from the penis department who's in charge of designing that. Like, oh, you're giving our guy now he's never going to get it. Nobody's ever going to get pregnant with eggs. I don't know if that's how it works, but I don't think it works like that. But whatever. We got to make her penis more complicated a little bit than an original design, or else it's not fair. All right. So it's like, no point did either party say, you know what, maybe this whole more complicated vagina thing wasn't a good idea. We can get rid of the more complicated vagina and the more complicated penis and just try to come up with some other way to address this rapey problem of theirs. Just clearly you had designers with a lack of clear vision of the big picture. A trio of researchers within the University of St. Andrews in the UK has found what appears to be an evolutionary advantage for same-sex sexual behavior in fruit flies. What the hell does that even mean, an evolutionary advantage? I mean, so is it like, you know what, some of these gay fruit flies are happy? Their lives matter just as much as the straight ones? Therefore, it's an evolutionary advantage? Ever since we implemented Pride Week in the fruit fly community, we've really just seen these a lot. This 8% of the population, 10-12% of the population of fruit flies really glow. Turns out it's an advantage to be gay now as a fruit fly, and therefore it's an evolutionary advantage. Oh my goodness. That sounds like such a D&D artifact. Jonathan Vazanti informs us that, according to this article that he's looking at, the female fruit fly has a nook of holding within its vagina. Nook of holding is very Dungeons and Dragons. How are we ever going to carry all this shit? Don't worry. I've recently come across, in a dragon's chamber, buried beneath its treasure, this nook of holding. A nook of holding. Have you a staff of insertion? For I've a nook of holding. That's like Renaissance Day pickup line. Oh, good sir. Do I see here among your lucid treasure the grand staff of insertion? That's encumbering. Perhaps you'd like to insert it into my nook of holding. And then cue the hot sex scene. We're mean each other like man. Ew, ah, ew, ew. Squeal and squeak, squawk and squawk. Next time I have sexual intercourse with Rachel, if you're still here, Rachel, why don't you, I'll give you a heads up right now. I want us both to have sex like Japanese girls. Just do that at each other. I'm so helpless. Frisky female fruit flies become more aggressive towards each other after sex, says study. First I like to fuck, then I like to bite. I'm a female fruit fly. You know me, female fruit fly. Just fucking and fighting. Mostly. Nothing gets me in the mood for a good fight like a good fuck. But damn, these male fruit flies be bitches though, don't they? Yeah, they do, girl. They got the whole thing backwards. They like to fight and then fuck. Those stupid, dopey ass. Well, if I'm gonna fight them, I'm gonna need to fuck first. That's how we girl fruit flies do things. You know, I spend so little time around fruit. Why do I have to be called a fruit fly? You know, just a lot of things eat fruit. Why aren't you called a fruit person? Why do you name me after something I like the smell of fruit, okay? But don't make me a slave to your label. I'm a fly, alright? Just a fly. I happen to eat fruit. At Jeff Dam. Oh, it's Jeff Shaw. Oh, Jeff Shaw. I don't want to shit in your already shitty soup. I get it. Life's hard. Shit sucks sometimes. And if there's anybody who goddamn well needs to be taken down a notch, it's that goddamn fucking Eric. That motherfucker. If anybody in the world needs to be taken down a notch, this guy right here. So, if you feel as though you've done so, may it provide you great satisfaction. Do you hear what I hear? I don't know. What do you hear? Myself pulling a bong rip from this box. Yes, I do hear what you hear. You and I are hearing the same thing. Okay, okay. I'm glad you heard it too. Oh, silly times. Yes, y'all. You know what you would make you feel better instead of being all like instead of if you what would make you feel better than the victory you want is enjoying the silliness. Yeah, you can say all whatever shit you want about me, right? But you can't say about me is that at least some of the time I'm authentically silly and enjoying myself. At least some of the time. And I'm not saying anything of any significance at all. At least some of the time. It would probably be a better experience for you to enjoy those moments of silliness that are fun than to continually chase this jackpot of gotcha that you're never going to hit, probably. And if you do, it'll be you realize, oh shit, I invested way more into the slot machine than I ever got back in this jackpot. You know, so it's like you're taking the gambler's approach towards satisfaction. There are a lot of blinky lights and plinky noises, but at the end of the day, you always feel like I did just the other day. What the fuck am I doing? Throwing my money in this fucking casino's pocket because of these blinky lights and shiny noises? This is dumb. I don't need to be like that. It's not fun. Fooling myself is not a good way of being fun. I'm having fun. That's the message here. Fooling myself may be fun sometimes, but it's not a good way of having fun. Not genuinely fooling yourself, you know, like choosing to ignore the fact that, Eric, you know what's going to happen as soon as you start taking out some cash and go, okay, well, let's each put in this much money in this machine. You know exactly what's going to happen. Choosing not to think about it, is like a kind of willful blindness thing. It's kind of a dirty pleasure, you know. It's like I'm gonna pretend for a little while that there's this grand outcome I imagine happens, but it's not a good way to have fun. Shitting on me is not a good way to have fun. Okay, that's the bottom line. It's also not a good way to be accurate. The things you're saying are all just general statements about me. They're just insulting statements about me. How I'm not smart or informed. And it's interesting. You pretend, interesting observing this guy. This guy's confused about what he thinks he knows. Really, this is his. You're just making statements about me, okay? So, I get that generally you don't go wrong underestimating the intelligence of people. But around here is a very different place than most places. And you're not fooling anybody for even a split second. It's just like, come on, Jeff. We don't want to. I don't dislike you or hate you or anything. I wish you could feel included in this community rather than positioning yourself as the lone maverick who's got clarity regarding me. It's never going to work with me. I'm just too transparent, honest, and actual. I don't have this inflated self-confidence or self-worth when you ask me about things like whether I like myself. I've got a lot of inherent self-opposition. So you're not going to find me somebody who's subject to persistent delusion, because my operating value, TI, is implicitly skeptical of personal bias of that kind. Is that like a sound of a cat getting attacked I hear right there? Yes, yeah. What's going on? What's going on? What's going on? Kitty, where are you? Leo? Oh. Well, protect your sister, trouble. I don't know what's going on out there. So, I'm hoping it was cat on cat violence, like the orange cat or something, and not the sound of like Capillo getting bitten by a possum or something like that, because that gets infected and then you gotta go to the vet and it's expensive. There's some kind of shit going on with the cats up there. With Capillo, trouble was right here. No, the outcome is not imagined. It's actually assuming to watch it. It's actually assuring to watch it. The comments and depths of the community makes sense. Okay, well, I don't know what you're referring to exactly when you say the outcome's not imagined, but I don't know if you're directing that at something I said, or I'm not sure what it's referring to. The outcome of what, would be the salient question, I guess. You know what I want to do? I want to eat some of that chicken. Five. They make a good chicken. Now, here's the thing. We got 2 5-piece tender meals. Came out to $30. So there's cheap fast food, which is like under $15 for both of us, which is like Taco Bell or McDonald's. There's still cheap fast food, which you include In-N-Out and everything that clocks in at $20, which is a lot of things to come into this category. But In-N-Out's the best of them, of your $20 category. You can get 2 number 1 double meals for $20 with large Cokes for just over $20. Now, the next level above that called the $25 level. Like Subway. For 2 people, right? Well, Popeyes is at that Subway level, provided you get chicken sandwiches. But today, when we were going to go there, I said, well, we're going to Popeyes. I guess I better make a contingency plan in case they don't have what I plan to get. You never know with Popeyes. They're always running out of shit. Well, I gotta get tenders if they don't have chicken sandwiches. And I realized, hold on a second, Eric. You know what? You'd rather get tenders than chicken sandwich. And I didn't remember until after we got the tenders. Oh, right. The reason I usually get the chicken sandwiches here is because getting the chicken tenders pushes it into the next tier of option. But if I'm going to that tier option, I probably would rather go to the Habit or Tops, which is the next tier, which is the $30 for 2 people option. Baba ganoush. Oh yeah, Baba ganoush. I like Baba. I like ganoush. Therefore, I like some Baba ganoush. Thoughts on Raising Cane's. What is that? I don't know what that is. Can I get 30 strips of Baba ganoush stapled to a hat and sent to me in the mail, please? Never been there. Never been there. The place I like that they don't have in California is Waffle House. Waffle House is a way better Denny's. Denny's keeps trying to ends up like pricing me out of going there because at that price there's better options, you know? And so you end up only going to Denny's if it's the only 24-hour place that's open and you're starving. Waffle House, I'd choose to go there because I like the quick simplicity, efficiency of it. I like your hash browns or whatever it is that they put the cheese on. I just like the whole energy of the place. I like everything about Waffle House. That's not true, Ruben. That's not why Popeyes is called Popeyes. I know why Popeyes is called Popeyes. It's named after the detective Popeye Doyle. Popularized, I believe, in the late 1960s or early 70s. In some television show. Oh, yeah. Oh, that Ronald Brother. It wasn't founded by that guy. He was a character in a movie or something. Just named after him. Maybe his character liked chicken a lot. Maybe he didn't. Maybe someone was in the kitchen with Dinah, and maybe it was him. And maybe they were cooking, but not with the stove, if you know what I mean. Instead, with their respective genitals. By having the sex with each other, like this. Okay, well, now that we've gotten those important matters attended to, it's probably best we pull a bong rip. All of us. Me, other Eric, and that other guy, who's probably another Eric, but I'm not really paying that much attention. All of us, we should all do this bong rip. Assembled Erics, are we good? Remember, guys, sometimes we disagree, but we're all on the same team. Namely, my team. The team of Eric. Look, self-loathing Eric, I get that's your job. Your job is to hate me. But well, some of us in corporate have been questioning the wisdom of your department, frankly. Long have you served your purpose well and prevented various catastrophes of hubris, but, well, the language of you it's not exactly woke anymore, you know, the whole, like, I hate myself kind of, like, fuck you, Eric, you loser, that kind of stuff, you know. It's not really, it's kind of frowned upon nowadays. And, well, some of us in corporate are beginning to question the accuracy of those words even. Do you really hate yourself, though? Self-loathing, Eric? Or are you just putting on a show of it? Sometimes some of us in corporate are quite convinced that yes, you do really, but other days it seems like you may be just faking it. None of us have yet been able to figure out which it is. But that's a quantity that's not your problem. The quantity your problem is you're getting a poor performance review. So either you need to loathe me harder or loathe me better. Or loathe me softer, potentially. Regardless, you need to loathe me differently so that I'm more successfully loathed with less collateral damage. Just some feedback, just performance reviews. Got some feedback for you. Okay? Hey, we're all on the same team here. We all want to succeed. We all want to make a lot of money. All right, go out there and sell, man. Just go get them, Tiger. Or let's close some deals. Let's celebrate some closures. High five, Ryan. Great job at the conference the other day. Thanks, Tim. I can't tell you how amazing it is to be working with this team. Great. Okay, Warren, what do you have for us today? You were going to discuss the project progress on the dev end of the user interface on that project we were talking about. Go ahead. Yeah, thanks so much. Let me dovetail off what you were saying earlier about this other thing with some more bullshit. So wait, what are we doing here? We're smooth. We're corporating. What's the problem? We're trying to decide whether to put that thing here or here. I mean, I get it. It's a big decision. But what's all this talking you're doing, though? Well, that's... You know, we're just dancing with our words around. Sarah, I really appreciate your choosing this to voice, have your voice heard here and express what you have to say about this as well. I think those are some great ideas. I think we're gonna back burner those for the time being, and we're gonna go with Tim's idea. Okay, but I just want to make sure that we all understand how amazing it is that you got up and you were so passionate about what you believe in. And it's a privilege to work with passionate people like you. Okay? No, it's not because you're a dumb girl. It's just because you're dumb. Judy over here is fucking genius. Don't pull that shit on me. Okay? I'm sorry you forced me to say it. The reason... No, it's not. I'll be honest. You know what? Fuck it. I'm going to be honest. Julie, whatever your name is. I'm not thrilled to be working with such a passionate person. It's like, why do you care so much about this shit? This project belongs to none of us. It's none of our idea. We're not genuinely enthused about it. It's fucking horrible work for somebody else shit, that we have to do. Some of it's more fun than others. Why are we all pretending to be all like positivity about it? I don't mind the deal that we're here at work and we have to work and do shit. What I mind is the lack of clarity about exactly what it is I have to do to count as successful. Because the only time I ever had that clarity was the only time I really thrived professionally, although I wasn't very healthy, but when it was very clearly defined exactly what success is. Winning, which is defined as someone else losing. Not everybody gets an A, right? To win the debate tournament, everybody else has to come in second place or lower. So, from a coaching perspective, if you want to win public forum, that means you need to have one of your teams at the top of this list here at the end of the day, and that means all these other schools that you're competing against need to lose to your kids for you to win. That's like a real metric of success. It's very clear and straightforward and simple. And as a consequence, I can perform well because I don't have to justify what or how or why I'm doing it, as long as I get because the metric is so narrow, as long as the kids keep winning, you can get away with murder. You can totally get away with murder because you're dealing with parents who are trying to provide for their kids' advantage and who have varying degrees of understanding of how difficult it is to find genuinely powerful, effective people who can meaningfully impact their kids. And so, you know, it's like debate coaches in general get away with murder. Not anything bad, really. It's just they behave completely unlike any other professionals and are afforded respect despite that. And they might just shit on the respect and then be afforded more respect. And the reason is because the community of debaters is increasingly comprises nothing but Asian and Indian people. And they come in automatically by affording way too much respect to teachers, but it's because the profession is understood more as a responsibility in their cultures as well, I guess. I don't know. Who knows why they do that. But anyway, the point is, they are good consumers in general, better consumers than most people, debate parents, of like private coaches and stuff. So that's why you get respect even though you're petulant and stuff. Because you're dealing with immigrants who are accustomed to people treating you like shit, I guess. I don't know. They come from some other place. But some other place must just be shittier. It's not here. After all, it has the disadvantage of not being here. Okay. I have had it. I have absolutely fucking had it. I am this close to going and getting more cigarettes. I hate not having regular cigarettes and just having these things. But I also hate the idea of getting up and, it's like, well, it's the end of this, really. This magical journey we've all shared, this 7.5 hour long journey of Eric's continual talking. You might call it a riverboat gambling excursion down a Nile River into the heart of an Amazonian jungle. That's the level of adventure that we've been on today. It's been a mishmash of different continents, different references to archaeology, different land masses, and water features. Bodies of water. Water features are just if it's a golf course, I guess. You wouldn't call the Amazon a water feature. It's more like a river. If you can't add it, you don't get to call it a water feature. Okay? And nobody can claim to decided they have their house here. One day is just there's no river next to it. It has never been. And then, you know what? I want to add the Amazon River as a water feature. And then have it be there. So you cannot call the Amazon River a water feature of your property, even if it's right next to it, in my opinion. It's important we resolve this question. First of all, I mean, it makes your house sound like a miniature golf course. You don't want to live at the miniature golf course. It would be too noisy and filled with windmills. You'd hear the constant sound of pop. Can you keep it down? Yeah, if you lived in one of those windmills, as you sleep, people would recklessly attempt to hit golf balls through your house. They'd celebrate when they got one that pecked you right in the square in the middle of the forehead. And you'd be like, ah, God damn it. They wouldn't hear you because it'd be like, wah, 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 making some sound saying like, good job. And me also, you'd be like, oh my God, I did it. They wouldn't be listening to you at all. Because these fucking miniature golf people. I should have just sold my land rather than insist they build a mini golf course around me. I'm getting cramps. Ow. Ow, I don't like cramps. I don't like discomfort because I'm not drinking enough liquids. Somebody needs to force me to drink liquids. I guess that's my body forcing me, by making me experience discomfort and the failure to do so. If I fail to drink liquids, my discomfort will just increase and increase. So, I'm at the mercy of my aggressor, dehydration. Why is it so cold? 70 degrees? I never turn it down that low. When did that happen? Somebody turn on the heater 'cause I'm feeling oh so cold. Did you turn the heater on? Or did your mom just get into my bed? One way or the other, I'm warming up. Well, it's not the heater. It is a hotter fan temperature by 10 degrees than it was previously. So that's making a positive change locally. It's acting locally and thinking globally. I'm thinking globally, it's too cold right now. I'm thinking locally, hey, let's turn up the heat. Okay? Think globally, act locally. Then act globally and think locally. After that, talk about acting globally while musing emotionally about acting locally. Run the whole gamut of potential permutations. Can I know globally and decide locally? Act internationally? No, act intergalactically, I guess. And interface at the solar system level? Why are we favoring action so much as a way of paying attention? Think globally, act locally? Is that what the saying is? Is that what this really saying is? I'm not sure what that's saying, right? Is it saying like, consider how your behavior impacts European soybean markets? Or what? I don't know. Think globally. Okay. Here, do you want me to get you a beer? Okay, hold on. First, let me frame this as a global issue. Does the world want me to have a beard? No. Is it good for the world for me to have a beard? Oh, that's a tough question. I mean, for the part of the world who works for the bear company, it is. Is it good for the earth? Well, I mean, I don't know how to answer that question. Is it good for the earth for me to have a beer? I mean, that's sort of presuming an environmental frame is, it has to be the deciding paradigm, right? But I think people just don't know what they mean when they say that, right? And they go think globally, act locally. What they are trying to say is be mindful of things that I'm mindful of. But seriously though, recycling is really important. You gotta recycle. I drink like cases and cases of us every day. So I have plenty to recycle. I'm going to earth a lot of crap. The thing is, thinking globally or framing things globally is not a good way of deciding action, and the deciding part seems to have been mysteriously left out of the process here, you know? Think globally. I mean, that's not an adverb that goes with think. You know, so you can think about the globe. You can think about it from an international politics frame of reference, or an environmental frame of reference, or a global like meta-rationalist frame of reference like this, you know, or whatever. But the people who say that, they don't mean anything of the sort. They don't know what they mean. They just mean care. That's all they mean. It's really important to care. Yeah, I care about shit. I care about shit plenty. I find that it's not important at all. It's never, if it is important, everything's in trouble. You know. It's never informative about anything that matters. So, thing is, yes, I care, and as a consequence, I don't want to have to care. So stop being all affirming this thing. Caring's not something to affirm. It's something that is real and that happens, and that I as a human being don't regret experiencing. But it's one of those particular things you can't recommend as a general course for people. It's always determined, whether it's a good idea, determined on what you're caring about and through which frame of reference you're evaluating its goodness. You know, how you're defining your good as a criterion there or something. But I don't know what I'm scolding right now, but I am shaking my head at it, whatever it is. I don't remember where I was going with this, but it's got me clucking like an angry hen whose chicks have been startled by an overly audacious goose. overly audacious. Audacious implies to, well, no. You definitely can modify audacious with overly. That's fine. I take back that self-check. I pick up that flag from the field. I'm waving that off. Ignore that flag. Didn't happen. You fell asleep back then? Wow, who could blame you? It's been a long stream. I'm surprised I haven't fallen asleep by accident. But we notified you 3 minutes before the fact. There's plenty of time for all of these things and then some. You're just shifting the goalpost because we requested on top short and coffee on top of short notice of it. Sounds like some very vigorous meowing going on around here. I wonder what's going on. I'm always a big fan of vigorous meowing. Meow me with more vigor. Is one of my favorite expressions. I say it constantly. I don't really say it constantly. Dentici loves his enigma. Dentici loves his enigma so much that he should marry his enigma. And then it would be his enigrum. Bum 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 bum. Oh, Eric, you're so silly. Why are you so silly? You need to stop being so silly. I have been in streams where the host fell asleep mid-sentence. Lol, that's what I say. I have fallen asleep while talking and been talking into sleep for some little stretch of time concurrently. But, well, basically whatever it is you can think of at some point, natural phenomenon has occurred on the stream, like me being startled or me falling asleep or me having a sneezing attack or any of those kind of things you could name that happens sometimes. I'm sure there's video evidence of it. Oh, you dirty-minded people. No, not sexy stuff. That's not for recording. Everything else is for recording, but not that. That's what they call privacy energy. Okay? You're directing your energy towards privacy matters. You're being energetic with your privacy. And the thing is, as long as nothing is recorded, your privacy is pretty safe. Because the actualities of experiences aren't available to other people. Or even to you to observe. But the thing is, you gotta have your privacy stuff be private because, well, I guess you doesn't have any particular necessary. It just seems to me like you gotta. I don't have a good reason for that. I just don't like the idea of other people looking at my naked woman. I don't even like the idea that other people have before looked at her, before I even knew her. I was like, I wish that I want to go and say, you people shoo away from her in the past, So, I don't know. CJ fancies himself INFP. He fancy himself however he wants to. I gotta test the fucker's TI if I wanted to really find out what he is, but I think he has self-doubt about his TI tool, maybe? I'm not sure what's going on with him. He seems, in every regard that I can establish that's not directly assessing him, which is the best way to just do it, but everything seems to indicate ENTP. But I haven't actually tested the TI. So, I've never directly assessed him at all, it was just my observations. I'm more of a subject typer. I like to push things and see how it moves when you push it, like a doctor hitting your knee with the... I like to play TE. Let's push some things and generate data. I get it when typing people because you're always going to justify your conclusions via data, this kinds of data, and it's best justifiable with certain approaches to these kinds of data. And so, I don't know where I'm going. Okay, I'm just done talking. I'm just done talking because I have nothing to say. I'll probably just keep talking though, but well, I guess that old self-loathing Eric is reapplying himself to his job with added exuberance since his recent negative performance review. Keeping the old scoundrel in check, huh? The old scoundrel is that other Eric who's busy enjoying himself and not fretting about things he needs to fret about. He's that old scoundrelly scoundrel. If it weren't for him, self-loathing guy wouldn't have much ammunition to fire. Wouldn't be able to keep sassy intellectual whip guy, ego guy in check, and then it'd be just be, it's like, that's the thing, it just constantly feeds into itself, right? It's like, I'm affirming things that are true as an absolute value, and operationally I'm just treating things as though I'm calculating them in disinterested fashion, but my scorecard absolute value is FE, and so I'm always trying to, it's kind of like I'm in a cycle of FE payday loans. That's what it's like. It's not a good way to go in general, but it's kind of a necessary cost of embracing your identity as a public figure, I guess. You've got to you got to operate with a level of comfort that says, I'm not going to worry about being the extrovert as much right now because I'm supposed to be talking and entertaining people. The thing is, normally, if I'm engaging more with the chat than I have been today, then I don't have this kind of FE concern because I feel like I'm more having conversations. But when I do mushrooms, I'm just so comfortable and happy just being me that I just ramble on about shit and, I'm like a guy who goes to a party, and I'm a guy who's got a lot of pieces of turkey bacon in a big bag. Okay? The key takeaway is just because I'm going to a party with a lot of people and I have a bag with a lot of pieces of turkey bacon in it does not mean I should try to give everybody a piece of turkey bacon. Okay? I should just throw this bag away before I go into the party. Don't let yourself be brainwashed into assuming that because you have enough pieces of meow for everybody at the party, that you should therefore give them each one. I mean, it could be just poo. Nobody wants a piece of poo. You have to really evaluate, is this the kind of party where people want to be offered a piece of turkey bacon from a white garbage bag? It is. Yes, you should do that. But if you haven't actively asked and answered that question in the affirmative, you should default to the negative. God damn it. 1 in the morning. That's too late. I call regular time again, where we fall back an hour. I declare it happening right now. It should be, right now it's 12:07 instead of 1:07. I hereby decreeth dark sunshine, let YouTube have its pound of flesh. Ruben and I both understand this $2 is mostly purposed to make Ruben big and blue. And he deserves it. And I get to get like $1 or something for encouraging it. We're all together on this one. I tell you what we're not together on. This question of going to get more cigarettes. I mean, we're together on the resolution of the question. Yes, we're going to get more cigarettes. As stated, we're in agreement about that claim being reasonably true to the extent one can make true statements about the future. It's this matter of when to go that's really gumming up the works here at the Eric's Cigarette and Constitutional Convention Party and Symposium event of 2022. First of all, I want to thank you all for coming to this convention. Ruben R., great to see you. Betty Tips 3000? No, Betty Tips 3000. No, I don't do that, okay? I'm not interested in I'm not interested in the physicalities of dominance. Okay? Like, that's a, I get it, but it's a brutish kind of dominance. It's, it's, it's kind of like a weak kind of dominance. No need for that shit. No. I don't need to get all slappy or whatever. No reason to no reason to even have any kind of disagreements like that, you know? Like, I think a question may have secretly been betting tip. It's a betting tip. You bet on whether I slap Rachel. No, I wouldn't slap her. I don't really do anything that's at all, like, physically iffy at all. Like, I would never want to have anal sex, because that would get poop on my penis, and that's gross. And I also I really like the idea of coming on her face, but I never actually do, because that's too gross to look at afterwards. Then I gag looking at it, be like, oh god, sex is so gross and so weird. So it's just not go there. I don't even go bottom front hole to top front hole without going to the bathroom to rinse myself thoroughly first. So I'm rather prissy about. I don't like the fact that there's so many bodily fluids involved with sex. You know, I don't want it to be not juicy, but I like it needs to be like one of those nurses standing by that wipe sweat off of you, but they just wipe up all the fluids as they occur. So I never have to see it or like roll onto it or anything, you know? Just because secretions are inherently gross. There's just no getting around it. It's like, it's the only activity I can think of that I want to get someone else's spit on some part of my body. And think that's not just okay, but that it's a great idea. I'm very enthusiastic about it. Getting your spit all over me. You know? But that's true though. It's like, hey, you can't complain about getting so much spit. You can't complain about getting spit on your penis because you're the one who can put it in her mouth. You know? So, and it doesn't even seem gross to you then. You're like, this is exciting and I like this a lot. But when you think about it later, you say, oh, sex, you're so weird. That's what you think to yourself. I think of sex as this periodic bout of heterosexuality that occurs periodically. like pooping, but instead of just a physical act, it's this whole package of things called sex that begins with me going like the equivalent of, oh, I got a poop building, but it's, oh, oh, you, something about you, and you react going like, oh, okay, I'm horny. And then at some point in the next couple of days, maybe right away, maybe as long as like 2 days later, if because I don't like to have sex at inconvenient times. I don't want any like spontaneous sex, okay? Sex should begin with the idea of, I'm horny, I want to have sex now. And now, let's go proceed through the prerequisite steps. And now, let's go to the comfortable place to have sex and sensible place, namely the bed. Now, you lie there, and I will proceed with my dirty, dirty business in the usual fashions. The thing is, that's called sensible sex. It's not good for anybody to get too winded. He's not, trying to, like, go jogging or anything, So, let's keep the unnecessary jostling down to a minimum. Oh. Betting tips 3000. I love Rachel, okay? That there's inherent to the sexual humping times, as they're sometimes referred to as, in the dynamic of heterosexual male having regular sex with, under the heteronormative frame, there is inherently an engine of befouling of your daintiness with my roughshod schlong, right? My roughshod and provincial uneducated schlong is befouling your princessly daintiness. That is implicit to sex, as we sometimes call it, or reproduction. Mating. But let me tell you something. It's important we all remember this. Sex is this weird physical acting out of pretending to be a dick. So it's fine to, you just do the pretending part with the words and the respective positions of authority. You don't need to actually act out this whole punishment scenario. You actually just get her to be extremely well behaved. With just positive reinforcement. You don't need this negative reinforcement stuff. And let me tell you, in the most respectful possible way, Rachel is a very good girl. But the thing is, that's pretend. Sex is pretend. As soon as it's over, we go back to reality, which is we aren't like that at all. You know, in sex, I know exactly what I want. I have complete clarity about what I want. It's the only thing in life I actually know what I want, I guess. And I don't really care what the other person wants either. So that's also what I want. Is to not have to care about that. Those are what I want for things in sex. Well, I want what I want and to not care what you want. But I just want what I want. I don't want to make your experience unpleasant at all. And at any point your experience is unpleasant for you, well, I don't want things that would be unpleasant for you. Like, I have very clearly instructed Rachel that I do not want her to gag. If she's gonna gag, she needs to stop that. Go, no, you're a little phlegmy today, so you just don't even forget it. Never mind. I don't, because it shouldn't be uncomfortable for you like that, right? I'm needing you to spend a lot of time making positive associations between these things, so that it's like, don't hit her or whatever. Praise her and give her candy. You know. I still don't fucking have cigarettes. I gotta stop this. I don't want to stop streaming. It's like I feel like all. Now what? Now I have to decide if I want to watch that stream. It's way too fucking long. And then I'm gonna probably be disappointed because I'm thinking like, oh, I think it was pretty good, and then it's like kind of boring, and it's like, okay, it's just you, Eric. God. Or am I gonna do something like make something new? I think, no, I'm not really feeling any creative energy because I just created continually by talking for the last 8 hours. But then I'm like, but I'm not really ready to go to sleep, so what am I gonna do? This is the conundrum I foresee if I were to end this stream. Well, this is the conundrum that will occur when I do end this stream, but by not deciding when that will be, I delay the conundrum indefinitely. So, well, I delay the actualization of the conundrum's implications, I guess you could say. I should say, it would be more correct. And everybody loves to be correct. I don't mind listening to my own music. I have... I only listen to the instances of my music that are good. I cannot stand listening to my music when I don't like it at all. Even if there's not much wrong with it, it's painful. I only listen to a fraction of my music that I've made accordingly. Just like, even though I like that song, Francis song, you know, like, Francis Cost, because the recording of it is a bad vocal take, and bad enough, and ill-advised and choice enough at the beginning of the song to go, I just won't include it on my playlist. There are a few songs like that have the disservice of not getting a good enough recording of it for it to be included in my list of things I listen to, and thereby get more or less forgotten about, but are still good songs. It happens, but it's not the usual phenomenon. And me and Rachel get married on stream. Rachel and I are already married. We got married a long time ago. We got married the moment I realized she's not going to leave me. And she's also not going to cheat on me. Ergo, we're married. Bang. As an absolutely delightful bonus, I actually like her, love her, and have no conflict with her. Those things are just happy happenstances. The real decision is made on, is she going to leave me and cheat on me? No? Are we having sex? Yes? Let's get married. But turns out this time, even though I got married again for all the wrong reasons, in entirely the wrong way, I still managed to marry the right person this time somehow. I did this. You cannot, I would never give anybody the advice to do what I did. But for fuck knows what reason, once again the slabs come swooping in. It worked this time. It's not something you should even ever try. You should never try to save chicks. Okay? Don't try to save girls. It's a bad idea. But I didn't want to save anybody, but I cannot ignore a beautiful damsel in distress very well. It's like, I both want to save her and fuck her. You know, so if I'm single and there's a beautiful damsel in distress, as pleasant and also good tasty as Rachel is, like, having good taste in things is actually kind of important. Although not hugely, but I find that Rachel and I have a lot of communionish experiences together about music that we both liked independently of one another before we got together, and or stuff that we've come to like together now. One of us introduced to the other one or whatever. It's kind of shocking how compatible our music tastes are. And the thing is, you might say, oh, well, Rachel's just pretending to like what you like her. No, I mean, the thing is, you can't pretend her level of her very deep archive of music listening history that she's done. She knows everything. She's heard everything, you know, and it's like she always I can always tell whether or not she's nowadays whether she agrees with what I'm saying, disagrees with what I'm saying, or isn't paying attention to what I'm saying. Which are the three possible states. She isn't paying attention. She might autopilot agree to something that she wasn't paying attention to. In that case, there's likely to be not me picking up a cue, but her fucking up. You might call that, right? Her fucking up her fake and me catching it. But the other... What was I saying? I don't remember. Somebody, let me see what prompted me to start talking about it. Women usually cheat as soon as they find a better man. I mean, I'm perfectly safe because the message is contained within Angeline's song. Angeline and Rachel is stuck with me because she can't stand other guys. She can probably barely stand me. It's like, you think I'm bad? You should try being with non-intuitard and being Rachel. You know, it's just nonstop, you should do this, you should do that. Why aren't you more responsible? Well, going out with me? Sure, you're inundated with imitations of old Jewish guys at the deli. But you won't find me telling you what to do. Rachel and I don't like being told what to do, but neither of us do. And she enjoys the role of the receiver in doing. She likes to be included, but included as in ways that allow her to default to kind of her observational perspective on action. She doesn't want to be thought of as some now, like, she's not down for ESFJ mode where the ESFJ goes, okay, we're doing this and now we're all on board with my grand scheme of Facebook sculpting exercise that we've got to do here. So, okay, Judy, I need you look, just, I'm not asking you to carry, just go through the motions of pretending like you're carrying it. Okay? Just smile, for goodness sake. No, it's like, they're not down, INFJs are not down to be party to your little play you're putting on. They want to be included, but they don't want to be told what to do at all. You know, they want to be invited to continue to come along, and they'll let you know if they're hungry or something. If they're hungry before you are, you must be fully thwacked out. And you realize, oh shit, I've been playing mindless thwacked out SE with you for 8 hours. Maybe I should consider your experience sometimes. Well, you know, Rachel and I are very nice to each other. So, I think we both feel loved and appreciated and understood. And that's good. Something I've not experienced before. Just be a sport. Just put on these matching shirts that I bought for you. Exactly, Oliver. No, just put on the tutu. And the hat. Yes, and this little makeup. Okay, there. But I really don't want... Oh, it's so fun, though. Just have fun. Just have fun with it. Okay. Just 3 more pictures. And then like 7 pictures later. Okay, just last picture. I promise last picture. You said that fucking 4 pictures ago, bitch. And then you get yelled at for not smiling in the last picture. Okay. You need to be a little bit less of a bossy pants make bosser tense, ESFJ lady. I don't like your bossiness. I get you mean well. I don't dislike you at all. I like your flavor, particular, ability to be excited about simple things. But I don't want to play this game. I'm a team player, and I want to help with everyone's creative things or whatever. But I don't think what you're doing is a creative thing, really. You're just repainting your Facebook wall again with the same color. Just okay. No, I get it's different. I'm just saying, why are all these different colors you use a shade of beige? It's not that they're not. It's like they so don't want to say anything that anybody's gonna disagree with, that everything they say is incredibly boring, particular shit about their families. So proud of Davey for graduating from 3rd grade today. Like, who gives a fuck? Nobody cares about Davey. Even less than they care about Davey, do they care about how proud you are regarding Davey? Yeah, your 3 exclamation points of proud? Wow. And a big, I don't know if they have a little picture for proud. Probably they do. I don't know what that. Is that this one? With the 2 hands? Is that proud? That seems like that one might be proud. Did they have chagrined? Can you be both proud and chagrined at the same time? Well, my pride in your pride in Davey is a matter that Davey is proud of, even though I'm not proud of Davey. So it's a complicated pride triangle we weave. My ISFJ sister loves a show called Modern Family. It's so tiny and it's high people being. It's relatable. It's relatable about everyday experiences and the quirky relationships between family members. But I thought you loved soup, sis. Not this kind of soup. What kind of soup do you want? Some other kind of soup than this. But what's wrong with it? It doesn't have any little O's in it. Says the laugh track. Fantastic. That's a wrap, everybody. That's a wrap. Before you know it, we'll be the postmodern family, and post-postmodern family, and eventually the singularity family. In which AI masters the improvement of itself only to mercilessly slaughter the entire family. Modern family, the singularity. Laugh tracks piss you off. I mean, for certain kinds of shows that I guess the medium has normalized, that if it's done professionally, I don't notice it, and or it doesn't bother me, or it sounds like an actual audience or something. In other instances, it can just be intolerable because it's so laugh tracky. Like it's like such a brazen and easily seen through manipulation at times. It's like somebody going, "Hey buddy, don't mind me, just checking you make sure your pants aren't wet." It's like, no, you're trying to pick my pockets. I'm the middle child. Mind of a girl is the youngest. And the oldest child was born with demon horns? But an angel's tail. You hear about angels' wings, you don't hear about their tails as often. An angel's tail is made of feather dust and moonbeams. In contrast, a devil's tail is made of a meat part with a little arrow thing at the end of it. It's red. Like a long, thin meat part with like a arrow tipped point at the end of it. Kind of like a cow's tail, but sharper. I mean, it takes a very deft hand to make a convincing laugh track. It also takes something that's actually funny, right? You can't. If your material is garbage, the work of the laugh track becomes impossible for it to do. You have to give it something to work with. I am an only kid, but you're not the only kid, 'cause I too am an only kid. You know, there's one guy in second grade. He had the most svelte calves in the whole school. All the girls admired them. Look at Kumar's svelte calves, they'd all say. And the boys, jealous, would whisper gossips. "Oh, Kumar is so proud of his svelte calves. I bet he's been using calf sveltener." But deep down, the jealous boys all knew that Kumar's calf sveltness was all natural. Product of winning the genetic lottery in the category of sveltery, specific to the locale of the calves. It's a minor win, but still counts as a jackpot. Everybody wants udders like the big-titted girls. Not true. Some people don't want those kind of udders. I enjoy a feast of plenty in every regard with my delightful and beloved Rachel. But I know that because most of my life I haven't been with people I thought genuinely were like, Jesus, this lady's sexy as fuck. You know, like, I never got with that kind of chick. I couldn't get those chicks. No chicks wanted like that. I had false presumptions about my own capacity to be of value to chicks. I didn't understand that I was mistaking difficulties of long-term compatibility for my ability to get on them. Yeah, like, you don't. Yes, Eric, you recognize that there's probably going to be some challenges here in terms of long-term compatibility. And yes, it's true that you don't really like to have sex unless you're in a relationship. But it's also true that regardless of all these words you're saying, here you are chatting at this chick because you're trying to poke her with your penis. So I don't know when that started happening, but that seems to be what you're doing right now, Eric. So, and I don't know what you're going to do, because what if you succeed in having the sexual intercourse with her? Then you're going to try to have it again with her, and before you know it, she's going to be your girlfriend. You'll be like, well, now that I have sex with you, I can't stand the possibility of anybody else having sex with you, so I gotta homestead this shit, you know? No, this is my claim. Get away, you penises. That's gonna happen, but I can tell already that I'm not sure there's a long-term... Yeah, just... God, what a complicated nightmare. I'm glad to be done with the world that they generously call dating, which they should really call, mindless rutting, or cascades of disappointment. Shame, disappointment, and misery. The three key components of dating. I'm miserable, I'm ashamed of myself, and wonder if I'll ever know love, while concurrently feeling filthy, 'cause I just fucked that chick. That's dating. Isn't it exciting? It's not exciting at all. I always thought it must be exciting, because I always felt like I had been excluded from this thing that existed called dating. It's not even a thing. It's just fucking guys trying to fuck chicks, and chicks trying not to be too easy. It's just that. That's all it is. And unless you say, okay, no, I'm going full bore. I'm going on to the place where, no, we are trying to be super easy, explicitly. But I'm not that kind of censor. My sensing things are not in that kind of slot. I don't want to actually do things that seem like sexy. I just go, that seems sexy. Maybe I'll watch a video of other people doing it, but I wouldn't want to be out there with all those people and their smells and their sweats and stuff. Ew. So gross. It's like, as soon as you're done watching porn, which means you've ejaculated, your enthusiasm for what you're watching immediately turns to gag-inducing disgust. If you're me, anyway. It's a weird thing about sex. It's like that white goo that comes out before it's out, while it's inside of me. It makes me find it exciting to watch this gross ass shit that when the white stuff leaves me, I no longer misidentify as exciting, but correctly identify as Totally disgusting. Ew, ew. Just other people's bodily fluids? Come on. That's not something you want to look at. That white stuff made me temporarily insane. Obviously, I'm glad it's out of me and onto this paper towel, which I can easily enough dispose of in the trash can. Thank God for paper towels. That's what I say every time I'm done with the masturbations. I say, thank God for paper towels. Now that I'm done masturbating, I'm going to use some paper towels to clean up in the kitchen. That's why I'm saying thank God for paper towels. And there's a lot of reasons to say that, because paper towels are better than coffee filters at being coffee filters. That's an accomplishment. That's really saying something. No, you can't use the same. You cannot use the same paper towels. Even that very notion is gross. Okay? Goodbye, John. And peace be with you as well. May you always walk in the shadow of the Lord. And let the Holy Ghost protect you from sudden lightning attacks. There. Hopefully you now have added protection against lightning. Incidentally, any lightning protection spell from me, from now on, comes free of charge with additional protection from attacks by Serena Williams. So, I now consider her a form of lightning. If I insure you against being struck by lightning with some kind of magical spell, it will include automatically Serena Williams attacking you out of nowhere. So, like, it could be a really good deal from somebody who normally has a high likelihood of being attacked by Serena Williams. They could be life-changing. They hire me to cast a protect against lightning spell on them, and all of a sudden, their abusive, whatever their relationship is, Serena Williams, stops being violent. Hey, look, Eric's made a difference. And, domestic violence is an important issue, and I made a difference today. You're welcome. Women of the world who are always the victims of domestic violence, you're welcome. I just want to say, you know what, ladies, your constant suffering under continual domestic violence all the time makes you brave heroes. Domestic violence. So, is the other kind of violence what, like wild violence, or like what's the alternative to domestic violence? Just regular violence? Out and about violence? Stranger danger. Imported violence. Only the finest imported violence. My black eyes never looked blacker. Okay, time to pull this bowl. Then I really do gotta wrap this shit up. In a package of words about how I should end it. Before going to the gas station we're from, the acquisition, of more cigarettes will occur. No. Will have occurred once it has occurred. It was the only way to say, the only way to justify saying where from. You have to tense it out like that, or else you should just say where. There's no need for the where from. Domesticated violence is the neighbor's damn terrier that's never been properly trained. Domesticated violence is just teaching violence to do the laundry. Getting violence to be more responsible about cleaning up after its own dishes. That's how you domesticate violence. Same way we all domesticate. By nesting. Ain't nothing more domesticated than a guy who's fully nesticated. It's the old saying. It became an old saying for a good reason. It's bursting with truth. All right. Hold on a second. Wait a second. Hold on just a second. What is going on here? That was a good bong rip. That was a pretty good bong rip. Hold on a second. Why is that? Well, Tiffany, we're about to go get cigarettes. Oh, finally, I want to talk about getting and talk about ours. Well, sometimes it's hard to get to go to do things, you know? Well, you're so on. God. Yeah, my bad too. Oh, bother, so bad. You can't even find your wallet now. I'm not proud of it, Tiffany, but you're correct. I can't find my wallet. I have no idea where it is. But it's probably around here somewhere. Oh, wow, that's somewhere. Hey, better listen to me, mister. I am listening to you. You're going to find your wallet right now. That's important. No, I know it is important. That does worry me. I don't know where it is. Well, why do you want to have it? Well, we bought Popeyes earlier. Why would you want to have Popeyes? No, we went to the drive-thru. My God, you left it in the car. Yeah, that's possible. It's not impossible. Let me go look in the car. Okay. So, I have to go away from you right now. But I don't want you to be left without any sound. So I'm going to put something on for you to listen to. Called a story of Tiffany. Put on here. Okay, well, you know what would be wild if I put on the same lesson that we're now doing, but put it from the beginning? Oh, be like infinite mirrors of wonderment. Infinite mirrors of wonderment? Wonderment is a new blend between spearmint and wonderment. It smells like Ben Gay. Ooh, minty. What am I doing? So, the smell of Ben Gay is wonderment? Yes. It's like you wonder, is that what a mint smells like? And then you go, I don't think so. It smells like somebody pulled a muscle around her. You wanna watch out, Mr. Pulled Muscle, or you're gonna smell like mint. What am I looking up? Yes, why asking me? Yes, I know yourself what you're looking up. It was a rhetorical question. Oh, you're rhetorical, not me. Sorry. Don't bother me. I am extremely sorry. You're gonna tell big for your wishes. Oh, I like that. You really jazzed up this time, Tiffany. It's because it's not possible for me to tell big for my wishes. My wishes are permanently the right size.
The battle's ever waging and the battle's never won. If you stop cowing, then the fighting's all done. And the fight's been raging, though the war's no fun. If you're not engaging, then the fight's unwon. The battle's ever waging and the battle's never won. If you stop cowing, then the fighting's all done. And the fight's been raging, though the war's no fun. If you're not engaging, then the fight's unwon. Makes thought and the youth inside. When Piao is plotting a spiteful ride. When work produces nothing that's real. And playtime seems just like the peel of a life that has no fruit inside. Every impulse, run and tide. Run and tide. The battle's ever waging and the battle's never won. If you stop cowing, then the fighting's all done. Fight's been raging, though the war's no fun. If you're not engaging, then the fight's unwon. The battle's ever waging and the battle's never won. If you stop cowing, then the fighting's all done. And the fight's been raging, though the war's no fun. If you're not engaging, then the fight's unwon. The battle's ever waging and the battle's never won.
Never done.
Fighting's all done and the fight's been raging, though the war's no fun. If you're not engaging, then the fight's unwon. The battle's ever waging and the battle's never won. If you stop cowing, the fighting's all done. And the fight's been raging, though, boys. If you're not engaging, then the fight's unwon. The battle's ever waging and the battle's never won. Stop cowing, then the fighting's all done. Fight's been raging, though the war's no fun. You're not engaging, then the fight's unwon. To the undertown, Angeline in tow, for a secret unattended show. Under blazing blue and tropical skies, Angeline is stuck with you. She can't stand other guys. Stay running till the chase is done. Hide your loot and your tracks. You may have been born a son of a gun, but if you lie low, you might one day make it back. If she needs him, he will be there. Seems he's always nearby. He's always around. Angeline has this or another means to get by. Get above ground. To the undertown, Angeline in tow.
a secret unattended show. Under blazing blue and tropical skies, Angeline is stuck with you. She can't stand other guys. Stay running till the chase is done. Hide your loot and your tracks. You may have been born a son of a gun, but if you lie low, you might one day make it back. If she needs him, he will be there. Seems he's always nearby. He's always around. Angeline has his or another means to get by. Get above ground. Stay running till the chase is done. Hide your loot and your tracks. You may have been born a son of a gun, but if you lie low, you might one day make it back. I got my hoes, I got my bins, I got my cats, and then again, I got my drugs and my gang, and my strippers, all the same. I've got everything that I need. I'm rolling down the highway, moving at top speed, looking out for a reason to see a G. Got my hoes, I got my gat, a super awesome conference. I got my clubs, I got my strippers, I got all kinds of fun stuff. Rolling in the Benz, down the highway super fast, going to another super awesome conference for Florida's natural grapefruit juice. Florida's natural grapefruit juice. Florida's natural grapefruit juice. Florida's natural grapefruit juice. Get your hose, got your gats, got your guns, got your band. Yet don't forget your grapefruit juice, my friends. Seems like years that I've been pressing forward in this barrier area, which precludes me from progressing past this point. Every time I step on that, I learn just as little I know about what. Every time I step on that, I learn just as little I know about what. Seems like years that I've been pressing forward in this barrier area, which precludes me from progressing past this point. Wherefore art thou, Borneo? And wherefore were you Guam? What for did you get thorny though? Did you have another fight with mom? When so forth cometh that, and whosoever is that on its back. Every time I step on that, I learn just as little I know about what paranormal stuff. Every time I step on that, I learn just as little I know about what paranormal stuff. Every time I step on that, I learn just as little I know about paranormal stuff.
He's Gregory in disguise. He hates the lies, wants to confront the men, always telling them. But every time he tries, they only run and hide. Again he is denied, chance to yell at them.
So now he's Gregory in disguise, hands in his pockets. Now he's walking down the drive, averts his eyes. He doesn't want you guys to realize that he's Gregory in disguise, hands in his pockets. Now he's walking down the drive, averts his eyes. He doesn't want you guys to realize that bridge brings a new approach. Sneakily, he'll try to encroach up on the guilty. Then he'll finally get his chance to yell at them. He's Gregory in disguise, hands in his pockets. Now he's walking down the drive, averts his eyes. He doesn't want you guys to realize he's Gregory in disguise, hands in his pockets. Now he's walking down the drive, averts his eyes. He doesn't want you guys to realize that
He's Gregory in disguise. He hates the lies, wants to confront the men, always telling them. But every time he tries, they only run and hide. Again he is denied chance to yell at them.
he's Gregory in disguise, hands in his pockets. Now he's walking down the drive, averts his eyes. He doesn't want you guys to realize he's Gregory in disguise, hands in his pockets. Now he's walking down the drive, averts his eyes. He doesn't want you guys to realize he's Gregory in disguise, hands in his pockets. Now he's walking down the drive, averts his eyes. He doesn't want you guys to realize he's Gregory in disguise, hands in his pockets. Now he's walking down the drive. He's Gregory. Yelling and kicking, stabbing everyone, killing and robbing, donating blood, running over everything that goes in the road. 'Cause they don't like it. I'm going to go to camp and take you to the place where I stab everybody that I see. These are my activities for my summer camp and week. Won't it be a lot of fun? Stabby, 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 stabby.
Can I have a box of Whippets?
A 50-pack? Here we go, Wendy.
I buy a crap load of Whippets and I hate whipped cream. Wonder what that could mean. Always sit down, putting up dreams, or you'll fall to the ground and you'll make a scene. I'm Wendy Whippets. Beat double peace fly. It's a hell of a life, lots of nods, little stripe. Wendy Whippets has arrived.
Double P and Wendy Whippets invite you to sing along with our song. Like me, much more you see, like the B-double-P-F-A-C-E. I'm a baby pig and my face is poo. My name is Mr. Poop Face. Nice to meet you. What we need is a party in here. Dancing girls, music, drugs, beer, and baby pig poop face. And when did we in here?
W-E-N to the D-Y to the space. Whippets are what go in my face. Why wouldn't they? I'm not Cindy Slipper Day. No way, I'm Wendy Whippets today. Mrs. Pig Poop Face is also okay.
Double P and Wendy Whippets invite you to sing along with our song. Double Poop Face and his wife.
Mrs. Baby Wendy Whippets Pig Poop Face for life.
Double Poop Face and his wife.
Mrs. Baby Wendy Whippets Pig Poop Face for life.
Double Poop Face and his wife.
Have a nice night.
Caterpillar time. Caterpillar time. It's caterpillar time.
caterpillar time. It's caterpillar time. Back up your mind. Caterpillar time. It's caterpillar time.
Got a story about 10 years old. It's a song for an open road, and such a thing must always do its job. She married up Jeb, turned 19, 4 years in and 3 kids weaned. Weary now and questioning the past. Agency out, paces discretion, locking in our courses, way too young. The urgency conferred is really just depression, making sure those underneath them always run. Doug at 20 found bourbon fun, likewise Doug at 21, and so forth well up into middle age. What he once thought would set him free became his whole identity. Now Doug's about another drunken rage. Agency out, basis discretion, locking in our courses, way too young. The urgency conferred is really just depression, making sure those underneath them always run. Everybody's panicked about the kids, lock them up with extra dexedrine and mathematics to promote success, or to impose more unjust duress. Agency out, basis discretion, locking in our courses, way too young. The urgency conferred is really just depression, making sure those underneath them always run. Without consent, it's really just oppression by parasites surviving while they feed their fear of dying. Yes, they feed upon the futures of the young.
It's a very cloudy day in Los Angeles, and today we run out of time. Struggles past, troubles still to come. The day is nearly done. Could someone buy us some more time? Cloudy day in Los Angeles, cloudy day in LA. I'm no sort of evangelist, but I have something to say. It's a very rainy day in Los Angeles, and today we hope for more time. Struggles past, troubles still to come. The day is nearly done. Could someone buy us some more time? Cloudy day in Los Angeles, cloudy day in LA. I'm no sort of evangelist, but I have something to say. Life can strangely be forgiving to those who stay awake all night, and mostly voices say to give in and try to sap your will to fight.
Whether I'm
supposed to be here, or just be soon forgotten noise. It's sort of based on what I see here, and also on what I avoid.
It's a very cloudy day in Los Angeles, and today we run out of time. Struggles past, troubles still to come. The day is nearly done. Someone buy us some more time.
The dummies, arrest them, though that's dumb too. But they ignored my questions, I felt glum. They need to listen, pull out your gun, shoot 'em or miss 'em. Now you're an archetypal one, belligerent, cocksure, and dumb. Your grading failure exemplifies why it's bad to leave your kind of dumb dogs lie. Insipid crops inside your head cup. Mentally, you're just a newborn pup who has himself well deluded. Talk of having thoughts, but your thinking's not included. The dummies, arrest them, though that's dumb too. But they ignored my questions, I felt glum. They need to listen, pull out your gun, shoot 'em or miss 'em. You're proud and sure for no reason. A brand new truth for every season. You think engagement is to provoke, but that's just because your brain is broke. Wait a minute, that's unfair now. You're not dumb for a human, you're smart for a cow. It's not your fault that you can't think, but your stupid still makes our boat here sink. The dummies, arrest them, though that's dumb too. But they ignored my questions, I felt glum. They need to listen, pull out your gun, shoot 'em or miss 'em. And not just you is on that boat, though maybe only you can neither swim nor float. Yet again, you run and get your coat, seize the helm, cheer, steer, and gloat. Captain. When your dunning goes full-blown Kruger, then your dunning becomes a loaded Luger shoved into our lips and teeth. You crash our boat upon the reef. Pick a peck of Pikachu calmly. Sick a pack of piplups upon me. Rick's deck sits flat in front of you, so play to slay the way you do straight through. Attack, attack, and don't let up, even though we only now just met up. Unless you suspect a secret setup, Meowth hiding under side ducks, get up. The dummies, arrest them, though that's dumb too. But they ignored my questions, I felt glum. They need to listen, pull out your gun, shoot 'em or miss 'em. The dummies, arrest them, though that's dumb too. But they ignored my questions, I felt glum. They need to listen, pull out your gun, shoot 'em or miss 'em. The dummies. Hold your breath, expect the best, assess as less, slop and mess. At least you'll confess that the less than the rest isn't confusing. Liz Pitt bet the rest were musing, but Liz Pitt didn't have any confusion. She rolled over them October to June, then took off for the summer. The various plans all about, various deeds underway. Wary of every doubt, cause it's scary, but that's about all you can say. The various plans all about, various deeds underway. Wary of every doubt, cause it's scary, but that's about all you can say. Now in fall, whispers began to carry in the hall that Lisbeth's urgency impelled them all to hide away from her inside a bathroom stall. She's berating, always making her point, started hating, always feeling annoyed, bullying now her way through you. It means she likes you too. The various plans all about, various deeds underway. Wary of every doubt, cause it's scary, but that's about all you can say. The various plans all about, various deeds underway. Wary of every doubt, cause it's scary, but that's about all you can say. The various plans all about, various deeds underway. Wary of every doubt, cause it's scary, but that's about all you can say. The various plans all about, various deeds underway. Wary of of average out, cause it's scary, but that's about all you can say.
Just
Well,
a
I'm
day.
back. And more. More than just back. Because I didn't just come back with cigarettes. I also made myself this plate of ravioli. And this cup of coffee. Plus, a stern talking to with myself in the mirror over there. Started out stern, then it got a little more nurturing. But time for me to get a haircut. I need to trim my beard and hair. I'm looking just like I'm just really. At this point, it's like I'm no longer ignoring people's heuristics. I'm actively triggering the wrong ones. Oh, sure. Maybe it's going to be another 30 seconds, but then some parts of it will be too hot. I'm very happy with this degree of warmness. It doesn't need to be steaming hot, you know. Chef Boyardee already did all the cooking of it, so it's just what temperature of consumption you prefer. This is a little more tepid, perhaps, than would be ideal, but what I'm saying is, yes, I have something to complain about here with this ravioli. Could be a little hotter, but it's not really bothering me that much. It's bothering me less than the amount of time I'm spending talking about it would seem to indicate. Okay, so like I'm usually not that picky about this, and the key thing is none of the parts of them are cold. It's just none of it's particularly hot either. Because unlike some things, this wasn't frozen when it was microwaved. Those things you really gotta, because even if it is fully cooked, I don't like it's got some parts that are hot and some parts that are cold. Like, hot and warm is fine, or kind of tepid, like this is fine, but I don't want little cold frozen bits in there. So you go. So I've been pouring through and stir it. No, Eric, don't think, hey, since I never detached the plastic thing on top to begin with, maybe I can just shake it around. No, don't do that anymore. Don't do that again. Okay, that never ends well. I'm gonna make this more convenient. It says peel back the plastic thing, but I'm not going to because I don't like stirring. I gotta move it around, but I should just be able to shake it around a little bit, you know? Like, I don't want to have to stir it around, you know? And that's why there's that red stuff splattered all over the wall. And that explains our new decor of squalor. The food may not be hot after just 3 minutes, whatever, when you're microwaving these frozen things, but in those 3 minutes, the amount of grip that the plastic peel back thing has on the main body of the container has weakened dramatically. Probably because of rising steam, one would imagine, but it could be additionally the the container to which it's attached is being distorted by the heat, steam, or both. If it's the kind of plastic that is like some kind of plastic containers, you can cook in them, like in the microwave. They do like get a little melty, but they're kind of plastic that the meltiness never gets on the food. They never melt all the way. They just get soft, you know. You hate my beard. I'm not fond of it either at the moment. It's too unruly. Like a group of remedial middle schoolers. Listen here, Beard. You're being too unruly. I like this juice. It comes with the raviolis. It's good. It's like tomato soup, kind of. Or ravioli juice is another name for it. Can I get a tall glass of ravioli juice? It's made mostly out of tomatoes. I've figured out the recipe. It's tomatoes plus flavor. I'm pretty sure that's how they made it. They squeezed a lot of tomatoes with 1 bushel of flavor. they got this. And then everybody at the juicing company celebrated and said, "Damn! That's some juicy ravioli juice." We're gonna go down in juicing history. Little did they know, but a greedy, spying, covetous man was hiding in the shadows nearby, and his name was Chet Boyardee. He stole their invention, renamed himself Chef to hide the fact that he didn't make up the invention by claiming to be a chef who might make up such an invention. And the rest, as they say, is Chef Boyardee history. Every meal tells a story. A meal is the story of the heart of a people. Sure, food feeds our body, but a meal feeds our soul. You got some food on your lip, Eric. Hold on. Listen. With food is life. Well, yeah, eating and being alive and all that, right? That's why I always go organic. Wait, what's why? Look. A lot of people will tell you keto, but if you've really done the research, like I've really done the research, the critical thing is to look at both these two kinds of cholesterol, but also your BMI. You're gonna incorporate the other kinds of bullshit things I'm saying, and then you can really know, like, you can get optimal results from what you eat. That's not how food works, you SI polar tard. Hey. People need to start thinking more in terms of, like, the different food we eat is like this habit of who we are, and our bodies become that equilibrium. Your body gets accustomed to eating a certain way, and your system is disrupted whenever there's dramatic change from that. So there was such a time when I ate one time a day, plus a lot of candy and sodas during the rest of the day. I just had this one huge meal, like in the middle of the night, usually at Denny's. The Denny's that burned down and no longer is there. And my body was very used to that. And I wouldn't feel hungry until right before it was time for me to eat that big meal, and then I just feel like I was about to die all of a sudden. But that's what I was accustomed to. I could never go that long without a meal now, because I'm not at all accustomed to it. Even though, you might say, well, it's the speed. Yeah, except I'm still thwacked out, but I still could never go like that anymore, or wouldn't. My body's not used to it. I get too hungry. Even I can tell that, like, okay, I'm hungry before I could go like that. Before, though, I kept very steady, big supplies of candy. So I could probably do it if I did that. Like, when we were in Laughlin, Rachel and I had a big bag of, or a relatively big bag of Heath's, miniature Heath's, and one of Twix as well. So we had abundant candy, and I resumed my old habits from bachelorhood, more, I guess, when I steadily grazed on candy all day long. Hence my teeth, in part. Grazing on candy and meth. Not great for your dental outlook. But, you know, actually that was not, that was way after the meth thing. I didn't really get into candy at all until I quit drinking alcohol, which was way after meth, but, that's what made me get into candy, was quitting drinking. When you quit drinking, you have this, I discovered that what I never really had at all before, which was a sweet tooth. I had a massive sweet tooth that I couldn't satisfy. Like, I would, like, dream of eating cake and stuff, you know? Would I stick my nose into somebody else's business? Well, is it only their business? Or is it their business but appropriately my business as well because of their malfeasance in some fashion? I need more details. Like, it depends what they're doing. If they're doing something bad enough in front of me, yeah, I'm gonna go fucking say something. Even if it's a bad idea, probably I'm gonna go say something. But then, in my opinion, because they're doing something bad in front of me, they're forcing it to be my business. So they need to fucking knock it off. Anyway, I still have a sweet tooth, and I like to eat candy a lot. But what I don't do a good job of is upkeep of candy supplies. I got out of the habit of regularly buying it. Like, I used to, like, have my place I'd go to get it. Like, I always got it at the Rite Aid. And I knew what I was getting. Would I brush my teeth with hand soap? I mean, I can... Again, what's the context here? Is there any more information I'm being provided? If not, then the answer is obviously no. But it really drives home the fact that you can't answer those kind of questions without sufficient contextual information. Why is it even a question as to whether or not I'm going to brush my teeth with something that you're not supposed to brush your teeth with? Well, that's not what soap's for. As I've said many times recently, what we all gotta do if we want to be Eric approved is we all gotta stop trying to force things to be things they aren't. And brushing your teeth with soap is doing exactly that. That is not toothpaste. Don't try to make it into toothpaste. Brushing your teeth with it won't make it turn into toothpaste. And the reason we don't brush our teeth with it is because it doesn't make for good toothpaste. It also tastes very much like soap. So, these are simple and obvious things that we all know. But maybe it's good to directly articulate them sometimes. Anyway, most importantly, let's discuss this new reality Because now what I'm going to do, because I smartly left them over there, I'm going to get up to go find my cigarettes. Except this time, it's going to be a different outcome. Yep. Here they are. Right where I expected them to be. And that expectation being prompted by something in my visual field over there. Sure enough, it was what I thought it was, and I was able to acquire one. No more like echoey bits of disappointment periodically wettening the walls of my cavern. Don't wetten the walls of my cavern. That's privacy. That's privacy land. The wetness and dryness of my cavern. Was that a gunshot? People shooting guns in the middle of the night? Possible, but unlikely because we are very close to July 4th. So probably it's a firework. I gotta say, these mushrooms have a longer duration than the other mushrooms that I have taken, that I got from this guy. I'm not really tripping anymore per se, but it's got more of a, linger than I've noted previously. What is this fucking thing? We're 9.5 hours into this. Now, granted, much of that duration could be attributed to not mushrooms, but amphetamine. But surprisingly, I've been tripping the whole time, you know. The mushrooms don't usually last that long. Do I think it's cool to be hot? But I'd drink kerosene given the opportunity. Well, golly, let me think. It is kerosene on the one hand. On the other hand, I'm being given an opportunity. Do I think it's cool to be hot? I think hotness is a factor in coolness, but it's not that easy to be cool. You can't, it takes a lot more than just being hot to be cool. Being cool requires you to be cool. It doesn't require you to be hot. But being hot can make you more cool. So it's a complicated question. The thermodynamics of hot and cold, when it comes to the question of cool, are more art than science. If you ask an artist, but more science than art if you ask a priest. And more religion than either science or art, if you ask me. And that's one to grow on. The end, God bless. And the takeaway here is, never trick a person by squeezing their butt. you'll get arrested for sexual harassment. Words of wisdom, words to keep in mind. When on a first date, don't puke in her face. That can be a deal killer. Right there. You can take a perfectly good date. You're a little nervous. If you gotta puke, point away from her face. Would you go deep to go higher? Well, maybe. I'm going deep into this cave. No, I mean, what I'm saying is super deep. I think that might mean something, but can you elucidate it for me? You know, like a lot of people that aren't like really deep, like I understand like on a surface level, okay? But what I'm saying isn't just like regular, like a lot of people just believe just like the lies, you know? I'm talking about being deep. Like, you know, seeing the real truth beneath the lies. That is deep. Compared to things that are more shallow, it's very deep, I'm sure. But can we get a more useful definition of deep, please? Yeah, I'll tell you a useful definition of deep. It's like, instead of being like your eyes are closed, you're a sheep. It's like, bam! All of a sudden you see, you know. That's deep, man. Okay, I'll keep that in mind. I'll add it to my collections of things people call definitions. My book of things people call definitions includes the craziest kinds of things. Rocks, dead lizard, you know. Lots of things that are not definitions. That's why it's called the book of things that people call definitions. Sort of implied that they're wrong. As you read through the entire book, you realize, yes, that's what they were trying to get at. They say these are definitions, but they're not definitions. They're just words of mine. Words of mine. Words of mine, or WOM, or as is known by the youths, WOMing. WOMing is when you're just saying a bunch of F-I-N-I nonsense. And putting it inside of it periodically, what was that called? Interspersing it with words designed to elicit communal grokking. Like, because, see, when you really go deep, I mean deep, into understanding things, it's like, you know, you see so clearly, like, God, everybody is just like, their eyes are covered with coverings. You know what I'm saying? No. I mean, I do know what you're saying, but I also know that it doesn't mean anything. And that you apparently don't care. You're hoping to get me to agree to overlook that so that we can grok communally together over affirming these sounds you're making. But I don't want to do that. That's not fun. Yeah, bro. Yeah, your bullshit's not bullshit at all. I totally feel you, dog. I know. I was like, you change that enzyme level by just changing your diet, and it's just like, boom. You know, bro? It's like amazing. Yeah, it sounds amazing. I mean, it's life-changing. Well, I'm glad to hear your life's changed. Speaking of life-changing, let me talk to you about semen retention for a minute, okay? Are you retaining your semen? No. Well, okay, what all people don't know is there's an incredible amount of your body's energy is in there, you know, and you're letting it out. And what you can find is that if you retain your semen, you can actually, by not having any kind of like ejaculation, you know, you think, oh, it's shutting you down. It's actually, no, it's opening you up. And all of a sudden, like, girls find you like magnetizing, and it's like you have this newfound power, this newfound masculinity. Boy, you sure are poetic about your prostate abuse. You know, you sure are poetic now about your future enlarged prostate. It's not a good idea to retain your semen. It's also not a good idea to retain your urine. Just because it's of you and is infused with the energy of you doesn't mean that you should keep it. It's like there's this sort of childlike third slot TE thing that goes on where, and then somehow Zippo Chingo, you know, the energy conversion occurs, and all of a sudden, what was just energy that was sitting it would have been sitting on the paper towel, because you chose not to whack off. Now you get to access that energy, like pushing the nitrous boost button in your car. And you know, it's like, I guess they're probably pretending their way through these experiences. Right? Like they're validating it with their experience by saying they're having that experience, and therefore believing it and therefore having it or something. I'm not sure what's going on with that process. Well, I mean, it's silly to try to make sense of an epistemological dumpster fire. Yeah. No, you're right, Eric. True. Those charred and and wet remains of a file cabinet aren't very well organized. I can't explain it. Well, why is it like that? Well, because we're looking at it right after an epistemological dumpster fire happened? Why isn't it more well organized? Again. But I want an explanation. Damn it. Somebody needs to be held accountable for this. When I say I want an explanation, what I mean is, tell me who to blame, goddammit. Eric, would you bang your head against a fine young mule? I'm assuming you're talking about a biblical ass. No, I don't like to get jostled. I don't want to bang my head against anything. My head's a precious jewel. You can think of it like your most beautiful aunt. But increase her fragility by a factor of 12. That's my head. My head is 12 times as precious and fragile as your most beautiful aunt. So I try to keep the jostling to a minimum. You know, it makes me feel like, stop moving around so much. Like, I don't like to shake my head when I'm dancing very much because it's like, no, you're just gonna make yourself all like jostled too much. And he's on my shirt. I don't know who that is. My dad got me this shirt because he took care of my cat when we were in Waffwin, Nevada. And he's got a gun. And he's got a gun. An Aerosmith's good song. It's their best song. They don't really have a lot of good songs, but And He's Got a Gun is a good song by Aerosmith. Eric, beef or steak? Well, that's a bad question. Bad question. Bad questions don't get rewarded with answers. They get rewarded with scoldings. You're a bad question. Your query goes unanswered. Well, I guess this is coming to a close here because I have to have my car at the fucking fire station at 8 in the morning tomorrow. Because, you know, how my father bonds with me. He forces me to go to the car place that's shitty because it's his place to get unnecessary work done on my car. It's how he loves. And the reason it's his favorite shitty place is because they're happily doing putting on a show of doing things to the car for my dad, you know. I fucking hate Firestone, but whatever. What I don't like also is the idea of going to sleep without having at least 4 hours to sleep. If I go to sleep all the way and I don't have 4 full hours to sleep, there's a chance I could oversleep. It's the only context in which I oversleep and miss appointments. I don't have to use alarms or anything. I don't sleep that long, that deep. But occasionally, not using alarms means I do sleep through something. Usually it's a nap during the day. But if I go down for a full night's sleep, I have to get at least 4 hours if I really crash out. I don't think I'm going to really fully crash out tonight, though. Because it's too close to the beginning of the bottle of Adderall. And even though I've been not going crazy on it, like I've been pretty conservative with it, but my head's still fresh to it, so I'm pretty sleep resistant at the moment. But I should go lie down at this point. Try to get some sleep. Since I didn't sleep really at all last night. Oh, sure, you might call being awake a form of sleeping. Oh, sure, you might say I slept all night long like a little baby. Oh, sure, you might point out that how you slept then would be contingent on which baby you're talking about. But one thing you cannot deny is that I am now talking about the subject of sleeping. Or I was, anyway, prior to ending the discussion thereof a moment ago. So, while we're talking about it, we might as well incorporate a musical element. Because if there's one thing science has proved over and over and over again, it's that music is the bread upon which the Sandman's sandwiches are made. Very out of tune guitar because I leaned it against. I was trying to, whatever, because I'm freaking stupid this way. Oh. In tune-ish. Sort of in tune. You know, it's good enough. It's good enough for government work. I'm just gonna play a couple of comfort songs and probably go to bed. One comfort song I like a lot, just because I love the way it plays. And despite its clearly racist undertones, is Just a White Boy by Merle Haggard. Oh, you might call me a rambling man, 'cause I do a lot of thumbing and a kicking games, but it won't do Nancy good to call me names. My daddy wasn't well in Woodrow. I wasn't born and raised in no ghetto, just a white boy trying for a place to do my thing. I don't want no handout living, no one in the park. Anything they're giving, I'm proud and white, got a song to sing. Well, I said a few things and I'll admit it. If you want to get ahead, you gotta hump and get it. Just a white boy looking for a place to do my thing. Indeed, yeah. I'm gonna find me a wealthy woman and a line of work that don't take no diploma, 'cause I ain't got much to lose but a loss to gain. You might call me a good time fella, but I ain't no black and I ain't no yellow. Just a white boy looking for a place to do my thing. I don't want no handout living, no one in the party, anything they're giving. I'm proud and white, got a song to sing. Well, I said a few things and I'll admit it. If you want to get ahead, you gotta hump and get it. Just a white boy looking for a place to do my thing. I'm a small town boy, been around a little, and I like guitar and I like the fiddle, 'cause that's the kind of soul that's fan my flame. I'm a blue-eyed Billy beard and ready. I got to work just to be somebody. I'm a white boy looking for a place to do my thing. I don't want no handout living, no one in the party, anything they giving. I'm bright and white and got a song to sing. Well, I said a few things and I'll admit it. If you want to get ahead, you gotta hump and get it. Just a white boy looking for a place to do my thing. Well, I've said a few things and I'll admit it. If you want to get ahead, you gotta hump and get it. Just a white boy looking for a place to do my thing. Which is apparently this. And I guess I found it. The place is right here. Talking with those people. It's a place where I do my thing. I'm not popular because it requires a refined taste. You guys have very refined taste in media. You're excellent connoisseurs. Excellent connoisseurs of media. If you've been here now for 10 hours, you're both excellent in your connoisseuriness and also impressive in your endurance. Oh, connoisseurs are very fine, refined, delightful, just in time. Eric talk. Yes, you're so refined in everything you say and feel, and in your every thought. Yes, today you said I've got 10 hours, what should I do with it? I need to listen to Eric for all of it, for all the entire 10 hours, and then I need some more, because this media is so amazing. Whoa, oh, oh. I'm a connoisseur, refined, exquisite in my taste. in timing and other elements of fine media dining, which includes understanding that a proper meal takes a full 10 hours. What do you mean? Can we have something other than more Eric now? No, I'm sorry, that's all we seem to serve here. Surely you must have something other than more of this Eric. No, I'm afraid. Pretty much that's all we serve here. When other food tries to get its attention, Eric food just pushes it out of the way. You can order Rachel, but it's a crapshoot as whether your food will ever arrive at your table. She probably doesn't want to cook for you anyway. And hey, who can blame her? Cooking's always a pain in the ass. Oh, you guys make me laugh with your silly ways. I really like you guys, because you're the difference between me doing this with somebody watching me and me just doing this depressingly by myself. So I really appreciate the fact that people are willing to watch me be me. It makes it so much less pathetic. You know? Thank you guys for making me less pathetic. I appreciate it. Because rolling around in this mud puddle of patheticness is fine, but I'm getting too old for this mud puddle. This mud puddle is... I get that it's sort of a necessary part of reality, but it's so dirty with mud and gross water. And I don't like feeling dusty or dirty at all. I don't mind being like grimy in my own grossness, but dust and other particulates on me, I don't like that. It makes me feel the dust shivers. You know, like, I got dust on my feet. I don't like getting sandy dust on my feet. That's one of the reasons I don't like the beach. Keep your goddamn dust away from my feet. Hey, I'm wearing flip-flops here. So, all you dirt and sand and other things like that just need to be very conscious of the fact that we've got vulnerable, unsock-clad feet here that are subject to dustings, whether accidental or intentional. And it's your responsibility as the earth to not get my feet dusty. I don't like it, and you need to stop being so presumptuous, dust. So, that's when I got in a big fight with Dust. He made a bunch of videos calling me a bunch of names, and I was like, God, I just said you weren't an INFJ, Dust. And then he threatened to sue me, and then I was like, I'm not done talking about it because Karma's pimp keeps complaining about the drama. That's why you don't hear me talk about the fight with Dust anymore. is blame it all on Karma's pimp. Because he doesn't like drama. What he really means is he doesn't like me complaining about other people. Even if they behaved in ways that are very worthy of complaining. Yeah, you're just picking on them. No, I'm just complaining about them because they earned my complaints. If they earned them robustly enough, they've also earned my interest. A combination of complaint worthiness plus me being interested in complaining equals endless hours of complaining analysis, which may include some actual complaining, but is mostly analysis about the complaining. That's not exactly drama, okay? That's meta-complaining. No. I'm not gossiping, starting shit, talking smack, being chismosa. I'm meta-complaining. Makes a huge difference. It's much more masculine than those other things. It's the most manly form of being catty. Oh my God, did you see what she was wearing? Can you believe she went out in that? I was like, I don't even snowy, but who would wear that to that event? She looked so almost underdressed. I mean, not like totally underdressed, but when she wasn't overdressed, right? And for an event like that, you should be kind of a little overdressed. Then isn't that just correctly dressed? Isn't it no longer overdressed then? You know what I mean. She's always been like that. Sneaky like that. Wearing her clothes in ways that allow me to make meaning about them. The gall of that woman. Oh, look at Miss Sassy Pants over there. Think she's all that with her meh bag. Let me tell you, sister. I don't know if you've heard, but she and Dave have been fighting. Yeah. About sex and money. You didn't hear from me. Hey, have they also been fighting about their kids? Do you know them? You know David? Oh my God, yes. Wow. That is remarkable. Imagine that conflict over those most common points of conflict. Most common, at least interesting points of conflict. They're never interesting conflicts, right? You getting phone calls on fraudulent purchases? Oh. Monitoring for everyone. I almost made it through an entire objective personality video. Look, nobody needs to put themselves at unnecessary risk like that, okay? We know you're tough. You don't need to get crazy and attempt something like that. That's not safe. None of us want to see you suffer from epistemological freakout syndrome. But why are you using these words? Why are you doing this to this beautiful thing we call language? I'm falling, falling into an abyss of despair. How much energy so many people put into this completely rancid goo. Ew, no. What can currently not listen to me? That's not fun. You don't want to do that. That's just going to make you mad. Baby, you just make me mad. Think about you pale blue eyes. What's a male to guys? Like, they could just walk there, right? I don't know, Tiffany. Carry on. Male to guys. It's like, you can't go a male man to carry two guys at one time, for one time. Second of all, probably neither of them is going to fit in the mailbox. Certainly not both. I'll tell Lou Reed's ghost about that, Tiffany. I'll inform him that he should never have written those lyrics. Carry on, you, male two guys. There's a song about the mailman. Carry on, yo. Male to guys. That's like something like, take them to the post office. I put them in a box. I said, hey, can I mail these guys? And the postman said, no, you cannot. So I said, hi, you're going too big for your britches. Oh my God. You watch OP to suffer, to build character. And suffering doesn't build character. It's just traumatic. Trauma is not a good way to build character, okay? The best way to build character is to stop thinking about character as something that you build. It's something that you don't build. It's about something that you violate while building. And then you have to apologize. That's character. It's not something that you build. It's the thing you break while you're building. It's the Indian graveyard you disturb while building shit. Oh, jeez. Did we break all these dead Indians? I mean, can you really break a dead Indian? Wow. They're in more pieces than they used to be. You could think of that as an advantage. Hey, look, we just repaired the decimation of these native peoples by increasing their number of pieces. It's like, sorry for the smallpox, we made it up later by breaking your dead bodies. Into more pieces. Which is every people's goal. It's no person's goal, but it's the goal of each people's. My people. I remember one time, right? At this typing session, and this dark-skinned fellow of indeterminate race That's like what he wanted to do with his life or whatever. And so, do something for my people. Like, who are your people? Like, are you leading the Israelites out of Egypt or something? What he meant by that was black people. Like, why are black people your people? When did you decide to start owning other people? My people. The only proper use of that term is like, that's my Rachel, my daughter, my dad, my mom. Those are my people. You're not my Boba Fett. You're your own Boba Fett, okay? I mean, you guys are my people, right? But you don't represent. You're not my people because you're a member of a group of some arbitrary thing. You're my people because you made yourselves my people, with actual being my people. He's talking about people he's never even met before. Never even heard of. And calling them his people because they also have dark skin. What insanity. Those people never belonged to him. He should never have claimed them to be his. I want to give back to my community. Well, what did you take from it? You mean those library books you never returned? No, I mean, I really want to give back to my community. Okay, so what stupid thing you're suggesting you want to do? I really want to work with the young people of the community. Okay. Well, I get the need to do some guilt assuasion. Like, I'm so lucky I have to do some boring altruistic shit occasionally, or I just feel too wickedly privileged. I get that, that's fine. But just call it that. I give back to my community. No. I don't like this presumption of a general thing that other people want and get or something. It's like, stop trying to help everybody all the time. It's like, okay. We already have so much work-like motion that's not actually doing anything. And you want to actually do something, but you don't get that actually doing something doesn't need to be justified, and that what you're saying is super dorky and makes me feel cringy. So please, if you're gonna give back to your community, don't call it that. Say, I'm gonna go fucking do guilt assuaging. Privileged guilt assuaging. Makes me hate myself a little less. Great. Go do that. That's fantastic. Just don't talk so fucking dorky about it. It's like, okay, you made this so uncool that there's no chance in hell I'm ever going to do it. No, I'm not hanging out with those fucking dorks. I would make those sandwiches, except the other people making sandwiches are complete fucking dorks. I'm just gonna feel all uncomfortable and like, why am I surrounded by this conversation? Because you know what I can hear it from here, the conversation they're having. And it's all about how wonderful it is to be amazing. It's like, isn't it amazing how wonderful it is that we're all experiencing this amazing wonder? It feels so good to really give back, and you know, it really humbles you. But yes, all that shit's true, but what's also true is it's terrible writing. Whoever wrote this show has done a terrible job of writing. It's boring. It's freaking played out as a trope. It's the boring part of the show, even if it wasn't played out as a trope. And nobody cares. Talking about how doing this feeling-based thing makes you feel feelings. Okay, well, great, yeah. Quick alert, the New York Times. Feelings feel. It feels so good to do this feeling so good thing. It's purpose so that I can talk about how good it feels to be good and do good things. Fine, but like I said, I don't want to watch your show. It's boring. It's not well written. I want to be delighted and surprised by your snappy eye. Not going like this because of your boring ass SIFI. I'm just remembering how I felt the first time I did this right now. And I'm really reliving that feeling right now. And what I want us to do is to both talk about how we're both feeling these feelings. And we have shared common experience before, feeling similar feelings. And how wonderful that is. You be you. You know, I'm not critiquing you at all. You're great, you people. I love you guys. You guys are great. I just don't want to listen to your goddamn conversation. I don't want to hear any part of it. It's gonna make me irrationally angry. Just like the teachers who, in this classroom, we are lifelong learners. Okay, I'm sure your enthusiasm and everything else is all genuine. I'm sure you're a wonderful lady, but you throw me into an instant and irrational rage. I just think, devil! Ow! Well, I think immediately. Like a big potato bug right on the tip of my penis. Hey, that's an unpleasant surprise. That would be an unpleasant surprise. Ah, jeez, I gotta go pee. And what is this crawly feeling I'm experiencing on the head of my penis? But oh no! It's a potato bug. That'd be terrible. Talk about a nightmare. And you realize, oh no, they're all over my junk. It's crawling with potato bugs. There's gotta be 40,000 potato bugs because it's got the whole thing covered. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba. It's called a self-aggrandizing penis joke. or as we call it in the professional joke writing business, a sapjot. Self-aggrandizing penis joke with a T on the end for mystery. To make it more mysterious. That way it's not clear to people who aren't in the in the field when we're talking shop. They don't know what we're talking about. We're like magicians. We professional joke writers. But, Mr. Jackson, foreman down at the factory, he is a real slave driver. If I'm not laughing, you're not going home. Look, I'm just supposed to write jokes, not make you laugh. If I don't laugh at it, it doesn't count as a joke. But everybody else laughs at it, not me. Okay, I'll write more jokes. What do you think's funny? You know me, I love jokes about eggs. Okay, I'll come up with an egg joke. Jesus Christ. I cannot go. I'm sorry, Rachel, I'm going to be late tonight. Mr. Jackson won't let me leave until I make him a good egg joke. Do you have any in mind? No? How many eggs does it take to cross the road? 4? Why? Well, because they help each other. They help each other safely get across. They're very fragile, We should never have begun this ill-advised journey across the road to begin with. So, you start with a dozen, you end up with 4. And you say, now there's 2 4-egg omelets that could have been, but no longer can be, because they've got road goo on them. That's a terrible egg joke, says Mr. Jackson. That wasn't my egg joke, Mr. Jackson. That was my example of what an egg joke might be. We're still in the analysis phase. Just give me a chance, sir. I'm working on your egg joke. Can you give me any more details of things that you think are funny besides eggs? Is there anything in the world you think is funny besides eggs? Okay, well, let's see. Did I say eggs? Yeah, we know that you like egg jokes. Anything else? Whoa. Like a joke about like yolks and whites, maybe. Still very much squarely in the realm of eggs. Okay. Oh, I know something I think's funny. When you burn toast, it's hilarious, right? Because it's like, what have I done here? Now it's too brown. Okay, you want to joke about eggs and burnt toast, huh? What could be funnier than that? Let's see. Why did the eggs and the burnt toast get married? I don't know why. Because they were in love. I don't think that's a funny joke at all. That's a good reason to get married. Jokes is supposed to surprise you. That's not surprising. You drive a tough bargain here, Mr. Jackson. I'm not driving any bargain. I'm telling you, you aren't checking out of work here until you finish this joke. Because I'm not allowed to go home until I laugh. Company rules. Okay. Let me see. No, I wasn't complaining about Greg's spurned roast. I was complaining about eggs and burnt toast. That's a terrible joke, Eric. You can't go home yet. Oh, God. This is what I'm talking about. Mr. Jackson being a real slave driver at the joke factory. I had to make up. I'm experiencing writer's block. I've met my nemesis. And its name is eggs and burnt toast. It turns out those are the only two joke-proof things in the world. I cannot come up with a single joke about them. Oh, come on, Eric, you can do it. This is Rachel on the phone. Baby, I love you. I have faith in you. I know you can do it. I can't let her down. Why? And then, scribble. No, not good enough. Scribble. Finally, I go to Mr. Jackson's office and say, all right. I got the joke for you. Knock, knock. Who's there? Eggs and burnt toast. Eggs and burnt toast too. Fuck you, I quit. A restaurant that only bakes with egg whites puts up a sign proudly proclaiming whites only. And then some people come in and go, hey, cool, you guys are racist too. What? We're not racists. Look at us. I'm an Inuit. And my wife here is from the Philippines. And our child was born in Nigeria, and their child is native to Iceland. We're very diverse. So, upon seeing that, you should have concluded that sign was talking about our eggs. And the truth is, it's a lie. The reason our egg white almost tastes so great is we secretly use the yolk too. People are always telling us, wow, this is the best egg white only omelet I've ever had. Shh, the secret is to use the yolk as well. I can also fix your vegan food if you'd like. Straightforward fix. Bacon grease and cheese. Just melt it into a pan and just pour it over all of your vegan food. It's an instant repair. It's not like a perfect fix, but it'll get your boat to shore during a storm, you know. Because God knows, no boat made out of vegan food can survive even the slightest breeze. It's fundamentally unseaworthy food. You need good, rich, hearty animal protein. The sustenance of life itself. The flesh and blood of another creature. Only that kind of calorie really fills you up. It's unfortunate, but to truly live, we must feast upon the carcasses of those we kill. That's true for vegetables too. Sort of, sometimes. Like, do you think that zucchini really wants you to eat it? It was happy being attached to the plant. And then you came and detached it from the plant all of a sudden. You're big enough, you said. Time for me to eat you. Silently, in a very tiny voice anyway. You can't hear. And even if you could, you wouldn't understand because it's speaking in zucchini. It's saying, "No, Mama, Mama, they're ripping me from your arms." So, that's a problem unique to zucchini, though. As long as you avoid zucchini and most other squash, I guess, is potentially a risk, you should be fine. But it's also true that every time you eat something made out of wheat, the wheat plant experiences being forcibly separated from their family members at the border and kept in dank prison cells for an indeterminate amount of time. So, know that, yeah, sure, eating wheat doesn't involve murder like eating bacon, but it does involve really FI tugging varieties of human rights abuse. So, damned if you do, damned if you don't, I guess is the point. Anyway, I believe I was talking about going to bed. Yes, right, going to bed. That place where I'm lying down. That bed. I love it so much sometimes I just get in it and I say, "Oh, wonderful bread. So flat and appropriately soft, hard. Firm. Firm but soft. Perfectly designed to lie down on." Like, now there's a well-designed NI thing. It's simple. It's just a big rectangle. But not anything that's a big rectangle is a bed. Because, well, a bed's not complicated conceptually. It's like a beautiful hot every detail has to be perfect. And when you have a shitty bed, life is awful. That's one of the problems with Shanghai. It's like, okay, are you Chinese companies purposely making these mattresses like this? What manufacturing process could have produced this jagged, awful, stabby thing that I'm lying on? Like, it must have been a clusterfuck of failure from design to the very delivery. Every step of the way, you must have fucked up to have it be this uncomfortable. It's a mattress, for God's sake. Even if you don't care at all, you gotta think, well, you should be able to lie down on a mattress. You know, how could you fuck this up so badly? It's like I had to lie on the floor, which was also very uncomfortable for me. Or there was one little stretch of the bed that didn't have something jabbing into me. And I had to try to stay on that little spot. It was terrible. Also, the chair on the plane on the return flight, very stabby, East China Airways. Why is your seat so stabby? You can't just be like, oh, it's fine. This big stabby spring jabby thing is coming practically through the fabric right in the middle of the seat. It's fine. We'll just still sell this as a viable seat to sit in. And it's a full flight. You know, it's like, I can't even really, I might have been able to find like a empty seat in the back, but it would have been like sitting between two people who didn't have somebody sit. You know, it was like very full. And it's a long ass flight. Hey, your shitty seat is not okay. Because I'm the one who has to suffer all of the consequences of it. I already hate being on airplanes at all. They're too confined. I don't like the recycled air. It takes a long time and nothing happens. It's better nowadays when you have like access to Wi-Fi and stuff, but and you can't smoke. But anyway, I don't like planes. But at least make it possible for me to sit on my fucking chair comfortably. Of course, that never really happens unless I get the emergency exit row because I'm too long to squeeze in comfortably behind somebody's chair in a normal row. I always have to put both legs to one side or spread them apart like an eager porn starlet. And I immediately go, oh God. This fucking torture fest begins now. Hopefully, I've done one of two things before getting on the plane. I've taken a lot of Adderall, and I'm in the middle of tweaking out on something. And then all of a sudden I'm at my destination. I'm like, oh, right. Get off the plane now. God, this thing I'm tweaking out on is frustrating me. But that's fine. It's a good way to get through a plane ride. But better is Klonopin. Clowny up if you got yourself a long plane ride. But it got to be a long one because if you got like a 3-hour, 4-hour plane ride, you take full Klonopin. And then when you get there, you're going to be like, oh my God, I have to get up and move around. Do not mix with alcohol. I don't have to worry about it because I don't drink at all, but some people might drink perfectly fine. You might take benzo perfectly fine, but do not mix those things together. I've never had the experience of it, but I've experienced each of them separately, and I can tell that's an amnesic nightmare in the making. Drinking used to be a way to get through flights, kind of, but that's a terrible way to get through a flight because you arrive with a hangover. And that's not fun. What I really need is a plane that, instead of having a chair, it has a bed that folds up into a chair if I wanted to. And that doesn't have any other people on the plane except for me and Rachel. And it also doesn't have any no smoking signs or no fasten seatbelt signs. So I can lie down, I can sit, I can get and walk around, and I can smoke. And I should be able to also pull bong rips. And ideally watch live TV because since we're traveling, I like to watch sports. Seems to go along with traveling. Then I'd probably find the plane ride fine. It also needs to be a tall roofed plane. I don't want to have to hunch. And none of those fucking overhead bins. Those things are just things you bump into. Get rid of those. I don't want those. Are you taking notes, universe, on how to fix planes for Eric? I hope so. Next time I go to the airport, I expect the plane I get on to be like what I just described. After all, I've made clear indications about what I don't like and what I don't like about current planes, and how to solve that in the plane I want. So, the world, the universe, has no excuse for not delivering it next time I go to the airport. God said it. I believe it. That settles it. God didn't say that, Eric. Perhaps you didn't hear the finality of my tone. No, I heard it. I accept your tone's finality. I hope so. Harumph. Okay, well, we only brought 6 extra 50-gallon drums. So, any further spewage of Eric is just going to spill on the ground, I think. I think it's time to go. It's 4 o'clock. I have to take the car to the shop in 4 hours. I'm not going to really sleep, but I think I'm going to take a bath right now. Take a bath. It'll make me feel less grody. Even though I didn't take one that long ago. Well, it had to be more than 10 hours ago. It didn't feel that long ago, but more than 11 hours ago. I guess it has been quite a while since I took a bath. Longer than I thought. But not that long before I started streaming. Anyway, being on drugs and up all night makes you a certain kind of greasy. Drug grease. And like you smell yourself and you go like, ew, I'm all drug grease gamey. But it's kind of a good smell because it's like concentrated you with a little bit of drugs mixed into it. And you go, I feel so slimy, but at least it's friction resistant. How big of a super chat would I need to send for you to sing me Take You Out to the Ball? You don't have to send me any super chat for me to sing that. Take me out to the ball game, take me out to the show, buy me some peanuts and Cracker Jacks. I don't care if I ever get back, 'cause it's root for the Dodgers. If they don't win, it's a shame. It's 1, 2, 3 strikes, you're out at the old ball game. But you know what my favorite baseball song is? I don't know if they still play it on the Dodgers radio broadcast. They used to at the beginning of it. It's a beautiful day for a ball game today. The fans are out to get a ticket or two from Walla Walla, Washington to Kalamazoo. It's a beautiful day for a home run, but even a triple okay. We're gonna cheer and boo and raise a hullabaloo at the ball game too. Welcome to Dodgers baseball. On AM 740. Dodgers baseball is on the air. Hello and a very pleasant good afternoon to you, here from Dodger Stadium. Oh, Vin Scully, you're so polite. So reassuringly mild and pleasant concurrently. You're like the not spicy chicken sandwich. It's very good. And agreeably not spicy. Sometimes spicy's good, but sometimes the not spicy version of it is better. You know, you don't want your glass of milk spicy. Can you add some hot sauce into my glass of milk, please, Mom? Nobody ever says that because the non-spicy version of milk is better than the spicy version. Stop robbing me of my blandness with your spices. I cherish my blandness, I've nurtured it here now for years. Along here you come, splashing your gun full of spices, and stealing the blandness I've grown so close and so dear. The lament of the cowboy whose blandness was stolen by the cowboy with the gun full of spices. That's the title of that song. It's got a long title, but it tells you everything you need to know about what's going to happen in the song. And then, out of nowhere, Jeff Shaw jumped out from behind a bush, said, both of you guys, Mr. Blandness and Mr. Spicy, you're getting there, okay? You're beginning to understand what I understand, which is that once you level up, you'll both understand how limited your current understanding is. But until you do, I can only gesture enigmatically at it. And then both the bland guy and the spicy guy were consumed with self-doubt. Oh, just another, it's the world's oldest story. Bland versus spicy. We've told it since the dawn of time. It's a beautiful archetype, like the hot air balloon. It represents floating free in the sky, like a magical angel bird. I think what Carl Jung meant by the collective unconscious was that basically I find it, so shut up. I think you're confusing the collective unconscious with finders keepers, Tiffany. I decide that I'm the one who found it. Okay? Yeah, good point. Hi, you guys call this a collective unconscious. Well, I found it, so it's mine. Your comments can get away from my thing. Alright, well, it's time for me to go to bed. Or stop streaming anyway. I have to stop streaming now. It's become a disease. It's causing rheumatoid arthritis, metaphorically. which is the worst kind of rheumatoid arthritis in poetic circles. Oh my God, I'd much rather suffer from real rheumatoid arthritis than have to self-identify as having metaphorical rheumatoid arthritis. That's my worst nightmare. Anyway, thanks for caring for my demon cat, and I love you so much that my love for you exceeds the capacity of the word love to express the fullness of its loviness. That's how much I love you all. You are my beloved friends. And though there are many days when I'm feeling meh and ignore you, the truth is, all of those days are incomplete because I didn't stream and talk to you guys. It was just a mistake of giving into the meh instead of resolving it by touching base. It needs to happen pretty much every day. Today, I spent the whole day rolling around on the base. So, obviously, just touching it is barely meeting any kind of minimum. Since when fully engaged with the bass, I spend 11 hours butt fucking it, I should touch bass at least every day. That's the message of this video right now here at the end for you to take away, is that bass touching is a form of love. And that baseball analogies are the key to wisdom. Good night, good luck, and may you all hit a home run in this inning of the baseball game of life.